ค just as well.
I think the first half of the season has been not what people expected, including ourselves.
What is going on? Andri comes up with a double. Frog Elements, they just high-fived into death here.
I don't think anyone before this split started would have put Elements as a mid-tier team in the LCS.
That's 4 games in a row. 4 Gambit after losing their opening 5.
Now we're looking forward to actually get a huge winning streak.
They're definitely making a run for that top 3, top 4 slots currently.
It is Fnatic versus SK.
This is the El Clasico of League of Legends.
Can we finish? Finish the game!
이대로 유지한다면 얼마든지 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같다고 생각합니다.
Welcome back to Week 4, Day 2 of the European LCS Spring Split, coming to you live from Berlin, Germany. The action is getting underway here, and just moments ago we saw a very, very active Unicorns of Love fan. They have the coolest fans, it's got to be said. Diamond walking in the building with his Gambit friends there, looking for their 5th win in a row. What a winning streak these guys are on. Let's see if they continue it here today. And their Yellow Star together with Huni coming in the building for Fnatic, followed by their coach Daylor, looking for another victory on the board. I'm Ifje Schogsupporter here on the analyst desk with our guest this week, former Alliance AD carry and summer split champion Erik Tabs van Helvert.
Yeah, it's great to be back, Shucks.
It's great to have you back. A lot of games here today, and as we've reached the halfway point in the split, let's see where our teams stand. In first, but no longer unbeaten, is SK Gaming. Fnatic is just a game behind them in second, while the third place spot is tied up between the Copenhagen Wolves, H2K, and the Unicorns of Love. Elements continues to slide in the standings and shares 6th place with Gambit Gaming, who are on the rise with 4 straight wins entering the second half of the spring split. And as we see it there in the standings already, Fnatic and SK Gaming. SK Gaming still at the top, yet handed their very first loss yesterday at the hands of Fnatic.
Yeah, SK showing the first cracks in their armor. Fnatic managing to pick up that win with some really good early game play, especially by Fabivn here. You see this double kill in the early game. So well set up by Reignover and Fabivn there. And yeah, they just managed to keep on going, keep on getting these kills. They had such good vision control this game, and especially Reignover just making the early game happen.
Yeah. Was an absolute menace for them. Well, as the winning streak for SK Gaming ended, H2K is having the winning streak on their own 3 straight games that they won, and they have a real test coming up later. They are facing SK Gaming, who are coming off a loss. Still a tall order for H2K.
Yeah, SK, even though they're coming off a loss, they are still just this monster of a team, so strong. Yes, Fnatic did beat them, but H2K, they're on a 3-win streak, but this is a real test for them. SK is not gonna let this go easy.
See what happens. H2K, the Unicorns of Love, and Copenhagen Wolves, they're all tied in third above Elements, Roccat, and Gambit. Copenhagen Wolves have really turned it on. H2K is looking strong. The Unicorns of Love are looking strong. And in general, it's not what we expected coming into this split.
Yeah, but it's EU LCS after all. Like, you know, it's back to EU LCS when everyone starts beating each other and nothing is as expected. You see Elements, everyone expected them to be a top 2, top 3 team, maybe even the best, and now they're just in the middle of the pack and they have to try to find their groove as well.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about their game yesterday versus Giants. Frog and 10-0-8 on that Ahri. They did everything right up until they didn't, and they should try and focus on the good things.
Yeah, they were winning up until they lost, and then disaster strikes. The game went on for so long. The death timers, you really can't afford to make a mistake when these death timers are just so incredibly long. Giants really good, just managing to end when they did get that little bit of space to do so.
Yeah, all props to Giants as well for just closing it out when they had the chance. And of course, Frog not too happy with that at all. Of course, all the buzz is about yesterday's El Clasico between Fnatic and SK Gaming. Let's take a look at 2 of your most talked about LCS big plays from that match. Up first from @Harlefans writes, that Annie, that Graves, oh God, here's your number 2 big play.
Nothing further comes of it. Forgiven. No flash available. He dashes forwards. Steelback gets the shield up.
And Red is coming in.
Going up. We do see Collateral, and Buckshot is going to be available. Summoner heal comes up. That's a double stun. And Rated's got them. Forgiven kills them. 2 kills.
Look again here. Notice of Forgiven. He's not trying to run away. He keeps trading. Flash, stun from N-Rated into ulti and Buckshot from Forgiven. That's 2 kills.
Yeah, just such good teamwork here by SK. Forgiven knowing exactly how much damage he can take. He knows he can survive until that. And Rated Annie can come, back him up, and get that stun and double kill. So good play.
Yeah, beautiful. And your number 1 most talked about LCS big play comes from @Danazoid, who was in awe of Fnatic's Rumble pick. That's how you rumble. Huni is a god.
That's not one of the many. Knockup goes up from Sven onto Yellowstar. Cataclysm locks up 4. Fox was looking for Steelbook, but that is a fantastic equalizer.
So look how Fnatic, they want a team fight now because there's no defensive items to really stop Febiven from doing anything. Look at Forgiven here. He has to be so careful with his positioning. Rumble ulti in his face. Febiven dives in as well. He's down, he's dead, he's out.
Okay, yeah, so Huni just really bringing the pain with those equalizers on point every time. And not only that, his equalizers and his TPs are so on point, but he just managed to make the early game work every time.
And he's got the heart of the crowd as well, yelling his name there. Thank you for tweeting those in, and remember to keep letting us know when your jaw drops today with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Now, Huni will have another opportunity to show off his skills in just a few minutes as we kick things off with Fnatic versus Gambit. Then Roccat will face Elements as both teams look for a crucial turnaround win. And we'll end the week as SK Gaming, having tasted defeat yesterday, takes on H2K. What are you looking forward to, Eric?
Yeah, first of all, I'm really looking forward to the Rocket versus Elements game. Both teams are in a big slump, and one of these teams are going to walk away with the victory here, breaking their curse, so to speak, and I'm really interested to see who that is. And second of all, I want to bring some attention to the SK versus H2K game. SK do showing that they have a weakness, they can lose, they're not immortal. And H2K, I want to see if they can replicate Fnatic's success.
We'll see. That is our last game of the day. To catch up on all the news, roster changes, and past matches from the first half of the Spring 2015, or if you simply want to watch any of yesterday's crazy moments, point your browser to lolesports.com, where you'll find all that and a lot more. And now, we know it isn't fair to keep tabs all to ourselves on the desk, so we're going to open up his insight to you today. Tweet your questions for our guest analyst to @LOLesports with the hashtag AskTabs, and we'll answer a few of them later in the show. Is there anything that we can't ask you about?
Yeah, just don't ask me about my unhealthy obsession with toucans.
Okay, now for a look at our first game of the day between Fnatic and Gambit Gaming. The last time these two teams met back in Week 2, Fnatic won thanks in part to a strong mid lane showing by Febiven against Nick, who is out temporarily this week. Let's start by taking a look at the lineup for Fnatic on the blue side here. Huni, Reignover, Febiven, Steelback, Yellowstar, and their coach, Daylor Asset. They broke SK's winning streak and defended their own record at Fnatic. That is, Reignover, an absolute monster. We were talking about it beforehand. You said he has to get his hands on that Rengar and shut that bottom. He didn't shut that bottom. He didn't get his hands on Rengar, but his Rek'Sai was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, he's just showing again that he can play all of these champions and play them in the same effective way. He didn't even need to shut down this 2v2. He knew exactly how to win the game from the mid lane, getting that Zed comfort pick and just controlling the game from there.
Also very impressive to me that even though they lost a 2 versus 2 matchup and basically Forgiven was still in the game and could make plays, they played around it and finished the game out.
Yeah, definitely. The 2v2 didn't go as Fnatic wanted it to. Forgiven did up getting pretty strong. They ended up dying a little bit, but nothing out of control. It didn't spiral like that. Like Forgiven still couldn't carry that game. And yeah, they just played it out slowly, calmly, and let their team carry them.
A big factor in that was, of course, Forgiven as well. He got his hands on his favorite champion, Zed, and then 2 kills, and then it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, Zed so often banned against Fnatic because Forgiven is just so confident, so good on this champion. Getting that double kill in the start just really set him up for such a great game.
It was also interesting to me that Fnatic this time around not playing with exclusively hard engage, even Bora going for that Thresh, as opposed to Annie or Leona that was banned out, showing diversity in their play.
Yeah, I do think they're getting a bit more comfortable around their play. In the start, they were maybe a bit careful, like getting a lot of initiate, really, like you don't really have to communicate that well, you can just all go in with initiate, but seeing them diversify their picks makes me happy because they know they got their teamwork down, they know they can win in all these different kind of ways.
Getting better and better. On the other side of the stage, Gambit Gaming, the opponents of Fnatic today, Cabochard, Diamond, Pinoy, Edward, and Leviathan, and of course in the mid lane for now, Betsy. Betsy, he held his own in that mid lane. I think that's the best thing we can say. Leviathan also said we chose him because he's mechanically strong and he's not that different from Nick. Edward even said, yeah, I don't even notice the difference, which is a sign for that team that it's just working if he plays the same style.
Yeah, he does play the same style in the game as Nick. I would say he's quite equally mechanically skilled, but I do feel like Gambit might lose out on a bit of shot calling that Nick used to do, because I did hear from sources that Nick was a pretty big shot caller in that team, so we're going to see how that works out against Fnatic.
Well, we'll see how Diamond does, because yesterday he got his hands on Nidalee again in 5.3 and just, well, wrecking face with it. Fantastic play by him once again.
Yeah, Diamond still like getting all that respect for that Nidalee. He's so good at it, managing to get all these plays in this game. Even though like Betsy wasn't really doing that great this game, not having the biggest impact, Diamond just going everywhere, making all these plays, setting his team up for success.
Yeah. Diamond fantastic on that Nidalee, even on 5.3. That means that Gambit is now on a 4-game winning streak, but they have a real test on their hands here today versus Fnatic. What should be their strategy going in?
I would like to see Gambit try to really get that Kalista, because last week you saw they got really snowball with that Kalista in the top lane, managing to get those 1v1 kills against that Kassadin. And we know Fnatic is a team that likes to do those lane swaps. They like to avoid that 2v2. If they can get a snowball rolling in the early game, that means that Fnatic will not be able to get that mid-game roaming gameplay that they're so strong at.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. Now, as we send it over to the casters, let's hear from Gambit's Diamond about Rengar and the difficulty in playing one of Reignover's signature champs.
To play Rengar, your team needs to fully know his limits, to know where to go, how to catch people, how to protect vision, and how to get it back. And that's really hard. That's the different playstyle from anyone else. With Rengar, you need to really learn a lot as a team to play it. And I think Reignover are really doing it well. His Rengar is really good.
It's great hearing Diamond give some praise to Reignover. Reignover, at the beginning of the split, was talking about coming to Europe and wanting to perform well.
First playstyle Fnatic learned was around the Rengar, and it's really paid off for them.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined on the desk by Martin Deficio Lunga, and we are moments away from our first game of the day as Fnatic and Gambit are loading up into Champ Select. Yesterday we had El Clasico. Fnatic SK was the battle of the ages. Today is the battle of 2013. This is Fnatic and Gambit. These are the teams that were really dominating the scene, albeit with completely different players today.
Yeah, they used to be really what we consider the super teams in Europe. Now, Fnatic are still up there. Gambit, they're trying their best 4 wins in a row, slowly moving up the standings. It looks better simply every single game they play, and I'm actually really impressed to see how they're evolving.
I definitely want to see what they decide to run today. They do have Betsy in that middle lane, and I want to echo what Tabs was saying. If Gambit can get ahead in the laning phase and try keep Fnatic from roaming, try keep Fnatic from moving around the lanes, that might work out. The fan is behind Huni today, that is for sure, but Nidalee away from Diamond. Rumble taken away from Fnatic's top laner.
Yeah, 2 target bans here. Of course, Huni yesterday against SK were fantastic on Rumble, and the same can be said about Diamond the last few times where he got to play this Nidalee. So 2 comfort picks. First of all, no mid lane bans yet. Normally we see a lot of mid laners being banned against Forbidden, but in this case here, there might be a lot of things open suddenly. And then Xerath, we know he loves to play it. He even first picks Xerath if it's open, because he's just that confident in his ability to play it.
Well, not taken off the table from Cabochard. We've seen Huni run it once before and it left a lot to be desired. He performs a lot better on those aggressive champions, but Lissandra still up. Rengar now taken off the table. This is, of course, the first rematch here in the Spring Split, Deficio. Fnatic have already beaten Gambit once, and it was using a Rumble Olaf composition with Zed to round that out a little while ago. Zed's still available if Fnatic want to go that route.
Yeah, and that of course was before Gambit got into their winning streak here on 4 games in a row. So there's definitely a big improvement for them and a big difference in the team. We see Coach Leviathan as well, just behind Cabochard here. He's really come into this team from week 2, honestly, and just made sure everyone knew what to do in the game. No Xerath first pick, instead Zed. Same as yesterday for Forbidden against SK Gaming.
Yeah, but it was comboed with that Rumble, and as we saw in that highlight clip just a moment ago, there was some early kills, early teleports from Fnatic's members that helped them get the lead against SK and allow them to snowball that game.
And we really saw how Fnatic, it's all about the team play, 5-on-5 together. You sacrifice your lane if it means you can get a kill for your teammate, and they play around it so well. Only problem they did have was closing out the game a little bit because they didn't split push at first, trying to go as 5, and then SK managed to stall. But let's see what they do today. Yeah,
you do see Gambit with a very smart lock-in. That Morgana, Cabochard's used it in the top lane to great success. And yesterday, Reignover had a brilliant game on Rek'Sai. You can also swap that Morgana to support if they want to go that route.
Or even mid lane, It's a triple flex pick and go to so many different lanes for Gambit. But yeah, Cabochard has really been the guy to play it in the top lane. 2 different builds, cooldown reduction, utility to help his team, or full nuke, AP-focused Morgana as well from him. And I actually like this Rek'Sai because what we saw yesterday, when people pick Jarvan, you can take Rek'Sai and actually outduel him early on, and then you can apply a lot of pressure on the map. That's what Reignover did against SK. Now Gambit makes sure, despite the Nidalee being banned, they still have a great early game jungler for Diamond who can really make some plays, and one-on-one Reignover if he finds him.
So we'll see what they decide to do. It is a Maokai and Graves locked in. Steelback not going to get his traditional Corki despite it being up and available. And Huni going to be playing that tank. I prefer him on the mage champions. I think he performs a little better. They're damage dealers. We'll see how he performs on this front line.
Yeah, again, and also, sorry, notice what Fnatic... It's already shown double physical carries and a tank top laner. Meaning going into late game for Gambit, if they do have a tank top, and if it goes to like a Morgana support, you can stack a lot of armor there, and it becomes very hard for Fnatic to take you down. But later we get into the game itself. If it's going to be Morgana top lane, it won't really matter too much for Fnatic because nobody will be fully stacking that armor.
So we'll find out what Gambit decides to do. Betsy going to be playing his traditional assassin in the middle lane, and Pinoy once again on Kalista.
Yeah, we've seen this before here. When Gambit takes Morgana early, they go for Kalista later because now you have that Black Shield to protect her as well, so she can play really aggressive. Because Pinoy, he goes for that Blade of the Ruined King built into Hurricane, so very attack speed focused, which basically means he has to stay in the fight for longer to get the same amount of damage, so he doesn't have that extra AD from like a BF sword, and that's where the Black Shield really comes in and helps him play really, really aggressive in these fights.
2 games played for Pinoy on that Kalista. He's gone 7, 5, and 12. Not the greatest of stats. Tends to have a strong laning phase, but the one thing I'm concerned about, if he doesn't get to a QSS relatively soon, could get popped quickly, fairly immobile, once Zed jumps at him. Maokai can lock him down as well. And Pinoy's opted into this. So
Yeah,
we'll need to see how his positioning plays out.
And also with the likes of Annie and Leona open for Yellow Stars, so for Fnatic's side, if Maokai engages on to this Kalista, you would just follow up with the stun from a support, and he's gonna die, and he cannot waste a QSS because of the Zed ulti either. But it won't be any Annie or Leona for Yellow Stars, so instead just relying on that Maokai, which normally is a fantastic pick against the likes of Kalista, because if you can lock her down, she's of course very squishy as an AD carry, then you can get a kill. But that's where the Black Shield from Caposhot is gonna make wonders for Gambit.
Well, Fnatic have got a similar play style to what they've done previously against Gambit with that Olaf in the jungle again. Reignover's returning to the only European jungler that's found success, but that is purely AD focused. A lot of importance on this early game for Fnatic.
Very AD focused. And also Fnatic again, a bit like yesterday, not running any hard engage because Maokai is fairly short range on his W. So for him, he's gonna have flash ready if he wants to like really dive onto the backline of Gambit to start a fight. Olaf, of course, is gonna ghost him with the axes here. So you're not really looking for this, oh, we catch you out of position and boom, you're just gonna die instantly. Instead, it's just very, very bruiser heavy. Olaf, Graves, of course, one of the most tanky AD carries we do have. And then the Zed, so skirmish, bruiser focused from Fnatic, but also strong 5-on-5 itself. And of course for Gambit side here, very, very squishy composition coming in.
Well, we are going to see that cannon to round out Gambit. So as far as team fighting goes, they've got a lot of utility, a lot of mobility as well. All of the champions can move quite efficiently without their Morgana, but that's quite inventive for Gambit.
It's what we often see from Gambit actually. They run very squishy comps, but with a lot of mobility and a lot of focus on being able to one-on-one people left and right, and a lot of pick potential. So when you look like at the Ari coming in with the Rek'Sai together, that's a very strong 2-on-2 skirmish from Gambit side, where they can play aggressive around that mid lane if they want to with Betsy. But again, they always have that problem. If you get caught out and you are this squishy, you will get popped instantly, and suddenly you are in a disadvantage going into the fight, where someone from Fnatic's side, because Zed, of course, can dash around with the shadows, you have the Maokai, we have the Olaf, who you don't really want to catch out because they're going to be so tanky already. So a little bit more room for error for them, but for Gambit's side, they have just a lot of damage coming in here, and they can really blow up some targets if they get in a straight team fight.
Yeah, Gambit are going to be looking for those engages to happen. I definitely want to see how these lanes play out. Yesterday, Gambit showed a great 2v2 lane, and Diamond's synergy with Cabochard yesterday was fantastic with that Nidalee plus Renekton. You're about to see those team comps on your screen. Remember, Fnatic are 1-0 up against Gambit, and Gambit, however, they're on a 4-game winning streak. Hit us up on Twitter, hashtag FMCWin, hashtag GMBWin. There's the flags, the banners, the logos. As we load onto the Rift, it is Fnatic versus Gambit. You can hear how excited this crowd is. It's official. I'm looking forward to this impressive-looking Gambit to see how well they can play today against one of the league's top teams.
They've done a fantastic job beating teams who you would sometimes consider worse, except for maybe the Elements game, where Gambit just had a fantastic comeback. And they've actually just, again, they look great, and they look better for every week they play, which is really the highlight for them, how they've turned around this season. And now against Fnatic, who's probably sitting... Will we consider them the best team? No, SK still, I mean, dead even, we can say after what we saw yesterday. I think we'd say SK and Fnatic are very, very even. But yeah, definitely the top 2 teams in the EU LCS. If Gambit can beat Fnatic here, they're really showing this winning streak is for real.
Well, that's definitely the case. Gambit have been steadily improving. You heard that clip from Diamond earlier in the day, and he said, after the losing streak, we've got some wins on the board. Now we want to set ourselves up for the winning streak. A huge winning streak. Hashtag 13-5 the dream, according to some Gambit fans on Reddit.
And we see the same here for Eddie. He did, as he did yesterday on Annie. He started boots, now doing the same on Morgana. If he's in a lane swap, it's great because it allows him to roam around. Obviously, he's going to get less gold. But if he gets in that 2-2 lane, suddenly you don't have that extra combat stat. And that's where the boots doesn't really pay off for you. So I want to see how he plays with it.
Yeah, talking about his opposite number, Yellowstar's Thresh yesterday was particularly good. He landed some clutch death sentences around the towers, but it was really Reignover's Rek'Sai that was the main initiating tool. So I need to see how impactful Yellowstar is going to be when Pinoy can hop, Betsy can dash, Diamond can tunnel. There's a lot of mobility, and you've got the Black Shield if anyone's at risk.
And that's the thing here. Both comms not really having a clear way to start team fights. Because again, the Black Shield is going to block the Maokai from just jumping onto one target and locking them down. And meanwhile, for Gambit's side, you're going to rely on maybe landing a charm, a flash coming in from Diamond to knock up a target, then follow up with the cannon ulti to stun someone. That's how maybe you started. Or you need to land the one binding or the hook from the 2 supports. So no real clear way for both teams to start it. So it's going to be a lot about objectives and vision control now. And then you get a good fight. And they invaded straight in this blue buff.
Huni and Reignover with 75% of the public vote in their favor are going to go for an early invade. The lane swap plays into their favor because of the duo of Fnatic being down. However, Blue will at least slow the process a little.
This is very, very smart though, and a bit of a greedy play from Diamond himself. If you don't start on the same side where you dual laners, you risk this happening where Fnatic can then take their own buff and rush straight toward the blue. Unless you start the blue itself, which Diamond didn't do. He was actually doing wolves first. That's again why he now lose it. And I don't think he can get to their blue in time because now we have the recall from Reignover. He's going to run there with Smite ready. So it's going to be 3 buffs from, or 4 Fnatic. Let's see, Diamond, he's trying. Eddie's here as well, but notice how Yellowstar and Huni, they follow Reignover.
Let's see if Febiven decides to spin around. Yesterday, Fnatic got some early kills in the jungle, and it was Febiven Z that was leading the way. We do some members
they're
of
coming
Gambit.
in.
The Dark Binding's going to connect on Huni, look for those smites. Diamond still trying to get the buff. It's Diamond that's caught up. The flash, the death sentence. Diamond gets blue buff, but he's going to give up first blood to Reignover. I don't think that was worth it. And Reignover does eventually get his 3rd buff as well.
Yeah, just really well played early game from Fnatic. Seeing the lane swap and then just going straight for that blue buff here. It obviously gives them 2 options. Either you can go and dive the cannon if, let's say, Gambit has started on the top side with Diamond here. Then suddenly you just had a free blue buff and then you can dive cannon after. But as soon as they spotted him there, it was fairly easy for them to do 3-4 buffs even with the kill onto Diamond. They're going to get everything early on.
So something that we have been saying since the changes the 2015 season is that 3 buffs isn't the end of the world. Reignover actually gets exhausted. Eddie is going to go in, tries to get the lockdown. Here comes Pinoy to help out. That's going to be a double buff given to Pinoy. That is a massive turnaround. They're turning onto Yellowstar. He gets caught up by Diamond. All of a sudden, it's Fnatic that are the greedy ones. Gambit reply. Double buffs on Pinoy and a kill to Diamond. That is a huge swing in favor of Gambit.
Yeah, it looked so good for Fnatic beforehand. Almost, well, actually got the 4 buffs, but then caught behind enemy lines and Gambit collapsing on them. Getting double for the AD carry. No freeze up here, so Huni has been able to get some XP. Level 3 for himself. Actually goes for Cabochard as well. So both the top laners getting some decent farm, but Cabochard is ahead because he's actually been left on his own all the time. And now Pinoy, he's looking for some
Look how many spears there are. He's got Rend, he's got red buff. Huni is scared, does need to flash away. Pinoy unable to actually proc that, but that's going to be a difficult lane if Huni wants to stick around.
This is really massive for Gambit because, again, Cabochard, he's just been sitting in that bot lane. After Fnatic took the blue buff, they didn't go and try and kill him. Instead, they went back to their own blue buff, so tried to deny Diamond some farm, and therefore left this cannon on his own. He's a squishy target. He would be easy to dive normally. Not anymore. He's already level 4 or 5. And 26 CS to 11 from Huni.
Well, I want to echo what Tabs was saying in our pregame, how if Gambit can get off to a strong lane, if they can get off to a good early game, it can help them contain Fnatic's roams, contain Fnatic's movement around the map. They've got Pinoy with double buffs up top. They've got Cabochard with a CS and a level advantage. And yes, we haven't seen much of Betsy yet, but he's staying relevant. and he's going to have support soon. Let's see what happens to Cabochard. He's flayed backwards. He's going to be able to just rush away. This is a very, very good start for Gambit.
Yeah, for sure. Especially because Diamond managed to get some revenge on Raynova and Fnatic for taking all his buffs. He's got to kill himself as well, and an assist. So he's actually looking fine. XP is not a problem. Remember, it's the camps that really matter, not the buffs itself. Febiven jumping on Betsy, small level advantage for him.
Yeah, Febiven hitting that ultimate mark.
Betsy will get it
goes
now.
aggressive instantly and actually burns the exhaust. Just the threat of Deathmark was enough for Betsy to use that summoner spell. So Febiven got a small advantage in the mid lane. He needs to make it capitalize. Oh! Yellow Star stealing the crab from Diamond. As we catch another glimpse, Betsy now going in. Deathmark used to dodge the charm and going to get out safely. Betsy continues to engage. Fairly smart play from Febiven.
Yeah, Betsy actually tried to bait him into a bad fight here because Diamond was coming from the river. But due to Fnatic spotting him as Yellow Star was stealing away that juicy goal for himself, Febiven just ulted and then backed away for himself. I'm not sure if he actually dodged the charm with his ulti or not.
I think he did.
Probably did, yeah. So just Betsy trying to set up a little bait. Didn't work for him. Instead, just some more farm. And often again what you see is if Ahri falls behind in the lane to Zed, she goes for Arm Guard as one of her first items, like Codex into Arm Guard and then a fairly early Hourglass. So she at least can stay even in the lane and not get all in by the Zed.
Well, we'll see how this works out for them. Gambit going to start stabilizing these laning phases. We do see Huni moving up to that top lane to try to deal with Pinoy as best he can. 30 CS to 44. Still down. But definitely not out of it. Does have his teleport available. And we do see Cabochard continuing to accelerate. You touched on the item builds that we could see. Maybe you're going for that Arm Guard.
There we go.
For both mid and top lane, actually, for Gambit.
Keep in mind, Fnatic is close to only physical damage. Yes, there's the Maokai some true damage on the Olaf, but the two main carries is going to be physical damage. So getting early Hourglasses from Gambit is going to mean they can actually take some good fights in the mid game. Kennen as well, some of the recent buffs he's gotten, has become stronger and stronger in terms of the mid game itself, especially with his ulti. And the fact he can actually max his W now after the change, so it does damage to everyone in Kennen's ulti, which is really strong.
So we'll expand on that in a moment. This is 5.3. Fnatic signaling their intent to control Diamond. Another jungle invade. The entirety of this opening match, Fnatic have put emphasis on Diamond's buffs. It cost them at red, but that's another steal for them.
And it was, of course, Diamond doing so well the last few games for Gambit, always setting up kills for his solo laners. Now it's really been denied quite a bit. Again, not in terms of XP too much, more just the fact he never gets to have a buff or give it over to Betsy either. And we just see Fnatic with a bit of a power play. You have to teleport in the top lane and 4 guys on the bottom side, so you will always be in a numbers advantage when you go for that buff.
Definitely the case. And as we were mentioning just before that previous buff battle, we are on 5.3. Kennen did have some tweaks to his ultimate, going to hit everybody within the range as opposed to random targets. And very important, like you mentioned, the W damage applied to everybody.
Inside the ulti.
Inside
so
the ulti
basically,
range.
that means you can max it in the lane itself, so it's ready for the first dragon fight. And that's going to be a massive power spike for him compared to the Kennen where he used to max Q beforehand and only have the damage on one target. Those are eating a small binding, not really doing too much. No tower's been taken down in this lane swap, so it's been very different from what we normally see, because again, there's been so much focus on denying buffs from the junglers and not really diving or stopping any of the top laners from farming, really.
Well, we'll see how this works out for them. Cabochard still with a small advantage, 20 CS over Huni. Febiven not going to take the bait against Betsy. Betsy's around 10 or 15 down. But dealing with that early aggression of Febiven.
Yeah, and while, okay, they're losing the mid lane from Gambit's side, Pinoy managed to get a lot of farm on Kalista. He dodged the Graves early, which would have been a very tough lane for him. And of course, Cabochard been winning as well in terms of the top laners. So Gambit actually been winning out on this lane swap with the farm on both Pinoy and Cabochard. And let's see Raynova. He's spotted here by a ward. It's already pinged. So as you see, Gambit can now start the dragon with Raynova being stuck in the top lane.
Eddie and Pinoy, the wave is pushing very heavily against them. We'll see if they get caught out. 3 members of Fnatic top, and as you touched on, Deficio, information is key. Gambit going to secure an uncontested, safe dragon at absolutely no cost. That is a great ward in the top lane.
Yeah.
A fairly non-traditional ward, but it works out really well. It's about to time out. and Gambit take full advantage.
And even better for Gambit, because they were sitting in the middle of the lane, you have to, of course, respect the lantern from a Thresh. So you needed that ward really far back to really see if anyone was coming, and that's why they placed it there. So good ward in the top side, making sure they stay safe, get them the dragon as well. And I made this comment yesterday about how Gambit, they don't really care about early dragons unless it's for free. That's basically from Eddie himself, talking about how, yeah, you know what, we want farm, we want kills instead. But if we see someone on the top side and we don't have to buy any pink walls to take a dragon, we will go and get it, like Gambit just did here.
So very well played. What we did see was that farm alarm from Diamond used to actually secure his own red buff. We did catch a glimpse of Fnatic members moving into the jungle and clearing out the tunnels, but Gambit able to defend. You know, this is something we have seen from Gambit over the course of their winning games, the winning streak rather. Their laning phase in their early game tends to be relatively strong. They've got very high-skilled players, but they tend to lose some focus or some shot calling in the mid-game. So I want to see how they use this very mobile, high-damage comp once we start seeing more pressure on towers and once we start seeing roams. Diamond, it's going to work again on that synergy with Cabochard.
It's actually really been a good thing for Gambit with Cabochard and Diamond together. Cabochard is one of the best top laners in terms of pure laning phase. And then, of course, when Diamond can come down and snowball him, he can really start taking over the games. We've seen it so many times. Notice they can spot him in the bush here. They know Huni's sitting there. Saw a sapling. They're just going to go all in.
Well, Cabochard's looking forward. That's an instant flash from Huni. He's stunned. He's knocked up. The tree is getting chopped. Cabochard continues to lay down the auto attacks, but it's the Prey Seeker that seeks the honeypot and takes him down. Gambit with another kill.
Another kill, and just a nice little setup with the lane gank from Diamond, knowing you had enough damage and CC to lock down a Maokai. Actually going for Righteous Glory from the side of Huni, so no Rod of Ages for him, which means even less magic damage from Fnatic later in the game. Going for that mobility instead to really help out the Olaf pick as well from Rainover. Get in there, get into the back line of Gambit.
So Fnatic have this team comp that's heavily stacked in dealing physical damage. We felt the early game, the laning phase, may be quite integral, because if their opponents get those hourglasses, get that armor stacked up, it could be very difficult for them to win team fights. So Fnatic got to be very careful with how much they give away to their opponents.
Yeah, the only good thing for Fnatic is there's no tank on the side of Gambit, except for maybe the Rek'Sai, who will be stacking armor for sure, but that's one target. The backline itself, you don't really get any armor items on the likes of an AD carry. And obviously for the two mages here, yes, you get an hourglass, but that's going to be it. It's going to make it hard for Febiven to find a target. But in terms of like pure armor stacking, because there's so many squishy members of Gambit, we're not going to hit those 250, 300 numbers, which you would see with a full tank.
So we'll see how Fnatic manages to deal with that. Yellow Star gets charmed by Betsy. Tremor Sense will reveal Rainover's position. Diamond's going to smite that one away. Again, Fnatic really trying to control the blue buff in the jungle of Gambit.
Yeah, all they're doing here is denying that blue buff from Betsy. Because very important in the Ahri and Zed matchup is Ahri, once she gets arm guard and then a blue buff, she can actually start spamming abilities and she can push the Zed back and suddenly actually catch up in farm from Betsy's side. But he keeps losing that buff here, meaning that Febiven has a fairly easy lane and he can keep his lead.
And it's showing 15 CS at this point. We do see Edward. Soul Shackles is available. Gonna set his sights on Steelback. Going to be moving in. Instant teleport from Huni. Is that going to complete? Yes, it is.
Oh,
Edward.
with ulti.
Oh, that is so smart. Pinoy using the Fate's Call so that Eddie can keep his flash. Much shorter cooldown. And they get out clean. So, Hourglass is completed. Merc Treads picked up for Diamond on that farm alarm. Rainover looking for Cabochard. This could get messy. We do see the slicing Maelstrom, but you cannot stun a Ragnarok Olaf. Cabochard going to throw that Hourglass down. Going to stay alive. Flashes out. Now Diamond's looking. Prey Seeker goes out. He's used the tunnel already. Diamond not able to flash. Cabochard chasing. Prey Seeker hit the W. One or two more hit attacks needed. Not going to secure the kill. Is this going to get them in trouble though? Febiven.
More people are coming here.
Is
Two mid
chasing.
laners moving down.
Cabochard's going to
solo.
take the tot. 100 HP left, less than actually. Febiven's now chasing in. Knockup is not going to work. Death cap, Death Mark, not even needed. They've thrown that down to Huni, but here comes Betsy now. This has turned into an extremely extended fight. Betsy's on the board, 1-0-1. Who else is around? No, Duo Lane's going to help out. And heavens to Betsy, he's going to back away from that fight. But 1-0-1, got a kill in the roam.
Yeah, 2 kills actually here for Fnatic in that fight. Cabochard and Diamond ended up going down. Only 1 kill going over to Febiven with the roam. Back up to this dual lane. Pinoy's really had a good time because the lane's open. Oh, they're going in.
Flash, Flay, Deathbox does not connect. And Eddie, thanks to saving the flash earlier, is able to flash out towards safety. But successful gank nonetheless. However, Yellow started to use his own side.
And we just saw the one-on-one before between Raynova and Cabochard. That's really going to be the big deal for Fnatic when you have this Olaf who can get locked down by all the CC from Gambit. He's going to be a big deal in this game. Febren obviously saving ulti. Diamond is doing his best here to try and save Cabochard by knocking up the Z first. But as soon as he can actually just dash around him, get the first kill, Betsy comes in, trying to clean it up. But from here, because Gambit took so much damage onto the tower as well, or well, from the one-on-one beforehand, they end up losing on the trade. They're going to get a top turret, or close to it.
Oh, Blade of the Ruined King's on Pinoy. He's chasing, trying to set something up. They get the Ragnarok down. One thing that we did catch in that replay was the changes to Ahri in 5.3. The W, that Foxfire spinning around 30% quicker, so gets more shots off, gets more damage off, but it is a shorter range. So Betsy needs to get in much closer to his enemies, and all that free time from the Roman Febiven, Betsy's now closed out, or closed down that CS gap.
And talking about the 5.3 changes to Ahri also really highlights why Fnatic put so much focus on the blue buff, because the W, also the Q from Ahri cost more mana as well. So she really needs the blue buff in this matchup, and it's just been denied from Betsy. But he has now, as you just said here, caught up in farm, second dragon being started again. Fnatic's dual lane is still in the top side. Eddie had already recalled and would be nearby in case there was a fight, so there's going to be another dragon for Gambit. 2 for 0. And once again, they've only invested 1 pink ward, that's 100 gold, on getting 2 dragons.
So Fnatic will answer back by securing the first tower of the game. 500 gold down against their opponents, but in a good position. Gambit now somewhat aggressive. They're caught out in the jungle. Eddie, can he land the Dark Binding? Chilling Smite comes out for Raynova. Reyno's dodged 1, he's dodged 2, he's dodged 3. Can't dodge them all. Does get caught out. Gambit secure a kill. Now Cabochard, they've stunned that Febiven. That's 2 quick kills as the death mark is down, but it's not going to be enough. Gambit have got a minion line pushing up behind them, and they may want to commit to the tower. Huni is looking for a chunk of Gambit to take out, but decides against it, and Pinoy is now joining the fight. This is a 5 versus 3, and they're going in for the tower.
Again, that was just a really, really good play by Gambit. After the take, the dragon hit, they still noted Yellowstar and Steelback were on the top side. Huni actually caught out here.
Oh, he's in so much trouble. We do see him going down. Just a second, it's the rend that works. Gambit, they've done it again. They do manage to take a tower in reply. That aggressive move through the jungle was fantastic. They catch Fnatic out and they take a tower.
Again, it's just a great power play because they know Yellowstar and Steelback were on the top side of the map, so they could move into the jungle, place a few deep wards. They saw Raynova move by, saying, okay, we already here with so many members. We had Pinoy running from the top lane as well. We can take a fight, create a few picks, get a mid lane tower as well. Just such a good setup by Gambit, knowing where Fnatic were with their players and how to take advantage of it. And now we're going to get another fight for this blue buff. Oh, well, we're going to get Fnatic to take it, I guess.
Yeah, it's something that we do have to highlight. If anybody was watching the Unicorns of Love versus H2K game yesterday, Unicorns hit their power spikes with the Trinity Forces, and they didn't necessarily use them. They didn't go aggressive. You look at Gambit with their Hourglasses, with the Blade of the Ruined King, they went aggressive. They looked for an opportunity to take advantage of where they are in the game. What I need to see from Gambit in this matchup is a more concise rotation game. Because when they ran their double AD comp with limited forms of engage yesterday, they weren't really able to push those side lanes. And they do have a good position. They've got a strong lead. They need to try to push it out today.
Yeah, I talked to Gambit after the game, and they said, we know we could have done more in the mid game, but we just waited for those 5 dragons. We played it safe against all the wave 10. Oh, Febiven!
The charm hits. Betsy wants blood. He's going to chase out. Spirit Dash is not going to be enough, but he gets some damage onto Febiven. Febiven's just going to use that shadow to get away. Will it secure a tower? Support is here for Gambit. It looks to be the case.
Gambit needs some wave in the mid lane, though. They might actually end up trading turrets.
Well, we'll see if this works out. Tower's going to fall. We'll catch a glimpse of the mid lane in a moment. So Gambit, they do get 1. They will lose 1 in reply. Even trade, but Fnatic are still pushing.
Won't really be able to get too much. Hurricane is completed for Pinoy. He has some wave 10. Oh, Diamond is coming in behind them.
Well, let's see what he can do. Void Rush is out. Doesn't connect with the knockup. Cabochard looking for a fight. There's no teleport available. Fnatic may make it out. That's the flash and decising Maelstrom. They've stunned up 2 members. Yellowstar is down. We're going to see Raynova unable to be crowd controlled thanks to that Ragnarok. But the flash charm. Betsy hits it on the millisecond. Double kill for Pinoy. Gambit are playing flawlessly. That was a beautiful flash charm from Betsy.
Everything here from Gambit was great. They take the bot lane turret, knowing they had ulti from Diamond to come up to the mid lane here, chase for the kills, and yeah, Cabochard moving ahead of Huni down to join the fight, flashing in, and so many nice plays. Betsy as well. This Baron, however, is a bit risky. They're going for Huni instead.
Edward got lobbed in, as is his fate. Huni dropped once more. Rend is up, will be available in a second. Pinoy looking for the stacks. Deathmark goes out, they trade 1-for-1 as Febiven is going to continue running. That ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in this particular fight, and Febiven's doing work. Diamond digs a hole under the Raptors, and Lantern from Yellowstar. The fight was so extended, Yellowstar could respawn, but the Baron didn't fall.
Baron still alive. We're only 20 minutes in. There's been a lot of action in this game here. Gambit with the 2 kills first, started it with just basically waiting for Fnatic to walk in to try and stop them to take another fight. But look here, knows how Cabochard again. He's one step ahead of Huni. Gonna join in first. He has flash ready. That's such a nice setup. Yellowstar will go down early, and we can see the rest of Gambit just follow up Betsy as well. Wait for this ulti to run out from Reno and then flash charm. There we go. Flash charm into him. Another kill.
That was just gorgeous. And really, really decisive play from Gambit. I do think we also need to give some praise to Fnatic. Yes, they gave up more kills, but they prevented that Baron going down. That could have been the wave-pushing nail in the coffin if Gambit could secure it. Fnatic, they did prevent it.
We've really seen this cannon pick here pay off for Cabochard, because he's always been able to be one step ahead of Huni. So he's actually been there for the fights itself, where Huni hasn't really had too much of an impact. He's been shut down in the laning phase quite a bit. Righteous glory for him. So again, he's going to add in some more utility for his team, but it's going to make him weaker instead of going for that Rod of Ages. And the lack of magic damage can still be a problem for them. And obviously also for Pinoy now. QSS third item. Gonna eliminate the ulti from Zed. Gonna make it really, really tough for Fnatic to ever get to him when he also has a black shield for himself. A BT might come in later, so he has the shield and an extra lifesteal as well for him. So it's gonna be very, very tough to shut down Pinoy.
We're about to see Pinoy in action.
Just pulling Eddie again.
The Hurricane, chilling smite comes out.
There's Eddie.
He's gonna lob Eddie. Eddie unable to knock up Rainover because of the Ragnarok.
Ah, right.
And he does escape. We did see a teleport from Cabochard. Fnatic are split up. I got your back here, Deficia, don't worry.
It looked very weird because it's like,
it hit, but it didn't knock him
and then
up.
he got knocked, kind of knocked Eddie back instead.
Let's see what happens. Fnatic have grouped up in the top lane. Despite the fact that Gambit started the fight, it looks like Gambit are going to be happy to trade what appears to be the dragon for a tower, but they want the fight. Death Sentence connects on Eddie. Yellowstar's gone in, but he's left the rest of his team. Steelback's caught out, and Cabochard has soloed in a 1v2. Yellowstar gets dropped by the rest of Gambit's support, and now Huni is in full retreat. He's going to flash over the wall. Pinoy fails the pierce, not able to follow it up. But Gambit did get the dragon at the cost of a tower, and they did secure 2 kills. It may not be over yet, Deficia. Hold that thought. Prey Seeker goes out. Diamond is
coming as well.
Looking for Febiven. Ragnarok goes out, but the damage from Betsy is large. He does not have Spirit Rush, but he does have Exhaust. The knockup lands on Febiven. Febiven goes in with the Deathmark. Hourglass early from Cabochard will dodge the damage. Febiven is down. Huni is down. Gambit 16-5. They are looking to go 5-0.
And Fnatic is normally the team who plays so well together. 5 versus 5, but Gambit in this game here just always one step ahead to take the right fights, to catch them out of positions again and again and again. Whenever Fnatic tries to push a tower, Gambit comes in from the side, gets a kill, gets a dragon, 3 dragons for 0 as well for them. Yellowstar is the only guy who's trying to stop it. Now Steelback joining.
Oh, gonna
pull them in.
Pinoy saves Eddie. Pinoy's going ham. Rend is available. He's going to put some damage down, but yes, Baron not secured. Keep a close eye on those player cams. We saw Febiven's face a moment ago. He is not looking like a happy camper. While we got a moment to breathe. Well, we don't have a moment to breathe. There's the replay.
So again, yeah, Gambit is fine trading dragon for tower because they already have 2-0, so they're going towards that 5th dragon point now. And notice after the fight top lane, look at your minimap. Cabochard already running down to join in, so Fnatic know, okay, we're not going to be able to run away here. Febiven, he's going to die for sure, so they go for the fight instead. And that just ends up really backfiring for them. Now, beautiful stun by Diamond. Febiven goes down after popped his ulti, first Hourglass, and Yellowstar's gonna die as well.
Well, that was easy peasy. Put in Empire's Gambit get a kill. Betsy, in his 2nd game on the LCS stage, going 6-0-6. Keep in mind, he didn't get a blue buff. Keep in mind how much pressure Febiven put on him. And he's really stepping up. We did see Gambit look to secure that red buff, which they did. Fnatic have not got wave clear in this mid lane. Gambit are taking their 4th tower. 0 opposition.
Gambit is really playing well with this skirmish, like pick comp kind of team. Like it's a bit of everything for Gambit in this case, except for like a real tank. But they're playing so well around it because they keep creating these picks onto Fnatic and punish Fnatic for overextending in any lane, and then they transition that into towers and dragons. Again, 3 dragons to 0, 26 minutes in. That's scary because suddenly Fnatic now have that ticking time bomb where they're forced to fight. And at this point, in a straight-up 5-on-5, your Maokai is not tanky enough to do anything. Your Olaf as well. Yes, you might be able to single out one target, but that's going to be it. Fabiven doesn't have a target. QSS on Pinoy, double hourglass as well for the 2 AP carries. Who is he going to kill?
Nobody at this stage, Deficio, because Gambit have just got... They put together a team comp that they're playing off. Fabiven, you're dead. Lantern is up. He's got away, but is taken out. Between Eddie and Rend, they get themselves their 18th kill. I do have to highlight the fact that Huni has been absolutely nullified. He did not get his hands on Lissandra. He did not get his hands on Rumble, both banned away. And when you think of him playing any other champions, the Gnar played it once, uninspiring. Now he's playing Maokai. Huni on tanks, not necessarily the greatest of performances.
I do have to say in this game, Gambit has done a great job actually shutting him down as well. And that's one of the reasons he's not really been able to get going on the Maokai. But yeah, you are right. He's been looking a lot better on these AP carries instead for him. But Gambit is overall just... They do such a good job playing around Kapashad and his strong laning phase. Really make sure he can always get... Once they swap back to the real lanes. Because remember the lane swap itself, Huni was running with Rainover to take the buffs away. He took the first blue buff from Diamond, then he took their own blue buff for Fnatic themselves. Meanwhile, Kapashad was just sitting in the lane, 1 versus 2 farming. Yeah. Nothing was stopping him, and that's again why he got such a massive lead.
It's true, even if Huni was playing a different champion, the way Gambit reacted to the lane swap and the way they took advantage of Fnatic's over-aggression on the 3-buff, almost 4-buff, it was Gambit that pulled themselves up. Take a look at your minimap. There are deep wards and tunnels slowly being cleared out by Fnatic, but it's Gambit that have had the vision in the jungle, and those Sentinels giving more. Rainover just dodges a bullet.
And this is a thing Gambit didn't do yesterday. Start baiting that Baron as soon as you know you're stronger and you can establish that vision control. You go towards that Baron and take control of the area, so you force Fnatic to come and face check you. Yesterday it took a long time for them to do it. Now, big change, double Oracle lens coming in for them as well to really deny vision around it. And we just see them move always back in towards. They want to make sure the Fnatic can never fully leave this area, because then suddenly the Baron will go down. Remember the Ren stacks from Kalista.
The decisive play from Gambit. It is day and night. Yesterday, it was Cabashot and Diamond that got them through that laning phase and set Gambit up with a double 80 comp in just, fantastic fashion. But today, Gambit are pushing the map. They've got absolute dragon control. Another one spawning in 40 seconds. Their vision has been great, and they've not been caught out of position. And Gambit is making sure they're punishing Fnatic's movements.
Exactly. Gambit has outplayed Fnatic in terms of teamwork, which normally never happens. Fnatic beat SK through the teamwork yesterday. And now Gambit really showing, well, we can do it as well. We can run as a unit. We can create these picks here. We can take full advantage of you if you ever split up on the map, like they've done with this very, very mobile and very damage-heavy comp. If you get caught out, you will die very fast, and we've seen it time and time again.
Let's see if Fnatic decide to pick a fight on Dragon number 4. They've got a lot of armor. 2 frozen
They want to
hearts.
trade it for Baron.
Righteous Glory. You've got some damage between Febiven and Steelback, but they have targets to go through. Let's see if they get the trade.
Diamond should go straight to the Baron itself. He should never have joined for this dragon here. Kalista can take it on her own. She has lifesteal already. She has the Rend. So just let Pinoy soul this dragon, and then you make sure you can stop Fnatic from starting at this. What Gambit is doing, Fnatic had to back away. 4 dragons to 0 now. 36 minutes in, and we're going to have that 5th dragon for Gambit.
Gambit have got positioning on the inhibitor turret. Fnatic want to knock on their door and go through the gate. So we'll be able to respond quickly enough. They've got some wave clear, but Huni, he's decided to engage. This is one of those terrible flanking guerrilla warfare moments we saw from JWoww yesterday. Huni. Oh, Huni.
Oh, Huni. Not in his best game for sure. Now suddenly opens up for Gambit to actually go for this tower. They don't have any minions. Look at the side lanes. They're very far away, especially the bottom lane. It's not going to push for Gambit at all, so they have to align these 6 minions and the Brave Cannon coming in.
Well, let's see what Gambit can do. They've caught Reynova.
got
He's
Reynova
already
ulti.
thrown down to Ragnarok. That's an aggressive dive. Cabashot forced to use that hourglass. Betsy gets one on the board as Cabashot is taken down in reply. Now, steal back. What can he do to wave clear? The answer is nothing because Gambit have taken the turret. They've taken the inhibitor. They will be ecstatic with that trade. Super minions barreling down the
Huni
middle
again.
lane. Now Huni. Oh, you're on the wrong side of town, buddy. We do see Fate's Call throwing, knocking him up in the air. Huni is gonna get dropped again. Put some CC down, but that was a poor call. And you can see big sigh from Huni in your player cam. Really not on the same page as the rest of the team.
No, exactly. 2 times in a row now where he tries to flank, and it's pretty obvious the team is not in a position to really fight with him. Again, Fnatic though, knowing again with these 4 dragons, being so far behind in gold, you're gonna have to pull out some desperation plays. Baron is one of them, but Diamond stayed. We'll make sure they can start it and rush it. So now again, it's all about Gambit. They can wait for next dragon to spawn if they want to. They already have the inhibitor down. Then go for a push. They can take the Baron first, even bait it, force Fnatic to come in again, face check them, move them out of their own base itself. There's so many options for Gambit here.
Well, Gambit are set poised to take their 5th win in a row against Fnatic, the number 2 team in the league. And if you step back and you look at the big picture, what this game reminds me of is watching H2K last week. H2K led into the week. They had some scrappy wins. They had some, games that went long and they had to dig deep. Gambit have been in a similar position throughout their wins, and this game is now just great decision making. Objective after objective, vision into jungle invade, into lane invade. With 32 minutes on the clock, and Gambit have got super minions and near perfect map control. It is just great to see the growth of the league.
It's almost been like an old M5 game, honestly, where you get all the dragons on the side of Gambit and you keep always looking at where the enemy is, and if you see them, okay, they're on the top side, we're gonna invade your jungle instead, ward it off completely, and again, look for these picks here, constantly punish the enemy team for being out of position for Gambit. I like the style for them. Really suits them well.
Yeah, I
Keep
agree.
creating these picks and going for Huni. It's not the first time.
No, it's not. The Lantern's there this time round. Soul Shackle's unable to root the tree in place. Gambit, they've got a little bit of pressure in the jungle. They steal themselves a buff. The one thing that we do need to note for Fnatic, they might get caught out of position here. This is so scary.
Oh, Reynova, he has the Lantern.
Okay, so yellow.
Only problem for Gambit here is they don't have any pink wards around this Baron itself, so they can't really deny too much vision, but instead they can just teleport in.
They don't need vision when they can just engage. They've TP'd onto Fnatic. Eddie's going to be taken out by Feathervin, but is it enough? Feathervin in full retreat, as is Reynova. Keep your eyes on Pinoy. He's chasing, he's dashing, he's hopping. Ren is available, he's taken out. You steal back and Yellow Star dropped. I'm at a loss for words, Deficio. Gambit get 3 for 2. Little bit messy to clean up.
If Diamond can
the
stop
base.
the recalls here, then Gambit can finish the game. He's looking for Feathervin. He's standing there recalling. He won't get to stop him, but he's delayed them long enough. There should be at least one inhibitor turret.
So, Nexus turret is down. Pinoy is going to lifesteal up off the minions before he backs away. Again, that fight didn't exactly go the right way. Fnatic got a lot of damage down quickly. And this Gambit weren't necessarily as clumped. They did end up coming off a little worse for it, but a turret means Gambit's still in the lead. 11,000 gold in the lead.
All right, Telebot coming in, cover shot. He can't really find a target for himself because he gets locked down by Huni. And then you actually see Forbidden jumping Eddie, get the first kill, and there's a lot of damage now. This is a good fight for Fnatic, except for the fact that Pinoy, he didn't get dropped. Nobody can get to him and kill him. And now, on this Kalista, when he can just keep auto-attacking with this much attack speed, get the rinse off here, get the reset on it as well, he could clean up the fight. Dragon 1 minute is going to be the target for Gambit. Just get a few pink wards now, set everything up around it. You don't care if Fnatic goes for Baron. Let them have it. You take this 5th dragon, then you just push down the base. That's enough for you.
And the way Gambit have played with their very, very aggressive engages, if they get that 5th dragon and double the stats, 12% AD and AP at this point, that's the makings of a guaranteed teamfight win. Diamond playing so aggressively with just the support of Edward, bullying Fnatic through their jungle. 30 seconds until Dragon spawns. You can feel the tension as Fnatic are grouped up looking for a fight. Charm connects. Heavens to Betsy, that damage
That
is
was the
huge.
tank.
2,000 hit points. Just shredded away there or thereabouts from Huni.
This is going to make it nearly impossible for Fnatic to do anything. If you can't even send in Huni to buy time for your carries to do anything in a fight, well, then you might as well just back away and not risk being aced at this dragon and end up losing the game.
No teleport for Huni either, so he can't back off and
He got to
return
heal a little
the
bit on the
fight.
minions, though. He got to heal a little bit.
Let's see what he can do. Still around 50% of his HP available. There is vision in the pit for
going
Fnatic.
in.
Righteous Glory's been activated. Huni's looking for a target, but Gambit have peeled back, have peeled away, have managed to peel Fnatic apart. Reignover, no Ragnarok yet. He does decide to go in. Let's look for Pinoy. Dark Binding connects on Feathervin. Edward, what have you done to save this fight? We do see him, Gambit in retreat, slicing Maelstrom to zone up as best they can. Pinoy is running rampage through the side lanes. We do see Feathervin trying to get out, but he goes down. Deathmark does secure one. Triple kill for Cabochard. Dragon number 5 for Gambit. Deficio, this is game.
This should be game, at least. They're going actually for the Baron itself. Diamond even had a tunnel over there. Can start it. They have the Baron buff. Might even get a kill on Yellow Star.
Has he got Yellow Star? It's going to
Oh,
take the
the
tunnel.
tunnel.
The flay comes out. Diamondback is back. Diamondback?
Diamondback is back.
See, I forgot a word. Diamond is back. End of story. Gambit, Dragon number 5, Baron number 1. And a just dominating victory. These team fights have become a little scary for Gambit, but it doesn't matter.
As you notice how Gambit, as to see the Righteous Lord being popped, they just back away. They kite around here, try and land a little bit of poke, or see if they can get the Dragon low enough to use the Rend from Kalista. Here's a little problem for Cabochard. He gets CC'd, so he doesn't get to use his ulti before the hourglass. So he's actually lacking a lot of damage for him. But Pinoy again, notice his HP. He's barely getting hit, so he can just jump around. Featherman can't even go for him due to the QSS, and therefore Gambit can still clean up the fights. Poor little Cabochard has to die in the end, though.
I absolutely love the fact that Eddie managed to land that Dark Binding on Feathervin right at the beginning. The amount of time that it bought Gambit just allowed them to chase. We do see movement speed. That's a very quick Gambit squad. They've got empowered minions. They've got empowered champions. They've got another inhibitor down. Look at the minion waves. It is pushing against them in 2 lanes, but Gambit, they don't give a monkeys because they're grouping on the Nexus turret. They're going to put some damage down. Huni's trying to catch out. Teleport was used, and Eddie predicts it. Look at Feathervin. He's low. He's already forced back. He's forced out of the fight.
Well, you can go back, get your home guards. Fnatic just needs to go get home guards here. Take a bit of damage, try and reset as soon as they actually can, get full HP, and then go back into the fight. They have to win this here, otherwise Gambit Gaming are going to look so good in it.
I don't think they can. Cabochard's gone in. This is the fight that wins Gambit their 5th game in a row. The Nexus turret is falling. The Nexus is down. Gambit is back.
We heard Diamond say in the feature beforehand, it's time for Gambit to get on a real long winning streak. Obviously not a losing streak, a winning streak for Gambit. Way to ruin the moment.
Deficio, I am stunned.
5 wins in a row now. Gambit is on a
stunned.
fantastic winning streak, and every game they play, they just look better and better.
It's more than that. This is the best game Gambit has played in 2015.
Yeah, for sure.
There is no doubt about it. For anybody that was doubting their ability, which includes me, if this is what Gambit can reach, if this is what Gambit can do, we need to see this more often.
It was just fantastic to see how they always knew what to do whenever Fnatic tried to make a play. Gambit would always say, okay, either we're going to go 5 minutes and kill you, or we can just send 3 guys and stop you from pushing, and then the other 2 can take a dragon. Again, they got every single dragon in this game 5-0. Not a problem for them at all. They were just always, again, a step ahead of Fnatic and outplayed them in terms of teamwork, which is so weird. And Huni's luckily still smiling a little bit.
Yeah, this mixed reactions from the Fnatic camp when we caught them on camera. When you've been thoroughly beaten like this, I guess the best thing to do is step back and just realize where it went wrong.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
From the very early game, Fnatic had a clear strategy in the jungle, but Gambit just replied, and their team fights were just... They were borderline rude because they just kept jumping on Fnatic over and over. That was a very exciting game to watch. 33 kills to 9. Before I give this back to Deficio, Betsy, Heavens Betsy, 10-0-13. His team had 33 kills. He was involved in 23. No deaths. He did on Ari hate to say this, what Nick was unable to do throughout the course of their previous games. That was a phenomenal performance.
It was, and compared to his performance yesterday, the first game he played on stage, clearly some nerves.
Yeah.
Or maybe he just couldn't make the same plays on an Ezreal compared to the Ari here. I really like him as a player. He has great mechanics. We've seen it already. Not afraid to jump in as well, despite only playing 2 games now in the LCS. But for Gambit, honestly, the way they managed to punish Fnatic for putting so much focus on the buffs, which again doesn't really deny too much XP from your jungler, allowed again Cabochard just to do whatever he wanted. Pinoy had a free time as well in the lane swap. Once they actually swapped back, the 2 main lanes, the 2 side lanes, they were ahead in farm for Gambit side. And they stayed ahead in farm all game long. And they were really also the 2 carries together with, I guess we can add in Betsy, of course, the 3 carries then for them. And they just ran this team fight, or this team comp, where there was so much CC and, again, mobility coming in. You had the Talisman completed for Eddie to really boost up everyone so they could keep forcing the fights on Fnatic. And as you mentioned earlier, double Hourglass, there you have your armor already against the Graves and the Zed as the 2 damage dealers coming in from Fnatic side. As soon as Fnatic fell behind, they just couldn't take down any targets fast enough, except for the support, or maybe Cabochard after the fight was already over and they'd already lost.
Yeah, the one thing that does stand out to me is early game, the first 30 minutes was clearly in Gambit's favor. There was those 2 team fights that were just a little messy in the middle lane and then around Dragon a little later. But Fnatic had moments where they could have done things, but unfortunately they'd given up too much too early. And this is what we said in Picks and Bans. If you're going to run a heavy AD composition, you can't afford to let your opponents itemize against you. And unfortunately, it did happen. So before we carry on, we can actually throw it over to our analyst, as they are joined by a few members of Gambit Gaming. So let's hand it over to them for a closer look into that 5th straight win.
Thanks, Quick Chat. We're here with Diamond and Pinoy after that stellar performance versus Fnatic. 5-game winning streak. The first thing I got to ask you, Diamond, what changed from before the winning streak and right after?
I think the only thing that has changed is like our practice. We just got our normal internet. We started to practice really good, and then Jordan arrived and helped us really big out with our fails and stuff to fix them. And now we're improving day by day. As I said, like 2 weeks or 1 week before, we're improving. So we're beating more and more guys.
Okay, Pino, I have a little question for you. Kalista, it felt like pretty much the perfect champion to have against our team comp. So many low-range characters, Zed, Maokai, Olaf. After you got such a good early game, how confident were you in your ability to just carry this game?
I felt really confident because we have a strong front line, or I know that my Kennen will zone their backline, so the only thing I have to worry about is Olaf and Maokai, which Kalista is good against, and they were stacking armor, so I got an early last whisper, so I didn't feel pressure any in the team fights at all.
Yeah, it is very good. Okay, I got another question for Diamond here. Your level 1, it was a bit scary for me to see. You did get invaded on your blue and it got stolen. You tried to invade their blue but got first blood. But still, afterwards, you managed to still get such good map control, such good flanks off. How did you manage to make that happen?
I think it was all because they tried to push their advantage further on and came to our red and just gave us 2 free kills, and that really just let me came back into the game. And then I was just so ahead that I could buy like not a lot of wards, but I could apply so much pressure on the map that they couldn't handle it. And if I wouldn't give some crabs to Yellow Star, then it would be even better.
But it was very good as was. We saw you going for the Skirmisher Saber again, even though the first times you ran it on Jarvan in the beginning of the season was your thing, but here on Rek'Sai it really worked. Explain us why.
Because Rek'Sai is much better champion than any other one. Like Nidalee and Rek'Sai are pretty much like really good, and other junglers are like poor, weak.
So those are your top 2 picks yesterday on Nidalee. Also fantastic game. Talk us through the shot calling in your team with Betsy coming in. Tabs pointed out that maybe with Nick going you would have some trouble there, but Betsy stepping up, and it seemed like you guys knew exactly where you were going on the map and someone had a close rein on that. Pinoy.
So Nick, after our losing streak, we decided to put a main shot caller, and that was practicing with Nick as the shot caller. But after he's got away, Edward and Cabochard are more in the control, and Edward is stepping up really huge in our comps. So he's like taking the role of Nick until he comes back.
I see. talk me through, well, playing with Betsy a little more, because yesterday he had a good game, but you were carrying on Italy a lot, so the team was kind of going on that. And then today you're like, Betsy, you're going up against Febiven's Zed, his worst, or his best champion rather, and a very bad matchup for you. So how did he react to that, because he stepped up to the plate?
Betsy is playing really well. I wasn't even afraid of him doing like some poor stuff against Febiven, because I think he can like stay that lane 50-50. Either he will stay safe or he will like dominate Febiven. He stayed safe, then they gave him advantage, then he went just like bottom lane and almost killed that 1v1 and kept doing that thing for all the game. So I was really confident in that guy, even though he's not like talking much when he's playing, but I guess he's a really great player, and I'm glad that we had him as a sub. Yeah.
He did hit those charms when he needed to. Let's actually take a look at a team fight of one of the team fights in the end of the game, where Fnatic is strong and tanky, but you guys managed to pull it out. Pinoy, walk us through it.
Yeah, so we Cabochard is calling that he will flank them, and so we just tried to fight them. Our focus is on Zed because he ulted our Kennen, not Kennen, I believe. And then we're just trying to kill whoever is like closest. We want to fight to our advantage. Like as long as the fight goes, we win the game, because Kalista is just stacking the rend, and we just clean up here. Oh no, we're not continuing the replay.
Well, from there you won the next fight, and then you won the game. How come that in this one you guys were also very self-confident in closing the game out? We saw in your other wins also nice wins, but it took a little while to close it out and didn't work that well. Why in this one it was just straightforward?
I think it's mostly because their team composition was lack of wave clear, and like when we were having poor experience of finishing the game, it wasn't because our fail. It was like against Xerath for Azir or champions, which just like clearing the waves really fast, and even then you have 5 dragons and Baron, you can't even rush Azir because it doesn't provide you any tankiness, so he will just one-shot you as always. And he was really strong back then. That's pretty much why we closed that game faster than previous ones.
Yeah, and what a victory versus Fnatic. And it's typical EU LCS. Everybody's beating everybody. Diamond and Pinoy, can you give me maybe your opinion on how the standings are evolving and why you guys have found new life and light and teams like Elements and Rocket don't seem to find their swing?
You have something to say?
I think Elements is like, they won last year, and I think it's not as motivating because you can't stay at the top all the time, while the new teams with new rosters and new members coming in, they have so much fresh blood, and it's not okay to say they wanted more, but I think they wanted more because they're just enjoying the new environment, playing in the LCS professionally.
Diamond, anything to add?
I don't know. Like Elements are having big problems with their roster, as I see. Fnatic are playing really good. They're just losing because of opponents finding their weaknesses and playing on it. And like our good team SK, they only lost to Fnatic. I don't know why.
And in the end, Gambit's on a 5-game winning streak, so it's all good for you guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, coming up in just a few minutes is a matchup between two squads who are hungry for wins, Rocket and Elements. Stay tuned and see who starts their climb in the tables in just a few minutes.
They are crazy, boy.
What?
They are crazy, boy.
What?
All,
My fence!
all crazy, boy.
Oh my god! You must shut up.
Dodged 1, he's dodged 2, he's dodged 3, can't dodge them all. Does get caught out. Gambit secure a kill, now Cabochard. They've stunned out Febiven.
Come on, no, go on,
Finish him, finish him.
Finish that. Nice. Go,
Got him, shot.
Nice.
They don't need vision when they can just engage. They've TP'd onto Fnatic. Eddie's going to be taken out by Febiven, but is it enough? This is the fight that wins Gambit their 5th game in a row. The Nexus turret is falling. Gambit is back.
when the season started, I expected Rocket to do much better. We scrimped them a lot and they look really strong in scrims. But I think their problem is that they cannot translate it into actually LCS games, and they really have to work on that. That they might put the scrim environment like an LCS game and then improve on that aspect of the game.
As you heard from Nif, Rocket struggling to find the performance at the big stage, something that his own team is struggling to do at this moment in time as well.
Yeah, really for Elements and Rocket, it's not been looking too good the last few weeks, I think it's safe to say, but it's still fun when you talk to the teams. They always praise Rocket. They still win in scrims, and then they go on the stage, and nothing works. I'm not really sure what's going on.
Well, we'll see what happens, guys, because as we speak, Rocket and Elements are setting up on stage. Both will be looking for that crucial win today to turn their split around. Elements come out on top when these teams met back in week 2. It was a 64-minute game. It's going to be interesting to see if either of these squads have shifted their focus to different picks, different bands, different play styles. Before we get to that, let's start with the lineup for Rocket. And it's, of course, going to be Overpower in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Nukeduck mid, AD carriers, Woolite, Vander playing support, Ducky their coach. And as a team, Rocket are falling behind the rest of the league. If you look at their statistics, they've got the 8th lowest KDA. They're down nearly 1,500 gold at the 20-minute mark. And that is a massive amount and something that they really need to turn around.
Yeah, it's been the problem for Rocket all season long. The early game is too weak. When you talk to the players, they say, yeah, we don't really feel confident enough in making any plays. We don't really trust in our teammates to follow us. And honestly, for them, you need like one good game where you destroy a team in like 30 minutes and then suddenly you start believing in yourself. Because Rocket, last year, when they actually did really well, they kept having the same attitude of saying, oh, it's our first season, we don't really believe too much in what's going on, we just take it slow. This was supposed to be their year now. After they had a year in the LCS, they come back in now as veterans, we can almost call them.
Yeah.
And then suddenly nothing worked and they go back to the hole, we're too nervous to make plays.
Not almost, definitely call them. You've got Nukeduck that went to Worlds 2 years ago. So you've got a lot of players with a lot of experience. They need to be stepping up. And yesterday they just looked completely lost against the Wolves. They ran that double AD composition with Nukeduck playing in the mid lane. And I just don't feel that they really got going, and Rocket were unable to protect their carries.
It seems like for Rocket, they try and run somewhat the same style Copenhagen Wolves do, where you have Nukeduck and Woolite, the mid lane and AD carry as the two main carries on the team, and then everyone is kind of supporting them. Problem is, they never seem to get going. They never really tunnel all the ganks onto them or pick the right fights. Against Copenhagen Wolves yesterday, it was Rocket again with the double AD. Taking fights into a Draven Ari combo from Copenhagen Wolves. They fell really far behind due to it. And suddenly you can't really use your comp at all. Your two carries have fallen too far behind from the get-go pretty much. And then the game is over.
So let's look at their opponents who had the exact opposite story. Elements have come in. It was their first showing with Kevin in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen, Reckless, Nif, and Mart. And they actually started off relatively well. They controlled the laning phase, they controlled the mid game, and some mid to late game decision making cost them the matchup. For this game, they will be losing 2 bans. Keep that in mind, as it is punishment for failing to submit paperwork for the roster swap. But as a team, I think if you step back and you take the 1 or 2 bad decisions away, the game yesterday was quite good.
It was a lot better than what we have seen like the last 2 weeks, we can say, for Elements. There was actually some aggressive plays. Kevin was roaming from the top lane, had some good engages on Lissandra. But for Elements, it was still against Giants, a team people would expect them to beat every single time. And it took a while because they actually played it fairly safe up until the point where they lost.
Yeah, they were winning until they lost the game, as is the case. The one thing that does stand out is just the shot calling and the decision making. Yes, they lost a Baron. Frederick was able to steal that Baron, which stalled the game out. But we were looking at some of the clips, and we saw it in the opening of the show today. Elements still had a 10,000 gold lead. And yes, Baron meant they had to stall for a few minutes, but the main thing that happened is they got caught out of position. Elements did not respect Giants' positioning or their mini-map necessarily, and that's what led to Nif and Reckless getting caught and eventually the snowball of losing.
And it's not the first time we see Elements lose a game due to simply being caught out and suddenly not really... I'm not sure if they're not paying attention or they're just not performing when they're really under pressure, because there was a massive wave in the bottom lane for Giants to go take, and suddenly Elements were surprised they came down there, and that's why they ended up being caught out and lose the game. But for them, yeah, with losing these 2 bans, I feel like this week is probably the best week to do it, because they faced Giants yesterday, where you only have to ban Jax, and against Rocket, there's not really any target bench you have to aim for because nobody's really been standing out on any specific champions.
Maybe Azir against Overpower. He has had some
been
changes.
nerfed though in 5.3.
Has
so
had some changes.
Don't think so. I don't think that's going to be the ban. You can fear, of course, that Lissandra has been a fantastic first pick here in Europe. Kassadin already banned by Rocket on their side. So again, I'm not really sure what Elements is gonna have to ban here.
Players giving the camera just a little bit of love there as they wave to each other. As we mentioned, Elements will be losing those 2 bans. We'll see what they decide to take out for the 3rd ban. But I do just want to reiterate the following. Elements are 0-4. They've lost their 4 last games. Rocket are 1-3.
Yeah.
Only one matchup in their last 4.
I do think Elements is going to ban Zed. It's been the most banned champion for them. It's often banned against Nukeduck. And also with all these mid lane bans from Rocket itself, they are setting up for a good lane matchup for Mr. Nukeduck. A player who has had a few good games, but overall, we haven't seen too much from him. But same goes for everyone on that team.
Yeah, I really like Nukeduck's Kassadin, actually. I think of the champions he's performed on, that's significantly better than most. And we do see the Zed was taken away, a near insta-lock on LeBlanc. And we do see a teleport plus ghost for Overpower. I wonder if that's signaling anything to come.
But you can really see, again, the bans here from Rocket. They were expecting the Zed to be banned by Elements, which is a good matchup into LeBlanc, and also the Kassadin. So they're taking away the 2 counters in the laning phase. So this is actually a fairly easy lane for Nukeduck himself on LeBlanc, and therefore the first pick. But when you take LeBlanc here, even though the bans were shaped towards it, you do leave up a lot of strong picks, and now Rek'Sai coming in for Elements. So I don't actually think they care too much about Nukeduck getting one of his comfort picks. There's just so many champions Froggen can play. Worst case, you just take an Orianna and you just sit back and farm.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. Slowing down in the 2nd rotation. With that Gnar and Rek'Sai on the board, Elements have got themselves some good lane presence and pressure from Shook in the jungle. And Kevin's obviously going to have the scaling in that front line. Also interesting, they've locked as per their positions. 10 seconds left to go. It's the duo lane for Rocket. Corki plus Morgana. They've got range, they've got poke, they've got a lot of magic damage. And we'll see what they're going to do with it.
Should be a Morgana support. Simply, as you just said here, they already have the LeBlanc and Corki locked in, so we're with too much magic damage for Rocket. But we often see teams take like Morgana, Corki, like long range, poke against the likes of a Rek'Sai, because Rek'Sai doesn't have that hard engage option we see on a Jarvan. And that simply means when there's a Black Shield as well, if Rek'Sai ever gets close to someone, you Black Shield that target, you stop the knock-up, and you can really start fights through that. And that's why Elements are responding, saying, fair enough, we take Sivir now, we get the mobility, no Graves again for Reckless instead. Full focus on the team fight and the 5-on-5 here from Elements.
So, Reckless plays 8 games of Graves in a row. Yesterday pulls out the Corki, today pulls out the Sivir. Not going for Graves this week. We'll see if it works out for him. Elements still looking to lock in their mid lane. Number of options are available to him. For Rocket, they are looking for a top lane champion, and a jungle is the most likely. And we'll see where they're going to fall.
Yeah, we've seen Aurelia into Gnar a few times, and it's a champion Overpower likes to play. He used it back at IM Cologne a lot. It was actually banned away from him as well. But it does require you to stick in that one-on-one lane and not go for the team fights. And that's where Rocket is going to get in trouble, because on Element's side, you now have enough engage to always force a fight. So when Aurelia is sitting on her own and split pushing, if she's not in the right position to really pressure a tower or TP down for a fight itself, but then Elements will always engage on you. And even if she teleports in, the Gnar will be stronger in pure team fighting. So Elements on their side, as long as they don't allow Rocket to force like this 1-4 split where you have, or maybe in 1-3-1 with the LeBlanc in one lane, and then obviously the Aurelia in the other one, and just stick to team fighting, then Elements are going to be just fine. They have good lanes all around. Sivir into Corki is perfect for them. As long as they get a safe mid laner here who doesn't die to a LeBlanc, they're basically good to go.
What mid laner are you expecting the most? We've seen Froggen run Lulu in the past. We've seen the option of Orianna. If they want to go double AD, Ezreal has been flirted with this week, I think is the best way to highlight. 10 seconds left on the clock. What are you expecting most likely to Fisher?
Well, if it is an Ezreal, it's not a safe lane for well, it's not a lane he's going to win, which goes for most of the lanes for Ezreal, but he can sit back and farm with his Q. He's going to run heal as well, most likely, or barrier even, because again of the Ignite here from Nukeduck. So he's going to be fine just farming in the lane. And then when you run this double AD carry composition, you have so many fast pushing options because of Sivir with her wave that she's adding in, and then Ezreal as well with the long range poke. So for Element side, I mean, this strong all around 5-on-5 team fight no peel, which means if Rocket can actually get a flank, they can kill the carries in the backline. But that's why Elements are looking to start the fight themselves and not allow Rocket to do it.
So we'll see who's going to get the opportunity to get the ball rolling, get those fights started. You can see the two respective team coaches, Ducky on your left, Mart on the right. We heard from Mart yesterday at the top of the show, and he was discussing how it was a mindset issue Elements was looking to rectify by bringing Kevin in. And we'll see if it works out for them today.
Yeah.
Too many opinions.
Too many opinions before. Nobody really listened to each other.
Yeah.
And now we heard they were very happy with Kevin. He was actually an option for them even going a few years back where they were creating this whole team. So Kevin definitely a guy who's been around for a long time. Had a good performance on Lissandra as well yesterday against Giants. And now obviously into an Irelia. He's going to win the laning phase early, we would expect. But then once you get that Trinity Force, that's where you look more for team fighting on the Gnar. Split pushing on the Irelia.
So another Ezreal mid here in Europe. You're about to see those team comps. Hit us up on Twitter, guys. Hashtag ROC win, hashtag EL win. Vote for who you feel will come out on top as we do jump onto the Rift. All of the rules that I thought were associated with double AD compositions have been thrown out the book this week. You're going to see whether or not this Gnar front line from Kevin and engage from Nif is going to buy enough time for Froggen and Reckless to put the damage down. We did see that sort of AD caster from Betsy yesterday, where he went early Manamune into Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah.
It gave a lot of kiting time, but there's also pretty, fast dashes and jumps from Rockcats. So
I mean, I would quite like Iceborne Gauntlet against an Irelia, especially because you don't really have any other peel. Overpower will get spotted here. Nif saving his stun and getting the ward for Elements. So they want to get these early. Wards in here, trying to spot a potential lane swap, get a bit of information, but they are spotted. This is risky. Rocket can now come around them. If a binding connects from Vander, that's going to be your target.
Oh, Froggen's in a little bit of trouble.
And he has stun though as well.
From the rest of the team. How could this turn out? Everybody moving apart. Froggen actually not with the rest of the squad, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Vision deep for Elements.
And the reason Elements are feeling so confident here is just because of Nif. With his AoE stun at level 1, leading the charge for them. Didn't really get any deep wards played.
Oh yeah, I noticed that actually, didn't put it down.
So been very standard wards instead, just to see if anyone is crossing the river. And Woolite placing the ward we've seen a few times already up in the lane bush to see if an AD carry or support is sitting ready to either do a little cheese level 1 or walk in to freeze the wave. So they're going to see Nif if you walk into this lane, and then you can see the swap.
So Defisher, you touched on the lanes, the strengths and weaknesses and picks and bans. Was Elements looking for deep vision there and trying to set up some shenanigans, but Rocket scared them away? What would have been the game plan for Elements if they were not surrounded by Rocket members?
The thing is, Elements have good lanes, but against an Irelia, you normally want a lane swap on her to try and shut it down and delay her Trinity Force, which is so important for her to reach that power spike. But you can also say it's not even bad for Elements to get standard lanes. Any Sivir is good into the likes of a Corki. And Gnar, if Kevin can not die to these crooks, is going to win against Irelia early on as well.
Keep an eye on that one. I think he should be fine, but that was very, very close.
It's going to delay him quite a lot here, though.
Kevin finally going to clear that wave out, and then most likely teleport down to face off against Overpower. We'll see how quickly he can get into lane. Started with that Doran shield, defensive start against the Flask of Overpower, so sustain in that lane. And I definitely want to see how Froggen does against this LeBlanc.
Yeah, remember, Reckless also came late to the lane because he was helping Kevin, expecting the lane swap. You saw Nif walk in for a freeze, he took a hit for it, and again, Reckless being late to the lane, so he's actually falling behind in the XP early on and has to wait now for the wave to turn. Elements playing it very, very close in these camps.
Fast and loose, but it hasn't cost them yet. Little bit of time against Kevin, and a CS difference, but the wave is pushing towards him.
We did see Kevin get a pink ward on his first back, so I'm really expecting to see Shook camp this bottom lane. Shut down this Irelia in the one-on-one. And as long as Kevin doesn't fall further behind from now, then he's more than fine. Level 3, remember he got the crooks for instant level 2 on his side, and it's not going to be a problem. So place this pink ward here, allow Rek'Sai now to tunnel over the wall, and go for some ganks and overpower if he ever plays too aggressive.
Good stun from Kevin. Get some damage in overpower, but it is returned by his opposite number. Small level advantage for Kevin, as you've already highlighted. And Shook continuing to clear out the jungle as best he can. An early skirmish is Saber, in fact, as his first back. We do see Reckless and Nif, 20 CS to 18. Reckless trying to step in front of Nif, who just ate the Dark Binding. But a fair amount of AoE and wave clear from those two.
Was spotted. Ward just disappeared. So they got to see him. First little route here. We actually see skirmishes Saber so often against the Jarvan. Because often if Jarvan is fighting a one-on-one against another jungler, he's going to use his combo to get in onto the jungler itself. Then you have the skirmisher here to get the 20% damage reduction and the true damage, so you kind of keep... You know he's not going anywhere, because he's already used the combo to get to you. And that's where you then can win the one-on-one on the Rex side with the true damage especially. It's going to help out a lot. Yeah. We see this so often on Rex side into Jarvan.
And we'll see if it works out for Shook. Gonna just continue farming up a relatively early sweeping lens there. And we'll see if it can work out. If you look at the bottom lane, notice Jankos setting himself up. Gonna look for Demacian Standard into the Dragon Lance, and a very insta-flash from Kevin. Summoner spell blown.
So Jankos can return to this lane now. Still surprised Shook actually used some time in the top side, despite Kevin putting down an early pink ward. Jankos could even have walked in and cleared that ward after the gank itself. Could maybe been a little bit risky, I guess, if Rek'Sai had come over the wall.
I don't think anybody stepped into that bush just yet.
They pinged it though. They saw it. It was very easy to spot because you saw their ward in the inventory for Kevin, and then just go into the bush and place it. So they know the ping ward is there. Just want to get vision on Shook first before they go and clear it. Don't want to risk him coming for a counter gank. But honestly, for Rocket, yes, they like to go for really long games, but that's not because it's their choice. It's more they don't really do anything in the early game. They're way too passive, way too scared to make plays. But their comp, if they don't make anything happen in the mid game itself, they won't win the game. So they have to be able to make some plays.
Well, we saw that from Unicorns of Love yesterday. Mid game, once they got their Trinity forces, they did not look for those engages. We're expecting both Overpower and Woolite to go that route. Good ward is going to spot out Jankos in the jungle, so Shook is going to clear out the Gromp. Maybe set himself up for a fight. He's gone in, he's knocked him up. Jankos is in trouble, got the red buff, it's ticking. Shook with first blood from a great ward, and that was just all too easy.
All too easy for him. But getting that kill is so important. You get all the information on the enemy jungler. You renew your red buff as well on the Rex side. Great little setup for him. And he's still not showing himself in the bottom side. Putting all the focus on the top side of the map, making sure Reckless and Nif can actually push down his lane over and over.
Look at the CS difference between Kevin and Overpower. Aurelia really making Na's life difficult. And yes, Shook is paying attention to the top half of the map, but it's paid dividends. He's got himself that kill, he's refreshed his buff. And it was actually the Rek'Sai invading on the Jarvan that secured him that play.
It's not been a good start for Kevin. He came back to the lane fairly late after doing Crooks, and he actually was slightly ahead in XP, but then the gank came in from Jankos, forced Kevin to recall.
Yeah, no
the wave was actually frozen near the Tower of Rocket. So as you said, yeah, Jankos could just return and kill him unless he recalled, which then forced him to fall even further behind in terms of CS. So that's not a good start from Elements, but they can be happy with the other lanes doing fairly well.
So Shook does have access to that Void Rush.
There we go.
Cleared out Crab in the top lane a little while ago, Crab in the bottom lane. Pinkwood still standing. That was placed very, very early on, at least 5 or so minutes ago. And Shook setting up on this bottom lane. Overpower, access to level 6. His ultimate's on cooldown for a few seconds longer. Does have Sheen and 3 points on that Equilibrium strike. So looking for the burst as opposed to the sustain that we saw from yesterday's Aurelius.
He's looking for the setup with his jungler, and now Shook will actually find him. Overpower playing this smart. He comes back to the lane, you see a big wave, and he still knows there's a pink ward in the river. So he just said, okay, I'm just going to wait for the minions to push down. I'm not going to go for any trades here. I'm not going to try and be greedy for CS because there's such a high chance of the enemy jungler sitting in that river. So that was a smart play by him. Now he can get the farm, and yeah, he maxes E. Really setting up some easy ganks for Jankos. There's still no flash on Kevin. Not for long, so if Rocket want to take advantage of that, it has to be now.
Take a look at the item build here from Froggen. I think both of our Ezreal mids yesterday went Manamune first. And Fisher, you were touching on how it sort of delays the power spike and whatnot. Today, Froggen's gone for the tier as well as the makings of a Phage. So we may see a slightly earlier Trinity Force, a slightly later Manamune. We'll see how the lane continues to play out.
It's going to be the Trinity Force after tier, and that's going to give him that mid-game spike around 15 minutes, which is really strong for him. He's also going to use it simply to counter the spike from Rocket's side. You know they're going to get Trinity Force on Aurelia and on the Ezreal, so I quite like it here from Froggen. Being able to respond and knowing there's going to be a lot of action in about 7-8 minutes time, That's where Rocket is going to hit their spike, and if they don't use it, then Elements can still drag it fairly late, have a very strong front line with Dinar, the Rek'Sai, and of course the Sivir will outskill a Corki as well in terms of damage.
Oh, Froggen takes a lot of damage from Nukezak. We did see Vander scaring Shook out of the jungle, but here comes Jankos. Equilibrium strike out onto Kevin. Cataclysm goes down and an insta-stun from Kevin. Jankos and Overpower still putting the damage down. Despite a good two-man, not enough. Flash was not available, and Jankos makes the kill count.
So Jankos returning to the lane. Overpower games with that max E for longer stun duration. Easy setup for them. And actually, we just talked about how Elements can go late beforehand. Looking at the combo again, that's actually going to be risky for them because it's pure physical on their side. No magic damage coming in except for the Annie and obviously the W from Anar. So for Rocket, they can stack armor on Aurelia, on the Jarvan, get an hourglass on your mid laner as well, and suddenly these late game teamfights are actually going to be very long.
This might be bad. The stun comes out. Here comes Vander. Kevin teleports to a tower that's going to die and is forced to flash. Toby would say that TP sucked if he were casting the game. Unfortunately for Elements, but well played by Rocket. They punish Kevin for not having flash. They punish him for his misplay, and Rocket secure the first tower. It is replied by Reckless, or should be.
But that roam from Vander, he came down again to try and dive and force the tower to take a dragon after, because, well, he was expecting to lose the top turret. It was still very... It was on like 87% HP, so he could actually stay in the lane 2 and 2, delayed that one for a long time, just have Opa and Jankos take tower on their own. But went for the roam instead, so giving up a tower. Now Kevin, he's caught.
Soul Shackles is out, he's going to get rooted. Dark Binding connects, and that's just brutal. He tries to hop away. Kevin 0-2-0. Jankos and Overpower are just camping him. I mean, they're misplays from Kevin maybe.
He should, of course, have known Rocket is doing the dragon after taking tower, and you can't overextend. Now your turret is gone. It's a little bit too easy for Rocket to go behind him and pick up another kill. So the roam paying off for Vander despite losing the top turret to Reckless and him.
So yesterday, Gambit were able to keep their opposing Irelia down, delaying the Trinity Force with repeated ganks. Today, Shook unable to do so because his decision was to focus the top half of the map. Aurelia 2-0-0 with a 30 CS advantage. Overpower is in a great position. The rest of Elements, even on CS in the mid lane, ahead on CS in the top lane, and Reckless has also secured that tower, so it's freed up Elements' duo to move around, either help out their teammates or decide to push other lanes. It looks to be the latter. It looks like Elements are grouping towards the bottom half of the map as Kevin has moved his way up top.
This should result in another tower for Elements, pushing this one in, because Rocket is actually keeping their dual lane on the top side, and a Sivir can push a lot harder than the likes of a Corki when it comes to every single wave. You even see Shook joining in, so they know, okay, we actually have an opening here on this turret. He's going to find Jankos, however.
Oh, they want Overpower.
Realizing Jankos here to back away. But this one, the tower. Rocket right now is giving up 2 turrets to Reckless. They have to respond with one in the top lane on their own.
Good global objectives here from Elements, despite giving up some kills. Reckless is going to wait for that minion wave to lose a few more before he secures it. 2 towers to 1. Woolite and Vander looking to do the same in the top. No support from Elements yet. Void Rush not available either. So this tower is most likely going to go down. Kevin, can't land the stun. Does actually get caught by the Dark Binding. Now Vander is going to throw down the Soul Shackles. Flash forward, stun is out. Woolite is putting the damage down, but Kevin is very tanky. It's taking a lot of hits. This is 0-3. And Kevin is really not in this game at the moment.
No, he's playing really greedy.
Look, he's shaking his head.
He wanted to try and defend the tower, but it was already so low that Rocket could just stay after the minions died anyway and last hit and they just kill him. And then the death down in the bottom lane as well. After the dragon had been taken, he stayed out, ignored the fact his turret was gone, and he was all on his own. So just 2 very sloppy kills, or sloppy deaths, sorry, for Kevin.
So let's take stock of the situation. 2 towers to 2. Rocket are securing kill after kill against Kevin. Trinity Force already picked up for Overpower. Trinity Force completed for Woolite. So we're expecting them to make a play. I do want to touch that Reckless working his way towards his first item spike, but it's Reckless and Nip that have taken the 2 towers on Element's side.
Yeah, so what Rocket actually decided to do in the early game was say, we don't care about you taking a tower as well. We are fine trading because we want to hit our power spikes.
He managed to get the stun on Nuke though. That was actually great. Nif does get away with his life, but forced to flash.
And the problem for him now, when he's forced back to base, Rocket already have the Trinity Force, so they're going to group in mid lane now with at least 4 guys while you keep their ready to split push. That's why they were happy trading towers, just to get to this spike earlier. As we just said beforehand, Siva is not there yet on her side, so for now, Rocket will be very strong. No Trinity Force Froggen. That's the correct push they're making here. Try and land a bit of poke, get just a little bit of damage on this turret every time, and make sure the top lane now is not going to push too far down. Meet it beforehand, start slow pushing it back, and just have this Aurelia on her own. If Kevin goes down to try and one-on-one her, he's going to die. So you have this 1-4 setup with 1 lane slow pushing, and that's how they can keep pushing in on this mid turret, and after some time should be able to take it down.
We'll see if they can actually make that play work.
It's a lot of wave clear though from Elements.
For the time being, that True Shot Barrage, the Ricochet, the Boomerang Blade, it's all doing work. Actually, 2 boomerangs on the side of Elements, Na and Siva. We'll see if that can help them maintain control of the tower. Kevin finally getting his hands on some juicy CS. He's 40 down, left alone in that top lane. But notice, with the 2 Trinity Forces, how aggressive Rocket are positioning on the map.
And you even see Overpower here. He's actually not going to the top lane to take the farm. He wants to join for the fight and save the teleport for the dragon in about a minute's time. So he's running from the base. 5 guys grouped up here, getting a bit of wards down in the jungle off Elements to try and catch them up. But there's still a big wave pushing down this top lane.
So let's see how it works out. Who's going to get advantage? Nuke Duck, as well as Woolite, putting an auto attack after auto attack on this mid tower. It's down to a couple hundred hit points before the minions dry up. Elements, Shook is using that passive from the burrow to really spot all of Rockat's movements. Elements defend their tower. They managed to shove back Rocket from their jungle, but look at the wards. Rocket got some deep ones placed as Dragon is about to spawn.
Yeah, and the problem for Elements, they might have defended the tower for now, but it still took about 60% damage, so it's going to be easy for Rocket after taking a Dragon to go back to a 1-4 and just keep pushing it and get a few hits. You have your Sheen proc from the Corgi every time. That tower will go down, and Elements won't be able to respond the same way and take down the mid turret from Rocket, at least not for now. They're setting up for Dragon instead. That was poorly timed recall by Yankos, because he's not going to be there now, so the Elements actually got control of the Dragon area. Just will lose turret, which, as we talked about, has already gone so low from before, and just a matter of time before we go down.
So Rocket making some better plays in the early game. We're 16 minutes on the clock. They've already got 3 kills, got themselves towers. They're getting some position on the Dragon. And this is an early game. This is an early game that Rocket can be happier with. Vote is still in favor of Elements. Oh, is this going to steal? 2,000 hit points. It looks like Rocket are waiting. Nope. Yeah, they delayed it. You could see so clearly. But the one thing that's great is just for a team like Rocket, who have been struggling, 1-3 in the last 4 games, have shown that their early game and their laning phase is a weakness in their match. They've shown a good game plan, a good strat. They've got Aurelia, her Trinity Force early, and Rocket are pushing around the map.
Just using their spike correctly. And Elements realizing they couldn't fight for Dragon either. Had no good position on it. Already lost the mid turret. So Rekt is showing himself in the top lane. Rocket now knows that's going to be pushed down because they saw Nif as well. Should be able to react in time. The problem is still is Aurelia sitting in the bottom lane on her own. Nobody can go down and stop her. She has teleport as well. And she's so far ahead of Kevin, who's died so many times. Vander with the black shield. Needs to get proc, and then you can stun him. Nope.
Oh, Tempest comes out. Does not manage to stun Vander. So with that big AoE stun down, Vander, he flashes for the deaths. Does manage to connect with the Dark Binding. Now Nukeduck looking for a target. He uses the double leap. Does get in. Kevin forced to hop away. Rocket are on the chase. Shook has the Ignite burning. He's forced to burrow under the turret. Teleport from Overpower to mid lane while all of this is going on. 3 members of Elements still in retreat. I can't talk today. As Nukeduck nukes Kevin down. Gets himself on the board. 5 for 1. They punish Elements' aggressive play.
Yeah, it really seems like Elements not too sure what they want to do. Didn't feel like they could push to mid lane, so they went 4 guys to the top lane instead. Showed at least 3 of them, so Rocket knew what was going on. Rotated around to defend the turret, and then once they went for Vander with the Tippers, Nif just tried to connect the Tippers when Black Shield would have disappeared or died, and it just stayed alive. Meaning Vander could turn it around with the binding, and then Rocket chasing it up. And Overpower, of course, using teleport to defend the mid turret. So good response from them. Elements just trying to make some plays to get back here. Nif.
Oh, Nif is caught out once more. He does flash this time round. Woolite jumps in, but it's Overpower that secures the kill. It's Woolite that's in trouble. He does manage to put enough distance thanks to that Valkyrie and flash. But another quick kill for Roccat. Just pulling the trigger and melting Nif's HP bar.
And just making a good play after getting the 2 kills. Completely taking over Element's topside jungle. Wow, he actually dodged it. Not bad, Woolite. Not bad.
Going to be able to use that bobsled to slide away. Woolite 1-0-2. Sork shoes completed as well as that Triforce. Roccat are showing that they can play the map, they can push the map. And they're playing aggressive. I mean, Elements don't really have a reply. The few moves that Elements have made, they've been punished for.
It's what we said. Rocket with this comp have to make plays in the mid game, and they have done it. So full credit to them. Got the 3 out of Toads, picked the fight, or at least punish Elements for trying to make some plays. Only problem now is you don't have a teleport. Well, another problem could be Woo!
That was close. That was so close.
But no teleport now for Overpower, meaning, yes, you can still do your 1-4, but you have to be very careful, because Kevin can join in time, and then be a 5 vs 4. So we might see Rocket just chill out a little bit, wait for the cooldowns to be ready, reset the game, then regroup and do the same 1-4 because nobody can stop Overpower.
Yeah, Overpower and Woolite with some side lane farm. Get some juicy CS. Kevin still yet to break 100. He's managed to get his hands on Arandian's Omen, but at 21 minutes, he's not in a good position. Nukeduck gets some damage down onto Froggen as Kevin eats yet another Dark Binding. There's no minions for Elements to play with, and here comes Overpower.
Kevin is being sacrificed here by Elements. You saw Reckless twice now go to the top lane and push out the wave. That was a lane Kevin could have farmed. Bot lane has been pushed down as well all the time, or Overpower's been sitting there, meaning that Kevin couldn't join or go down to that lane. So basically, Elements right now is saying, we want all the farm on our carries, and we don't care about you. You've died too many times, you're too far behind in farm, we're just going to keep you up, and you're just going to be a tank. Nothing else. But he needs to be able to get a side lane. Otherwise, he's going to be so weak that he can't take any damage from the likes of a LeBlanc and a Corki in these fights. So they got to give him some farm, not put him in a mid lane where he doesn't really add too much. But as long as the lanes are being pushed down towards Rocket at this point by the likes of Reckless, then there's no farm to get from Kevin.
So Reckless needs to find himself that gold. Not going to get his hands in the jungle camp. You can see Shook gearing out those Raptors. Nukeduck looking for a flank. Nukeduck's looking for a target and got himself 200 CS by the 21 minutes. Almost near his hourglass.
He wants to get that one as well against all this physical damage. Remember, only physical damage from Elements, and then you have the Annie to provide some magic. That's about it. Rocket is going to go full armor here and just dive onto these double AD carries who doesn't really have any peel because Froggen as well, he's going for damage instead of utility, so no Iceborne Gauntlet. There's barely any kiting available for them. It's only the Sivir ulti that's going to add some mobility to try and disengage.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's going to be enough for Elements. Muramana was completed and upgraded for Froggen. His hands on that red buff. Woolite continues to shove out the wave, but look at this. There's Reckless moving to the bottom lane. Kevin does have some farm up top, but it may not be enough. The rest of Rocket are grouping towards the inner turret.
And it won't be for long either, because Rocket see him top lane with the wave that's been building up very slowly. So they go to the bottom side now, meet the wave here, take a tower, might even try and force a teleport from Kevin. Meganar's just been popped, 15 seconds on the dragon. This is good timing for them again. And look at all the wards in the jungle around this blue buff of Elements. Look at Nif, he's gonna die.
Nif gets just destroyed. The chains is enough. Now Woolite looking to 1v1 Reckless. He velks in, heal, the Rocket, the death of Reckless. And Woolite manages to make it work. Rocket are continuing to group. Teleport coming down for Kevin on the inhibitor turret. Actually, it's Overpower teleporting in. Kevin did recall. He's recalled that one. Now the inhibitor's getting dropped. 23 minutes. Rocket find 2 kills. Thanks to a pick from Nukeduck, and they take the inhibitor.
A pick from Nukeduck again, also the kill onto Reckless. He just had 2 seconds left on Flash, and he could have stayed alive. But this again, perfect play, power play from Rocket. They've ward up the jungle. No way Elements can get a flank onto them. No wards they could teleport in behind them from the Gnar, and then you just see Kevin sitting at top lane trying to finally get some farm, and you know you have 5 guys on the bottom side to take it again. Look at the minimap. No reaction from anyone. Ezreal as well from Froggen's in the mid lane. Another pick onto Nif. Not the first time in this game. Being caught slightly out in here for Reckless. Just a few seconds on his flash. And Woolite takes the trade. And the last rocket coming in. Boom.
I think there was 2 crits back to back as well. Woolite, Trinity Force paying off. Manages to take him down. We do see again, Nukeduck looking for more. Death Cap actually completed, thanks to all of the gold that he picked up. Well, we'll see if Nukeduck is taken out. Does get caught by the stun. Shook gets caught by a Dark Binding. Black Shield is on, but it might not be enough. Boomerang slow. It's not going to be able to hold Nukeduck down. Elements invest a fair amount, and Nukeduck gets out clean. Vander with a good Dark Binding.
Good reaction time from Nukeduck as well. Flashing the Tibbers. Actually waiting for Death Cap because he's so far ahead. He's just looking to assassinate people. That Outlaws can come in later for him. These 2 tanks is going to do enough.
Probably going to be a Void Staff next. Considering how the game is going, Rocket doesn't need to buy defensive on Nukeduck yet.
Very true. He's so mobile anyway. There's not really any lockdown outside of Nif to maybe try and get him. And if you miss the Tibbers like we saw before here, when Nukeduck flashed it away, suddenly the LeBlanc can do whatever she wants.
And I also don't see an AD carry getting the time that they need to kill a LeBlanc that's got this much AP already. So Nukeduck is in a great position. The double AD from Elements is simply not working. 25 minutes in, they're 5,000 gold down. They're down 2 towers. They're down 3 dragons. I mean, this is the same scenario that Gambit were in just a few moments ago. And Gambit had such a decisive win.
I just love this play again from Rocket as well. They just choose 2 lanes. Okay, mid and top lane, we completely take over that jungle once again. So you have to go back to your own base, and now we can just freely get some damage on the turrets. You have to take the long route around if you want to try to defend. So there's nothing Elements can do in time other than maybe get a kill on Rocket here. Or Vander. Nope, flashing it away.
Vander even surviving. He's got a 25-minute support hourglass.
But this is just the first time we see Rocket play so well early on.
Yeah.
Really use the mid-game spikes and use the map and vision control, because they are the team who buys the most wards. They finally use them really offensively to force Elements out and just take over the entire map. Really, really well done.
Now Reckless has been forced to do cleanup duty in the back. Still no farm going to Kevin. 125 after 26 minutes. Reckless is farming that bottom lane. There's supers pushing in, but there are no inner turrets left. They're down to inhibitors only.
Yeah, and you'll get to this point when you run double AD. If you fall behind, and especially if you lose the ward war in your own jungle, so you no longer can prevent any flanks from coming in from the likes of Aurelia, from the likes of LeBlanc, well then you can't do anything because you're too squishy overall with your carries. Reckless might be the next target. Nukeduck, sadly, not getting a piece of him. We got to back away there. Standard war between Norway and Sweden. We see it often in Scandinavia. And then we have the Danish player from Froggen in the mid lane, so see who can kill each other. I root for the Danish people.
Definitely gone all Nordic on this one. After your little Soren v Soren battle on PTL, discussing their favorite foods. Your Danish sausage pølse.
Yeah.
If anyone's had some, let me know how it tastes. Officio reckons it's the best. But let's get back on track. Rockets with absolute vision are going to start off this Baron. Elements unable to reply. Nukeduck can apply the defensive duty and force Froggen away. Wow, look at that. Shook's gone in. He's not going to be able to get out of this one. Baron goes to Rocket. Shook goes down.
So far, they can keep creating picks with their comp. They're stacking full armor against the double AD from Elements, the physical damage all around. So there's nothing Elements can do in terms of team fighting, not now, not in 20 minutes either. They might hit a point where they can try and kite it out. If you really, really get past the point where Corki's damage starts falling off Aurelia as well, you can start dealing with her. But then again, you have to kill these tanks.
I think
with so much armor.
You're way optimistic. Jankos is never going to let them get to that point. Rocket with Baron buffer on the middle inhibitor turret. It is taken down. They're now onto their second inhib of the game. Rocket at 29 minutes are shattering the base of Elements. And this is League of Legends by the numbers. Rocket got an advantage. They got their items. They got the fights they wanted. Nukeduck wants to get even more.
He's been on fire this game, like the rest of his team. Great shot calling. Again, they really played his lead well. Used the mid game. Love the way they place the wards. Love the lanes they decide to push in. You have seen how Elements had no response. No chance of ever grouping up as a team and trying to like wave there and defend. Never gonna happen when you're forced to constantly run between two lanes and you cannot go into your own jungle because then you face check LeBlanc who's gonna one-shot you. This is just perfect play by Rocket. As long as they can finish it now, 2 inhibitors gone. 4th Dragon, you don't even care about that one at this point. Just go straight for top lane, wait for super minions. Not enough wave clear for Elements to defend it.
Yeah, that's actually something that's interesting to note. You know, Gambit's victory earlier today, Rocket's win that's going to happen shortly, really, with Overpower, Frozen Heart, and Randuin's.
Let's see.
It's all teamwork. It's decision-making. It's map play. And it's great to see. This is a rematch. Elements were able to win after 64 minutes. Back in week 2, I think it was. Rocket dug deep, Rocket defended, but Elements are not in a position to do so today.
No, just falling way too far behind early on. Kevin with a lot of stupid deaths, honestly, for himself. And then Rocket as well, just being able to push every single lane, every single advantage. Overpower was so far ahead of this Aurelia.
Look at that.
This game is over.
The Mimic Distortion just destroying. Cataclysm comes down. Towers taken out in the background. Elements are in full retreat. It is a basic win for Rocket. All inhibitors down. 31 minutes. Rocket are knocking on the Nexus turrets. Elements are just disconnected from this game. Rocket so good. We do see On the Hunt thrown out from Reckless. It is a last-ditch effort. Overpower is going to solo Reckless. It's not going to be enough as Nuke Duck looking to close out Nif. Kill credit goes to Overpower. And Rocket end their losing streak and make Elements go 0-5 in the spring split.
Honestly, just a perfect game for them. Everything from the way they handle the early game into the mid-game transition, the rotations, everything. They're so happy. Finally, they pick up a win.
So Fisher, at the beginning of the day, you touched on how teams in this position need to look for a 30-minute convincing win. Rocket did it in 31 minutes. It does not get more convincing than that. And you saw the whole team, the managers, the coach,
again,
jumping for joy.
Perfect play, Elements, same problems we have seen often. Not really reacting to anything going on. Giving up the entire mid-game to Rocket as well. And I mean, if you look at a game like this, it really also feels like this Rocket just outpicked Elements in the pick and ban phase when you had this full physical come from with double AD and then the Gnar top lane as well from Elements their side, and Opa and Jankos could stack armor, and again you could use the mid game to get the big enough lead to just shut down the carries as well, because when you play double AD, if you do fall behind, you just have nothing you can do, because you can never really fight, you can never face check anything, you can never force anything. You're relying on winning early on, and they didn't. So honestly, Rocket, from pick and ban phase in their favor to everything happening in game as well.
Such a big difference in Rocket's performance. You look at all their previous games, especially in the opening 3 weeks, Rocket had nearly no presence in the laning phase, nearly no presence in the 20 to 30 minute mark. We had the graphic at the beginning of this game. They were down traditionally 1,500 gold on average. And today, by 20 minutes, they basically had the game in the bag. Completely. They had so many objectives. They were so far ahead.
Yep.
Rocket have just, they've gone from day to night.
This is the team, this is how Rocket plays in scrims, I think we should say. And why so many of the other teams respect them a lot and say they are a good team. They just need to find their footing on the stage. This is a normal Rocket scrim. They can do this every week. Suddenly they look a lot better because the way they played around the wards were perfect. So many plays down, denying so much vision from Alliance or from Elements as well, and just pushing that lead. It was fantastic to watch, and that's basically League of Legends by the book. Yeah, every single objective, every single move around the map. The moment they had those Trinity Forces, it took a minute and a half for them to group up. Trinity Force Aurelia, Trinity Force Corki. Take mid tower, take Dragon, push further up, take over the bottom side of the jungle first. Then we took the tier 2 turret there. Then they swapped all the vision to the top side, took those 2 towers, went back and took a Baron for themselves, and pushed it in for the win, basically. For Elements, this was a very difficult game. Unfortunately for them, Kevin had a bad game. Yes. And he's played 2 matches under the Elements name. I think it's a little unfair to be jumping to conclusions, but there were some poor decisions this particular game you can't ignore.
And Elements just needs to go back to the drawing board and figure out how do they avoid that happening. What do they need to do? Because had Irelia not got so far ahead, I mean, take it a further step back, had Shook ganked to maybe help Na out in that matchup, things could have gone different. I am going major what ifs, but
you have a point, because it was a bit of a weird start where Kevin went back, and instead of him, let's say, getting potions and just being like really aggressive in the lane because he had more sustain now than Irelia on the Gnar, he went for that pink ward. He places the pink ward, and then you would expect Shook to come down and really camp the lane. He came down once, and that was at level 6, and Overpower was just saying, I'm just waiting at my tower, I'm not going to risk anything.
Yeah.
And then they couldn't do anything to him. They didn't manage to shut him down early. He got a massive CS lead because Kevin started dying all the time as well, because he just got picked off when he was overextended. And that was obviously one problem. But also for Elements, they keep talking about how they pick and ban phase. They're not happy about it. They're not really liking what they have in the game or the match itself. And I feel like this one as well, you kind of pick yourself into a corner where you say, if we don't win early game and we don't win fast enough and can take down these towers with our fast push through the Sivir and the poke from an Ezreal, before we get like 250 armor on Jankos and Overpower, then we're not going to win the game. And that's such a problem, because once you're in the fall behind, there's literally nothing you can do other than just sit back and wait for the enemy team.
Yeah, and it was Froggen that actually picked that Ezreal, last pick on the Elements side. So today, Gambit took down Fnatic, Rocket and Elements that could have gone 50-50. Copenhagen Wolves versus MYM, and H2K versus SK. I'm looking forward to seeing if the underdogs are the ones that reign supreme. But before we get to any of those, I'm going to send it over to Shox at the analyst desk to break down that game a little further.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Here with two relieved faces on Roccat, Overpow, and Yankas. Congratulations. Good to see you guys on the desk again, because it's been a rough ride. Tell me about this game and utilizing the fact that you guys, one, really needed to win, and two, that Elements had 2 less bans in your game plan, Yankas.
Well, I think that 2 less bans helped us a lot, because we could have just went for the middle ban. Like, we could have just banned one guy and then force him on champion that he's not comfortable with, and just pick like first pick for our mid laner, LeBlanc, that's very good in this meta, and then they had no answer about that. And we kind of had to use every method possible that we can to win this game, because we were on a losing streak, and we were kind of sad that last week we lost against the new amateur teams that entered the LCS, and well, we did not, as of yet, the expectations were higher than our play, but I hope it will change.
Okay, so Over, I have a little question for you. Since you were the one facing Kevin in that bottom lane, you kept going for those kills, but in those ganks, and you managed to find them over and over. Were you just picking on the new guy, or was it this was it because of the matchup?
Before this week, like, we had a plan to just, pick up the kind of weak top laners. Like Youngbuck and Kevin are known for the passive laning phase, so I could just go with some strong early game champion that combines with Jarvan or Nidalee and just calm the hell out of him. This game worked out really good, but last game against CW, we didn't do so well in early game, so we couldn't really do that.
It's interesting to me that you mentioned both Youngbuck and Kevin, top laners that were in the league before. You obviously transitioned to top in this season. What will it take for you to transcend and being able to take on the other top laners as well that you haven't been able to get the upper hand over, because the last couple of weeks it just hasn't been working out?
It's hard to say. Like in solo queue, I like to play everything and every champion, every role. So I'm kind of used to playing top lane, because it was my second playthrough in solo queue as well. So it's not that hard to transition for me to any other role. And also, mid is kind of similar to top lane. Let's be honest with that, and it's not take that much to transition to top.
Okay, so Yankas, you were known as the first Blood King, terrifying in the last season. Recently, you haven't really been able to find similar success. What do you attribute that to, and do you think you'll come back to power as the king?
Well, I really hope so, but lately in the LCS, I feel like people are playing smarter, and it's quite hard right now to pick up the First Bloods on just ganks. Like, usually it's more about the vision control early game and skirmishes that happen very often. So I think we just kind of need to change our play style to play more around the early game, around vision, and have those skirmishes, and then hopefully I will be the First Blood King again.
Hopefully. You do mention it, you mentioned it before as well. It seems like the level has just gone up, and you guys also can't easily beat the teams that have come out of Challenger into the LCS. What for you has been the thing that surprised you the most and that teams have stepped up in this year that you guys are unable to find those wins regularly?
Well, to be fair, I don't think those teams are that good. I just feel like we are underperforming. And, well, they are not bad as well. Like, they are playing good. Their individual players are good as well. And the game is more about team play right now. So even if someone has like a little bit worse player, if the team coordination is good, then they can obviously win. Like I would say even Copenhagen Wolves, for example, like their players are not known for being like the top of the Europe, but as a team they play very well, so they can pick up the wins from the better teams, I guess.
Okay, Jankas, another question for you. Both you and Elements were kind of slumping coming into this match, not really doing that great lately. What made you come out ahead and Elements didn't?
I think the two bands had, well, kind of, it's hard to say, but I think those two bands helped us a lot that they didn't have them. And then it was just like we had to win this match, you know. Not only because we lost a fierce match against Elements that we played, so it would have been like 0-2 against them, but also that we have been on a losing streak, and well, it would be really sad for us, and it would be frustrating as well that we are just losing every time. And well, Elements yesterday they looked like very strong team, but at the end Giants won. So today we didn't we respect them a lot, and we were confident anyway going into those match because like we think that we can beat everyone, but it's just that little mistakes that loses the game. So we tried to talk a lot about this game, and I guess it worked out.
Yeah. Final question, as you touched on it already, and you say you think you can still beat anyone if everything's right. In the beginning of the season, you said top 3, no question about that. Are you reevaluating your objectives, maybe overpower, or is that still the case?
No, top 3 is still as our main objective, and from there we want to, like, if we go to Worlds, obviously we want to perform really well, and let's see after that.
Yeah, you guys took the first step here. Congratulations, great victory versus Elements. All right, we're going to take a short break, but when we return, Freeze and the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves will look to avenge their Week 2 loss against Meet Your Makers. See you in 3.5.
As we speak, Rocket and Elements are setting up on stage. Both will be looking for that crucial win today to turn this split around. Cataclysm goes down and an insta-stun from Kevin. Jankos and Overpower still putting the damage down. AoE stun down. Vanda, he flashes for the deaths. Does manage to connect with the Dark Binding. Now Nutak looking for a target.
I go on Rector Storm. Nice!
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 And Rocket end their losing streak.
Vale, pues yo de pequeño, cuando jugaba a mi hermano mayores, ¿no? Yo los veía y siempre quería tener un nombre también, pues propio, ¿no? Y no sabía cuál ponerme. Y mi hermano en aquel entonces, que jugaba al WoW, pues se llamaba el nombre Durli. Y a mí la verdad es que su nombre me encantaba y tal. Y yo pensé, quiero copiárselo, ¿no? Pero sin copiárselo. Entonces dije, pues mira, me quedo con la terminación y pongo Worthy. Y ya está.
Vizichachi means water donkey. I wanted a different nickname than in previous games, and my brother suggested this name. As I was playing the games, I got used to it and didn't bother to change later on. And I began to like it as well.
I was looking for my brother's nickname because he was just getting into the games. He started a bit later than I did. So I helped him. I write so many nicknames on the paper and show it to him. He didn't like any of this and I really liked the freeze one. I suggested it to him and he just, nah, I don't want it. So I took it for my own.
When I was younger and I couldn't speak properly, and when my brother's named Kamil, I was calling him Kiki instead of Kamil, and then he started calling me Kikish after this, but you don't really have the Ash letter in most of the games, so I just went with Kikis and I just stuck with it.
My brother used to call me Lulex, and to this day I still don't know why, but I just took this name and that's it.
Welcome back to the European LCS. Before we get into our next game, let's check in with you guys at home. Earlier, our guest bravely opened himself up to your questions via the hashtag AskTab. And here's what you wanted to know. The first one is from @KenjiLol. What AD carries do you wish could become part of the meta that aren't currently?
Well, first of all, I would like to see Twitch make a comeback. He's always been one of my favorite AD carries, being able to sneak up to people and outputting massive damage in teamfights. His playstyle is just very unique, and I really love playing him. And the second one would be Kog'Maw. He's always had a special place for him in my heart because just like Twitch, his playstyle is very unique, and he has a really unique build path with this Trinity Force into Ruined King.
We did see Woolite pulling it out once. Didn't quite work out yet. Our next question is from a Saberwolf. Do you prefer AD or AP on the new Fizz? Because you were like the Fizz master when you still played mid.
Yeah, well, reading the patch notes broke my heart. Like, I knew that AP Fizz wasn't really going to be that viable anymore. He just took such a big hit. And on the other point, like AD, it's actually quite good now. I've tried it, playing some Trinity Force Ruined King, a bit more tanky, and found actually a lot of success with it.
The next one is from @TVSky, and Graves has been very popular. Do you think he's just that good, or will he fall off as the Season 5 meta progresses?
I think Graves is very good when there is a double AP meta, very long-range characters. You can easily support your mages with your buckshot, your long-range ultimate, support their burst damage, burst down key targets, and also, if you get caught by, let's say, Lissandra, your magic resist from your passive really helps just to survive that burst.
The last tweet is from @Schlafmutzi, who asks, what is your favorite bottom lane combo and why?
Right now I'm really digging the Annie Kalista. It just has so much engage potential, so much kill potential. It's really fun, very aggressive, so it's definitely my favorite lane right now.
All right, well, thank you guys very much for sending in your questions. And remember, the discussion continues all day long, so just be sure to tweet @LL Esports and use that hashtag LCS to stay in touch. Now, for a look at our next matchup, we're going to send it over to the debonair duo behind the caster desk.
Thanks for that one, Shocks. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and I'm swapping in on the caster desk right now alongside, of course, the one and only Martin Deficio Linga. Now our next match. Oh, yeah. Next match coming up between Copenhagen Wolves and Meet Your Makers. This is going to be an exciting one. All the Wolves ones have been in the last couple weeks. And starting on the blue side, we do have those Copenhagen Wolves in the top lane. It is going to be Youngbuck, Airwalks in the jungle, Soren the mid laner, Freeze the AD carry, Unlimited their support, and their coach, Dentist.
Yeah, and Copenhagen Wolves yesterday and even the week before has been looking great. But the game yesterday, most convincing win we have seen against Rocket, who just beat Elements beforehand. Wolves won the early game and just controlled the game. There was no chance of a comeback at all. Freeze on this Draven here got 2 kills early. He got 500 gold, I believe, on the first one. Then he got a BF sword and vintage, and yeah, that was it.
Yeah, it kind of just rolled out from there. And the Wolves have been really, really good at practicing those skirmishes, getting themselves ready to fight on anybody. And we'll see how they do today against Meet Your Makers. On the red side, of course, in the jungle, it's going to be Horo, mid laner Corey, Mr. Rala is the AD carry support, Nisbeth, their coach Yamato Cannon, and their new top laner as of about a week ago, it is JWoww.
Yeah, JWoww yesterday, a very tough game, obviously, for him. He played Aurelia, went 1-4, but I never felt like he didn't do too well. It was more he was actually focused out and simply got shot down, and then together with the rest of the team, they just never really managed to do anything. They sat back, allowed Gambit to control the map. And honestly, for MYM, it's such a problem because now again, Giants with that win against Elements we saw yesterday, meaning that MYM has to win 2 games at least to tie them. And with the way they're playing, it doesn't look like they're going to get any wins on the board, at least not right now.
Yeah, Gambit have been able, or rather, Giants were able to pull away from the pack in that one.
Exactly.
So MYM's going to have some trouble. They have a solid pick ban phase, but they weren't able to execute after the fact. We'll see if that changes right now as we go into picks and bans between the Wolves and Meet Your Makers. LeBlanc off the board, and of course, that pocket pick Draven.
Yeah, it's really been the highlight for MYM. Their pick and ban phase is always pretty good. And then when we get into the game, they just have a hard time really using their comp. Aurelia been taken away from JWoww, the champion he played yesterday. He is, of course, a carry top lane type, and you don't want to risk him snowballing out of control.
Look at this. They're banning out. They're really trying to focus on Freeze right now. This has opened up a lot for Soren, though.
Yeah, and for Youngbug as well, we have seen Lissandra being first picked by the Wolves a few times. Kassadin can be left open as well in this case here, but a lot of power picks because we have all these target bans, Aurelia, Draven, and Kalista.
It's worth noting, every game that the Wolves have Cassiopeia available to them, they take it. So if Meet Your Makers don't ban this out here, I would expect that first pick. Ahri's banned off. There's the Cassiopeia.
Okay.
So they picked those 3 pocket picks.
So do you want Lissandra now for Youngbug and then risk giving, well, not risk, but you will give over then the Graves for MYM, so Freeze won't be able to play that one. Instead, actually, Kassadin being left open, MYM has to respond with Lissandra, in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of strong junglers on the board. They didn't need to worry about picking one of those ones up right away because there was going to be an option to get it back. You see the Annie picked up very quickly, as well as the Rek'Sai for Meet Your Makers. Copenhagen Wolves, they have a lot of options here.
Yeah, and MYM didn't really take anything away from the Copenhagen Wolves with the first 2 picks. Airwax has preferred Jarvan anyway in the jungle. And for Unlimited, if he wants to play Engage, he just goes for the Leona. Yes, Annie has been a good pick for him, but it's not the only thing he can play. So I don't actually feel like MYM took a lot of picks away from the Wolves, despite them having all these target bans. And so many power picks being open, obviously.
It is really surprising. The Wolves are taking their time about this one because they just have so many choices. You mentioned the Jarvan.
They get the Graves for free.
Yeah, they can pick up the Graves. It's been the preferred general pick here in Europe. They do end up locking it. Yeah, exactly what they do.
That's the thing, yeah.
There's no reason not to.
So when you ban Draven Kalista, you know Freeze is going to go Graves. It's his 3rd best champion, or we can say he's still one of the best champions, but the 3rd most played for him, and he's been taking it every single time. He didn't feel like Draven had the mobility to stay alive, or they've just been banned away, the Kalista and Draven in this case. So by banning those 2 AD carries and giving Graves, you don't really gain anything. You just kind of waste 2 bans because it's still getting one of what he considers one of the best AD carries.
Yeah, a bit curious. Meet Your Makers, they're going to take their top laner and their AD carry as well. So the Maokai and the Corki locked in, but yeah, they spend so much time in the ban phase, or so many of these bans specifically targeting the hard carries of the Copenhagen Wolves, and then they don't take away anything else. It is a bit inconsistent, considering this is typically where they do shine.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see MYM look for a lane swap in their case, depending on, of course, what the Copenhagen Wolves will pick for top lane. Lissandra has been a go-to champion for Youngbug. I don't expect to see him play the Kassadin. He's normally not the carry type. He's more of a supportive top laner for him. But obviously Lissandra into Marco is not the best matchup for Lissandra herself.
Unlimited had a decent score on this Lulu yesterday. It looks like he's not going to go. Oh, maybe he will. Okay. Ooh, we could see the top Morgana again.
Can see the top Morgana perfectly fine into Maokai. You can push that lane over and over. And if MYM is forcing a lane swap, then Morgana is one of the best top laners in a 1v2 situation because she can always farm with her pool. She's extremely hard to dive due to binding and black shield. So Morgana is just a fantastic pick here for the Wolves. And again, you get that supportive style. Even if it's going to be Lulu top lane for Youngbug, you have still your 2 carries in Freeze and Soren on this Kassadin. MYM here, leaving the Kassadin open, must have some kind of counter ready for this mid lane matchup.
We'll see if they think Jace is that choice, hovering it right now. But I really like the way that the Wolves have fleshed out their bot lane as well as the rest of their team comp. Seems like they're taking a leaf out of SK Gaming's book.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very good lanes. Strong all-around team fight coming in. We have seen Jace being picked by Corey before. And obviously, Kassadin won't be able to use his magic shield in this matchup here. So we'll be pressured quite a lot in the lane. And that's going to be the pick for Corey. So for MYM side, you have again this mid-game siege. They had the same yesterday when they played Xerath and Corki together, but didn't really get to use it because they fell too far behind early. They Mimer. So JWoww was shut down by Diamond and Caposhot together in that game here, so really didn't manage to do anything with him. But in this case, again, as long as Maokai can just sit and farm and get his Rod of Ages, and you can use your Jace Corki Spike in this mid game, then there's not a lot of wave on the side of Copenhagen Wolves because Morgana is not going to be sitting in the mid lane herself. She's going to be sitting and trying holding off in the side lane, maybe applying a bit of pressure, at least around the 15-20 minute mark. That's where MYM has an opening until Copenhagen will swap it around and send Kassadin to the side lane and Morgana to the mid lane to defend.
Exactly right. And typically where the Wolves have won, they have been these long drawn-out slugfests. So, you know, doing their homework in that regard, at the very least, they've got that in their favor. But the key is, can the Wolves outlast this? Going back to that Jace pick, that was perhaps the best performance Corey has had since he's been back with MYM, as the coaches shake hands. Walking off screen will be ready to load up in just a moment. I think this is definitely a bit different of a draft phase than we've seen from Meet Your Makers. The bans were very, very centrally focused, and they kind of, I think they had the plan, but I'm not entirely sure if that was what they wanted to do. What about you guys? What do you think what they wanted to do in that situation? Let us know who you think drafted the better one. Tweet us at LL Esports with the hashtag MYMWin or CWWin. We'll check out those results, but for now, the crowd is pumped. We're getting onto the Rift. It is Meet Your Makers taking on the Copenhagen Wolves.
And we're going to have to see if Copenhagen Wolves can keep up the small winning streak they've started. Been looking really good lately. Actually, a bit like H2K and the likes of Gambit, these middle-of-the-table teams just keep getting better every single week they play. We used to talk about Wolves being weak in the early game. Now suddenly against Fnatic they won the early game. Yesterday they won it as well against Rocket and had some very good strategy where Airwax was actually following the enemy jungler around. So Copenhagen Wolves use a lot of time looking at the other teams and how their junglers play and how to try and counter it with their own.
Right, teams getting more competitive in this split as Freeze and Mr. Rales are going to have a bit of a dance-off in the river to start this one off, but dancing won't win you a game of League of Legends. They seem to think you can.
Maybe.
I don't know, I like those grave steps. Whoop, someone's going to take an early shock blast. Oh, wow. Jace is rocking out.
It's really going to be a lot about this mid lane matchup for MYM. Remember, they left the Kassadin open, banned the 280 carries, and then still gave Graves over to Freeze. So Corey really needs to make some plays on Jace here. And we're gonna have to see if MYM is gonna get standard lanes. If it's gonna be standard lanes, it's in favor of Copenhagen Wolves. Morgana is gonna push in this Maokai over and over, and Lulu Graves is such an aggressive lane level 1 and 2, where they can apply so much damage to you.
Starting to look like the Wolves are actually the ones instigating the lane swap. You see Young Bucks moving down bottom. Yeah, I think they might be anticipating this one, but Meet Your Makers are not indicating that they're going to go for that.
So this is not even a bad situation for Wolves, because now you have Morgana in a lane swap, and as we talked about before, she's one of the best top laners when it comes to farming in a 1-on-2 situation. So they actually had a fairly good situation where they could decide, okay, do we want to do standard lanes, or do we want to try and deny the Maokai quite a lot of farm, and then just have Morgana win that way in terms of the top laners. Decided to go for the swap, doing a Grump as well, so not going to get a freeze for themselves, so that actually normally signals they were expecting MYM to be on the top side of their dual lane, otherwise you wouldn't do a camp at level 1.
Indeed, and speaking of Freeze, they're heading their way up to the top lane. Take a look on what they're doing up there. Going to hold off for just a moment as Unlimited is actually going to be hanging out.
They can do an early gank here.
Yeah, they can. Young Buck, Airwalks roaming together. He's got the red buff on. Corey's got to be in trouble. Has the acceleration gate, but he's triple teamed up. Do they have the damage? Throw down the soil, the flash answer. Horo was there for the defense, but a pair of summoners burned. Nobody dies.
A lot of people around this mid lane here. Young Buck actually started with his pool for a better pull for Airwax. In this case, no binding for him. They got to force the flash. Quite a lot of damage on Corey, which obviously buys a bit of time for Soren with the flask and potions here. So a lot about the sustain. And if Jace can actually keep his mana up to poke out this Kassadin, doesn't look like it. And Soren is going to have a fine time now farming.
Yeah, that does seem to be the Wolves' plans. They try to get Soren in a pretty good situation.
And Wayne is wrong in mid now.
Yep.
Except JWoww
Telegraph
walks straight into the lane.
Nisbeth is not going to be able to get within range of Soren either. Corey starts his back sequence. Nisbeth getting a little bit of warding out, so Meet Your Maker still having a few troubles with the execution.
Yeah, JWoww right here. As soon as he saw Youngbuck and Airwax in the mid lane, he should have just gone straight teleport to the top lane. The wave was being pushed in. He had a ward already. He could place over the wall so he can see if Copenhagen Wolves were moving up to dive him, and then he could just back away in time anyway. And he would have picked up 3 or 4 waves for himself at least. Maybe not the farm, but the XP. Instead, he actually walked to the mid lane, didn't gain anything, and just lost out on actually every single CS, because now Freeze has managed to clear it out and just have the tower kill all the minions.
Yeah, JWoww is going to be set fairly far behind here. Youngbuck.
Not compared to Youngbuck, though.
Yeah,
but
he's kind of been a little behind himself, so it's not too bad of a deal.
that's the thing. JWoww had an opening here. Because MYM is freezing the bottom lane, and Copenhagen Wolves haven't sent down Airwax and Youngbuck to push it out, then JWoww could actually gotten very far ahead in terms of farm and XP, but decided not to. Saved his teleport and tried for that mid lane roam, which didn't really do anything for him. Obviously now with Nisbet showing himself in the top side, then it allows Youngbuck to get a one-on-one lane in the bot lane.
Indeed it does. You can see Horo prowling around that jungle. Soren could be in a little bit of trouble, not yet level 6, and he has a serious lead on farm. Might be lulled into a false sense of security. Baited as Corey goes forward. There's the flash. Praise Seeker not going to connect, but he's going to tunnel and get the knock up. Soren, he's knocked into the wall, and that's first blood. It's hammer time for Corey.
Great first blood here by MYM, really knowing they have to shut down this Kassadin and get Corey rolling. He got the first blood as well. So despite him being ganked first, forced to flash away and fall behind in farm, they really get a good return of reply here onto Soren, and JWoww now is going to share XP with Nisbet while Youngbuck is getting solo farm and solo XP in the bottom side against Mr. Alice.
Yeah, Soren went a little too far forward, hoping he could take out Corey. You can see that fan vote on your screen. Copenhagen Wolves fans coming out in force, at least by factor 3-1 there, but right now the Wolves down 1 kill in this game. A bit of gold to go with that, as Freeze and Unlimited are hanging out in the top side, not aware exactly where Nisbeth is.
We always see Airwax be in the side where Youngbuck is and making sure he can always do well in the laning phase. It's been a tactic for Copenhagen Wolves. You know, Freeze and Unlimited, they're one of the best dual lanes we have in Europe at this point. They can handle themselves, so just use your jungler to help Youngbuck, who has been somewhat of a weak point for the Wolves in terms of the laning phase, but he's always been a very strong top laner in team fights. So as long as you get him past the early stages into this team fight, then he can really start making some work, doing some work for the Wolves.
Right, and it does allow, he can hang out a little bit close to the middle as well if Soren's going to need some help, but they do trust that Freeze and Unlimited are going to be able to take care of themselves in any given situation, and that opens up opportunities to be able to protect those other parts of the lane. In this situation, they also established Dragon Control doing it, so it's definitely a boon to the Wolves.
For sure, and you just see the Morgana here, despite being 2 levels down, normally the AD carry would be able to zone you away, but because you can just put down your pool and then back away, take 1 hit for it, you can keep getting enough farm.
Ooh.
And that's very important for Youngbuck, because that was the old tactic for MYM, with Nisbet leaving the lane early at level 1. So you want your AD carry to be 1 or 2 levels ahead of the enemy top lane, and when they get that one-on-one, and then he can't really farm because you force him away. Sadly, against Morgana, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, looks like we might have gank round 2. Oh, Nisbet this time hanging out together. Oh, good timely ward. That is going to save Soren's bacon.
Good communication as well. Nisbet leaving the top lane. There was a ward in the river. Seeing him walking down, then Soren responds. He's really been the target here for MYM, so they have a clear tactic. Get Corey ahead on this Jace. Make sure JWoww can farm. At least on Maokai, he needs obviously to get to his tanky point. Rod of Ages for him as the first item. Always going to get a bit delayed when you are in a lane swap.
Speaking of Rod of Ages, Soren's not too close to completing that one either. A little bit further ahead, I would say, of JWoww at that point, since he's not got an item component for it even yet. Soren, Horo has really been focusing on this side of the map, but he's got Riftwalk now. It's going to be a little harder to gank him. Here comes Corey again, knocks him back from the farm. Horo hasn't revealed.
It's going to be hard now for Rek'Sai to gank the Kassadin. You have the ulti up for Soren himself. Horo didn't use Flash though in the first game, so he has an option if he wants to try and go for it, but it will be a risky one, especially also because Soren is pushed so far back in his lane. You kind of have to go for a dive if you want to kill him. Otherwise, all you can do is try and force him away from some farm. And then you don't really gain too much from it. And you also show your jungler giving that information over to the Wolves.
Yeah, Wolves have invested a decent bit in vision here. Quick rush of the Sightstone completed for Unlimited. In the top side, Soren eating another Shock Blast. Corey has done quite well in this lane so far, despite falling behind early. He did get that kill answer back. He's starting to stack his tier up as well, but it is Soren who's crying.
It is, and Copenhagen Wolves, for them, can decide to really hard push this top lane now, because there's only the Maokai left, and Morgana can basically wave clear for days in the bottom lane on her own. So even if MYM swaps Nisbet down to this bottom side, yes, you might give up the dragon, but taking a tower for you is more than worth it early game, and that's exactly what Copenhagen was doing now. Notice that Nisbet leaves the lane, JWoww on his own, not able to defend.
Yep. They push him back. They grab that first turret of the game. Now seeing this one, Horo's going to actually proc the dragon. They've got enough people in the area. If Meteor Makers can get out with this one, it'd be a really good trade for them. And they've got plenty of people to take care of it. Still a teleport, even if Copenhagen Wolves did want to contest. But they're not making moves in that direction. This one's going to go over to MYM.
Yeah, so again, they're trading the tower for the first dragon. So preferring the global gold over the 6% AP and AD. So the Wolves looking to complete items instead of just getting pure stats for themselves. And now you can go down to this bottom lane. Your tower is full HP in the top side. Your tower in the bottom lane as well should be fairly healthy due to the Morgana. So you just come out ahead of the lane swap with a tower advantage, but just down in terms of the dragons.
Yeah, not only that, Nisbet Thrall is getting some serious damage out in this turret. Freeze is here
Barely.
to be able to try to push it back. But yeah, he's a level down on Rallies. He's going to be a little bit careful. Neither support have their ultis. Those roams early have really put a damper on their experience levels. A limited level 5, Nisbet's level 4. It's going to be a while before they're going to have the battle stats they need to get involved.
Yeah, it does mean, however, this Annie is a very easy target for Airwax if he goes for a gank to the bottom lane. EQ in, force a flash, and then you ulti on her. Because she's so low level. Very squishy. No tippers to respond either, so it could be a target for Copenhagen Wolves if they want a fairly easy first kill for them. For now, it's just all about defending their own turret. Making sure you have that small global gold advantage. And also have Soren sit and farm in the mid lane.
Indeed, that is what they're looking to do. Pinging out Young Buck, speaking of the mid lane, he's making moves in that direction now. JWoww has tried to get a little bit of his farm on in the top. So far, successfully haven't left it alone after the tower. Here comes Horo on Airwax, but he just pushes him off. That's my ward.
Still a small little smart trick by Airwax. Instead of walking into the bush so you can see the pink ward and then you're standing in there and hitting it, he places a ward first so you can actually stand outside and easily EQ over the wall if someone was going to jump him. So Horo was staying nearby waiting for him. Did manage to force a flash. And instead did get to defend the pink ward, however.
Horo goes ahead and sells his Stalker's Blade, gets the Skirmishers, as Corey continues to jam out in this mid lane.
We always see it against Jarvans here in Europe. Again, the Jarvan one-on-one, he will use his combo EQ to get onto you, so he can't get back out unless he has flash ready. And that's again where once he uses EQ, you pop the skirmishes, you take 20% less damage, you get true damage as well, and suddenly you win that one-on-one. But we talked about this gank in the bottom lane. Nisbet is still only level 5, but he's staying very far back and not getting killed here by Airwax or the Wolves.
Yeah, Freeze, with the help of Airwax and Unlimited, pushes forward, gets a little damage out onto Rallis. He's going to be able to sustain heal that one back up. Corey, meanwhile, halfway between lane and river, is going to be moving it back to the mid himself. Finds a pink ward, didn't need to sweep it, but he got it all the same.
And we're just waiting for Trinity Force to be completed for Rallis and a Brutalizer being picked up by Corey. And then you can actually see MYM start grouping and having a lot of poke damage. No poke response from Copenhagen Wolves' side. Low range AD carrying great. Only thing you have is landing a binding from Youngbuck. Otherwise, you won't be able to deal any damage back to MYM. And then suddenly you're also forced to send in your Morgana to the mid lane to sit and wave clear. Otherwise, MYM can actually push down these turrets fairly easily. And Nisbet, he's caught out.
That ward, I hope it was worth it. He only gets 3 shots before Freeze takes him down
and we just
with
saw
a big one.
We just saw a difference here. When Airwax went to the bush with the pink ward, he placed a ward so you can stay outside, fairly safe and clear it. Nisbet, he walked into the bush itself, stood next to the ward, tried to clear it, and therefore being caught out. Had he placed the ward himself, if he actually had any, didn't see if he had at that time, then he could stand very far back and try and clear the pink.
Yeah, all the more reason to pick up that Sightstone. He does get it, but they protect the ward in this case, so MYM give up a kill themselves. 15 minutes into the game, they still have that dragon advantage. JWoww, not going to get hit by that Dark Binding, it goes wide.
He didn't have a ward, poor Nisbet, so he should never have made that play. It's way too risky to move in, and obviously end up dying for it.
Too easy to pick him off, too. He's still not level 6.
Yeah, again, he's very squishy. Now Airwax,
Rallis. He could be in some trouble. Gonna Valk early. There's the flag, and Dragon Nisbet landing down the stun. Rallis will get away. He's got quite a lot of experience over some of these Copenhagen Wolves, but they are getting pushed back.
And you really see now Airwax saying, okay, Youngbuck, you are more than fine. You had a good start to the game, so you can handle yourself in this Morgana and Maokai lane one-on-one. So I'm now going to put my focus on the bottom lane instead, where we know we are stronger. and we can actually press our advantage to take down a tower. In this case, got a kill earlier as well in this, but obviously not due to Airwax, but still, this is just power play from the Copenhagen Wolves, recognizing, okay, where do we have the strongest lane? Where can we take out the turrets before MWM starts grouping up? That was the bot lane in this case.
Yeah, certainly able to do it. Nisbeth hanging out with Corey in this mid lane, and it doesn't seem like he's really needed it too much, but they are going to make moves in the direction of the Dragon Pit. It's about a minute and a half to go. They're going to pick up the blue ward to try to establish some more vision control, but the Wolves have been pretty diligent in actually warding out this side of the jungle. Earlier on, they were able to ping out Horo as he void rushed down there just because they had wards on his tunnels.
Yeah, always putting a lot of focus and deep wards for them. MWM though in this game, a better start than we often see for them. In this case here, you've gotten some decent farm on Jace, on the Corki, so your two very important carries here for the mid game. Let's see if Corey can actually go back and get a brutalize on this. He should be able to pick it up now, and then you can see them group with the Corki and the Jace together and really start landing their poke. Don't go back to your standard lanes, because then you allow Copenhagen Wolves to just buy a bit more time and sit and just farm away. Really put some pressure on the lanes now.
We'll see if they're able to do that one. Copenhagen Wolves going to be looking to grab their first dragon. It's 25 seconds away. Bit of vision for both teams on that side, but the Wolves are the ones pushing in this mid-turret. Corey's going to try to rush to push this one back.
And this again was also why Copenhagen Wolves put so much focus on the bottom lane with Airwax and taking down this turret, so they can then make the swap and send Freeze and Unlimited, the wave play you have, together with the Morgana to the mid lane before MWM got to group up, as we mentioned. And now Soren can sit and farm here. Yes, his turret will be tough to defend, especially because Horo is now down here in his bottom lane. But remember, there's still a jump on a Kassadin. It'll be very hard to kill him.
He's playing it safe anyways right now. Don't want to give up a crucial kill this close to that dragon as Meet Your Makers actually start collapsing on that one. Still some vision here, going to be spotted out for the Wolves. We could have a fight on our hands, Deficio.
Yeah, MWM, they need to land some poke first. If they get hard engaged on by Copenhagen Wolves, before poking them down, they will end up losing the fight itself. Hourglass just completed from Youngbuck. He's running. Same for JWoww and that Rod of Ages, so we're going to see a big fight here. MWM needs to go into that area and start actually setting up in terms of the pink and denying vision, so they can land the poke to Copenhagen Wolves first and not just allow them to straight up engage in a team fight. There we go.
Clear out the vision, try to deny as much as you can. Shock Blast going to hit Airwax in the back of the head, and Youngbuck's Dark Binding is not going to land. Neither team going to attempt for this one just yet. Soren making his way up. He's in danger of being cut off if Meet Your Makers turns back. They're trying to apply some pressure on this mid, so hopefully to draw Meet Your Makers away.
It's a good position actually for MWM to defend their turret and still try and land the poke over the walls. We even saw the pink ward earlier being placed. Oh, Corey. He's poked out now. Suddenly Copenhagen Wolves straight for the dragon.
Yeah, they're going to make moves. They've got the map control on their side. Now they've moved Corey away. Ooh, they caught Rallas on the Dark Binding. Just going to throw down the Tormented Soil and a little Glare Lance at the end of it, or rather a Help Picks. That dragon is being started up, but Meet Your Makers still not going to try to push this back because it's a 5v4.
Well, they can at least push it in, get some damage on it. Remember, it's been a Kassadin lane, so the turret is probably already down around 50% mark, as we see right here. So just pushing it in, at least the minions, realizing they have to back away. Corey's not here yet. But that was a poke wall lost by MWM, despite them having the stronger combat descent, but they're going in.
Yep, they are now Unlimited getting
wow.
popped. JWoww coming up big, and Youngbuck forced to pop his Zanya's Hourglass as he does manage to get one locked up on the Soul Shackles. He goes down all the same. A 2-for-0 fight to Meet Your Makers, and it looks like they're getting the tower on top.
They can get 2 turrets from this one here. Just keep pushing down. You have the vintage, you have the tippers. That was just a quick turnaround and a lot of bursts coming in from the likes of Corki and Jace at this point. To blow up 2 targets onto Airwax as well.
Yeah, they try to move for him. JWoww was when he took some poke, but Horo says you can't go anywhere. They turn off the tower, but they get another kill.
Remember that MYM, the only win they've gotten this season was against the Copenhagen Wolves. And now they're actually off to a very good, should we say, mid-game. 3 kills for them, 2 turrets, or 1 turret in the mid lane as well. As long as you keep grouping and relying on your poke, you should be able to extend your goal lead.
This is one of the better openings we've seen played against the Wolves in the last couple weeks. Let's take a look at how that fight went again.
Again, so remember that Corki and Jace at this point have so much burst damage. So as soon as JWoww actually finds a target, Unlimited, he dies instantly right here. And now it's just cleanup time for MYM. Youngbuck with the Hourglass not going to save him. And obviously just allows him now to push down for this turret as well.
Yeah, really clear-cut case there. So as they were grouped up, Meet Your Makers were able to take advantage. 18.5 minutes in, and yep, they do control the gold lead. Only by about 1,000, but that's all you need to start this one off. Dragon apiece. And Copenhagen Wolves, despite the fact that they have been performing exceptionally well the last couple weeks, they're finding themselves in a slight deficit.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse once Corey gets his last Whisper completed. You need that armor penetration for your Shock Blast to hurt. Because always, obviously, remember, when it comes to these spells, getting that % damage from the armor penetration is always better than just flat AD, unless you have an insane AD ratio on this spell, which Jace does not have on his Shock Blast. So the armor penetration very early for him, or very important for him, for the Shock Blast damage. And he's getting very close to it at this point. If there comes in a BT as well from Rallis, then it's going to be so hard for Wolves to actually even engage, or again, try and poke back just with this Morgana, because there's going to be enough lifesteal for Rallis to take a few hits, even from a tower, and still stay around.
Yeah, Rallis has been pretty solid, even if he hasn't been able to come up with a kill yet, just finding some damage in the backline. It's Corey who's been picking up that serious gold lead over Soren. See if that continues here. He's going to find Youngbuck in the brush. He wanders directly into it, and there is the Soul Shackles, or the Dark Binding, I should say. Soul Shackles going to complete after that one, and Corey very, very close. He took quite a lot of that sustained damage, but he nearly found a pick.
At early hourglass here, paying off for Youngbuck with the armor, ends up staying alive, but still MYM. They shouldn't be sending the Jace to a side lane. They should be running Jace and Corki together at this point. Again, use your poke, use your siege. While the Wolves are too weak to engage onto you, Airwax has 0 tanky items. You can burst him down like we saw in that last fight with Unlimited and Youngbuck. Don't allow Copenhagen Wolves to split up in a 1-3-1 and buy more time. It's the latest siege here. It's time for MOM to really show what they can do.
Exactly right. This is their power spike. Now that Trinity Force completed, now they've got the last Whisper on the Jace. They have a chance to rush this one down. They've blown a hole in the middle. See if they can push their edge here. But right now, they're giving the Wolves a chance and a break.
Top tower can be an easy target, especially after this blue buff.
Early spike.
Actually went over to Soren.
Bit of a missed timing there. Soren's able to grab that one.
But yeah, that should be a top tower now for MYM after taking a bit of control of the jungle. Already having the wave pushed down. At this point. Then they have a TP, but Corey was caught in between the lanes, not really knowing where to go. They do manage to defend this one. Send now the Maokai down to the bottom lane. Defend that wave as well. And you have these 4 guys together. Yes, you don't have a TP advantage, so you have to play a bit more careful, watch your flanks, so you don't allow Youngbuck to TP in behind you. But just use your poke here, use your insane poke to get a bigger goal lead.
Looks like what they are trying to do here. Grouping in the mid lane, but not committing to the push just yet. They don't have vision on all the members of the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, and again, no teleport for JWoww.
Controlling some vision, though, here by the Dragon Pits. A minute and a half to go, so it's a little bit early here. But yeah, Youngbuck, ooh, he's going to eat a big Shock Blast. Once again, courtesy of Corey.
And that was onto a target who's currently sitting on 125 armor, and he did that much damage. If he lands it onto Freeze, or Soren in this case, they get chunked down almost 50% of their HP. Follow that with the rocket and they're back to base, which is all that matters for a poke comp. You don't have to get killed. It's all about just forcing people to recall at bad timing, so you take over objectives like towers, dragons, you get the vision control as well, because they're constantly forced to go back to base and heal up due to your insane amount of poke. But for now, again, MYM has been delaying it quite a lot. They got to top turret, then they had to use the teleport to go back and defend, which means they're not feeling confident enough to actually group, knowing that JWoww can't join. They want him again in a side lane with Youngbuck here to make sure the lane's always being controlled. They can still go just with him in mid lane as well if they want to win.
Unlimited.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, that maybe they can afford to sit back and push a little bit. The Wolves just cannot afford to take that kind of damage that Corey is able to dish out in these situations, and that poke is really what is enabling them to push out a map.
Rallis is stuck in the top lane at the moment, playing the minion. And look at this. Teleport behind from Youngbuck. He's not spotted.
Going on a sneaky scouting mission, or rather a flank attack. They're going to find Horo in the pit. He's going to jump his way out. JWoww, they turn their attention. Soren comes up with the pick on a Horo as JWoww is trying to tank the front line there as the Soul Shackles. Youngbuck, he should be able to find it, but they found Corey as well. It is a 3-for-none. Copenhagen Wolves surround and take out Meet Your Makers and a Dragon.
And it was looking so good for MYM. Definitely the best start we've seen in a long time for them. And then this happens. Your AD carry sitting and farming top lane. Dragon spawns, and you still move in with 4 guys to try and contest it. It was even them actually engaging on the fight, or at least being part of starting the fight. And obviously, Copenhagen Wolves with 5 guys just to collect this. Look again here. Mr. Rallis sitting in the top lane. MYM playing very aggressive, then suddenly being caught up because they're walking into the Dragon area. Youngbuck obviously comes in from behind. Easy 5 versus 4 for the Wolves. Dragon as well. Not really sure what NYM were trying to do.
Looked like their target prioritization was a little bit off in that situation as well. Very chaotic fight, but those deep wards for the Copenhagen Wolves paid off once again. This time it was Youngbuck able to teleport flank around, caught NYM by surprise when they thought they had a numbers advantage. And 1-2-3, they got a Dragon and 3 kills. Right back like that, they've tied up the game.
For sure, Copenhagen Wolves punish NYM. Again, can't really come as a surprise that Morgana has a teleport when she hasn't used it for such a long time. Anyway, for NYM, this will delay them quite a lot. They still haven't been able to group. Teleport is going to be ready for JWoww now, so he can sit in that side lane. And we see NYM now grouping up as 4. BT is completed. No magic penetration for Rallis yet, but they still have enough poke damage. They gotta use the spike here, otherwise we get to that point where Copenhagen Wolves can actually start engaging on to NYM. Because Airwax, he's starting to get a few tank items for himself.
Oh. They're going to need a tank. Freeze is looking a little battered and bruised as he trades out with Rallis in the mid lane. Soren, Airwax going to back away as NYM asserts their control in that mid. Youngbuck actually moving forward here onto JWoww. Thinks he might be able to get some damage onto him. 25 minutes into this game, the Wolves have answered back in kind. Meet Your Makers struggling to really find specific objectives here. They are just kind of trying to group and look for picks.
Yeah, Copenhagen was just buying time again, trying to delay NYM from grouping up as a team. And NYM, because they haven't actually had any pink wards in the jungle of Copenhagen Wolves, they haven't denied any vision, so they don't feel like they can just go for a crazy push and avoiding the flank. A lot of wards still placed by both teams in that area. And now instead NYM saying, okay, we build up a wave bot lane like they did in the top lane. We send 5 man down and we just try and use our numbers advantage and a quick faster, a little bit faster rotation to get a free turret. So 2 turrets for them now into the top and bot lane. But the Copenhagen Wolves are looking to fight.
Might not be free after all. Airwax jumps ahead, a little ahead of his team. Soren has to pop his Zanya's Hourglass. It's a 5 versus 4, but Soren is going to even the score. He finds Corey. JWoww blown up in the back. Youngbuck was able to find something. It's a double kill for Soren. Can he get some more? Nisbeth served up on a silver platter. How about a triple kill for Soren?
Again, for Copenhagen Wolves here, they know they can take the fights as long as NYM doesn't land any poke beforehand. We see the same. NYM rotated down to take a tower. And then Copenhagen will say, okay, fair enough, we lost it, but now we can engage onto you. We can win the fight again. Great ulti from Youngbuck, great engage from Airwax, and of course Soren with the cleanup.
Yeah, Airwax really started that one off. It looked like just a moment too early, but it bought just enough time for his team to jump in, jump back, jump around the side. Let's take a look at how that one happened.
Again, everyone from Copenhagen goes full HP before the fight starts. They get onto Corey first. Soren can follow up here. Early Hourglass, he doesn't want to take any damage and then flash after Corey in the end. I believe no, Corey just goes back in and then he gets the kill for himself. And now you see Youngbuck flashing in, gets the ulti onto 4 people. I'm really wrong in this replay. There's no flash from Youngbuck either, but he got the ulti onto a lot of people and killed them.
It really looked like they were flashing around with how quick they were moving, but yeah.
No flashes here, just a lot of ultis.
They did manage to get that 4-4-1 trade, so the Wolves just, again, we talked to Dennis a little bit backstage about this. They love practicing their skirmishes, making sure that they are, in their own eyes, the best team for the skirmishes, and they are really showing up here in those situations, those chaotic fights. A really big score for them, and they've started to get a gold lead in this game.
Yeah, and again, they avoided that mid-game spike from NYM, where they never really got to push too much. Now onto JWoww, he's very tanky, but it's against 3 guys.
Is
Rek'Sai coming
enough?
in.
Yeah, he's going to have some backup from Horo in just a minute. Do they have the chance to
Rallis
move back?
coming
And
as
he's
well.
actually going to Twisted Advance Soren. They've cut him up, the knock-up, the Wild Growth as well. Excuse me, didn't use that one just yet. It wasn't off cooldown. That's Rallis coming up with a kill onto Airwax. They're looking for him as well, and they blow him up. JWoww still tanking through this line, but not for much longer. Meet Your Makers, they double down, and they lose big. It's another 4-for-1. This time a double kill goes to Freeze.
And again, Copenhagen Wolves just looking so good in these fights. Youngbuck teleporting in, another great ulti from him, and just cleanup duty for the rest of the team as soon as the targets will lock down. And obviously, Freeze with good positioning.
You know, these look so messy when they begin. It's just even hard to tell how they're going to happen, but the Wolves just keep coming out ahead in these. Corey now trying to stealth back away. He gets a little spooked by Soren wandering a little too close. He's actually going to hang out by this red buff. There we go, starts his back, and they're not going to see him.
Bit of a solo mission from Corey. So let's see it again. They're on to JWoww first. Let's look at the minimap, how people are moving. Rallis goes first. Freeze joins in as well. Annie at this point is fairly far away, and Corey is actually stuck in the bottom lane. So again, MYM, they take a fight where they know they will be in a numbers disadvantage, and that's why once the teleport comes from Youngbuck, the fight is basically over. Despite trading a kill here, or getting a kill for MYM first, now there are only 4 guys. Corey has just made it to the mid lane, and it's happened before for them in this game. They pick a few fights where they're not 5 guys around, and then Copenhagen Wolves capitalize on it.
Yeah, they got juked in that situation. I got juked a little bit too. I didn't think he did use the Wild Growth. I thought that was the Rek'Sai knockup, but I got turned around. Youngbuck is going to take a 180 himself as he eats one of those shock blasts, but MYM, they might be wanting to back off this Dragon, hold it as far as it's going to go, but they're a little scared of the damage that Copenhagen Wolves can throw out. There's a lot of the poke. They're not able to connect with the Dark Binding, however, and it looks like we have a good old-fashioned standoff.
Standoff, though, in favor of MYM in terms of the damage they can provide, but they have to be careful with their positioning here, because Soren can flank around them, and if Copenhagen Wolves actually started pushing the mid lane as well, that's suddenly another opening if they force MYM to stay here, because they only have one choke point they can kind of walk in and out of. So they're in a bit of a risky position to get flanked around. Looks like Copenhagen was actually not looking towards the mid lane at all, just taking a lot of poke in their face.
Yeah, Youngbuck
now they go
there in the front of that, and yeah, Soren, he moved from that bottom side. They're going to give this one up and actually just clear some mini waves out in the mid. So meet your makers, even the Dragon score 30 minutes into the game.
That is what MYM can do with their comp. It just becomes harder and harder now the further we get into the game, because we see these armor items being built by the likes of Airworks, so you can actually take some damage now. MYM showing at least a bit of the poke they can do.
Horo has been pretty proactive this game, as he usually is. The biggest issue, it seems, for MYM is historically they just haven't been able to have provide any follow-up for him. But this game, Meet Your Makers is really starting to show what they can do when they come together as a team. It's just that the Wolves seem to be a little better in those chaotic situations.
Yeah, I feel like when you look at MYM, it's not because they're bad players. Like, player for player, in terms of mechanics, they actually have some very, very strong plays. We see Corey against Soren now in his bottom lane.
See if he can do something there. He's actually going to find quite a lot of the damage, and I don't know about that flash. Well, I guess it did. Wait a minute. Yeah, he did use it.
Again, so the thing is, for MYM, they have good individual players, but as a team, it's just not been working. They don't really have the shot calling. They don't know exactly when to group up for certain spikes and when to use them and how to play their comps. But player for player, still, they are very good. Corey in this one-on-one with Soren.
He gets so much burst damage out in
so low, yeah. Soren at this point popped the ulti onto Corey as well, but now he just tries to run away, ends up dying for a waste.
Tries to juke
no
with
E
the
or
flash.
Q for him in the very end. Must have been just a second off in terms of cooldowns, and Corey wins the one-on-one.
So not only do they get that kill, they get that summoner blown as well on Soren. He's actually he's a pretty good score line on this game, 5-2-6, but when you see those kinds of things, you got to think maybe that's a little bit of a rough time for him. Corey really has found some life on this Jace, but see if he can really output the damage that they need, because this poke comp is starting to not necessarily have as powerful of a meaning as it will later on in the game.
100% agree.
Other way around. They're going to get less powerful as the game goes on.
Less powerful. You already saw the poke they did before. It was great as long as they could stay and keep hitting Shock Blast for just 1 or 2 now. Copenhagen Wolves can still engage after. And when just didn't manage to get a goal lead at Tali when they actually had the chance, they were 4-1 in terms of kills early on. They had 2,000 goal lead as well. And that's where Copenhagen Wolves managed to buy time and then get the big team fights 5-on-5, where we have seen them being strong all game long.
Yeah, they did back off when they seemed to have a very powerful moment for themselves, but this has allowed Copenhagen Wolves to get back into this game. They control a 3,000 gold lead. Looking to chase onto Horo right now, slowed down by one of those saplings. Horo makes good his escape, and Corey comes back to the mid to defend. They really have spent a lot of time in this lane.
I would really like to see a Locket coming in from MYM as well. On their side, you are, I guess, this double AP.
Triple if you count the Lulu,
even
right?
if you count the Lulu, yeah, in that case. So Locket should be an item coming in for Spirit Visage. Bit of a greedy choice for him. In this case, yes, it works on a Rek'Sai with obviously a passive, which is under the ground. But Locket for your entire team, in my opinion, would have been better.
Let's see if they do vary that one up a little bit later. For now, just sitting on that giant spell. Teams have seemed to agree to a temporary truce. Nobody wants to make the moves on each other just yet. No objectives to fight over on the map. Decent amount of river wards here, though, for the Copenhagen Wolves, but they've lost most of the deep wards they have in the jungle. There's still that one sitting around the red pit of Meet Your Makers. They're going to be unaware of that one, but they will be able to clear the one on the backside.
Yeah, and again for Copenhagen Wolves, not really looking to create anything. More or less waiting for MOM to group up and then go for the fight. You have Flash ready for Airwax. He can go in. Jumbo can follow up himself. He's sitting nicely and farming. Or getting a pink ward. And now, tell what, behind from Youngbuck here. This is the fight Copenhagen was looking for.
Yep, and Wham's not quite sure of it yet. Youngbuck is going to try to find JWoww. They've got the knock up, the Soul Shackles moving away. There's a quick Zanius to avoid the Shock Blast. JWoww zoned out of the fight as Soren picks up Corey very quickly. Nisbeth chased away. The front line has not been able to catch up to the back line as Airwax is going to look like he's going to almost take out JWoww. That's Freeze coming up with it. However, they've lost Soren, but they've managed to pick up 2. Can they get even more? Freeze tanking tower shots. Looks like the Wolves have been pushed back for the time being, but they do have the numbers advantage.
And once again, the team.
Oh, not quite enough. Maybe they'll lose that one. Summoner heal blown away. They land a dark binding on Horo. Maybe look for him. Not enough damage. Just barely. The help picks didn't quite help enough, and tower goes down.
But we see the same. Every time Copenhagen Wolves can engage onto MYM, they win the fights. There's no peel on the side of MYM. Second game where they run like a siege poke comp and not pick Janna but take an engage support instead. Home got teleport from Youngbuck to start it. Not the best ulti from him, but as long as you start the fight and you catch Corey at least with the job, and you can still win it.
Yeah, they created enough of that chaos to throw Meet Your Makers completely out of balance, and they come up with the winning fight in this situation. See, even Tibbers is confused. Not sure which direction to go.
I'm not sure if Nisbet actually plays Janna, because it's been an option for him twice now. I really feel like it would fit in so well. So at least try and help his long-range poke carries here. And yet, goes for the aggressive option, and MYM is not a team who makes the plays. Or hasn't been, at least. They're picking some comps which can be fairly hard to play, and doesn't really seem to know how to pull them off. And that's been their main problem.
Yeah, I think execution is definitely the name of the game for Meet Your Makers. Got to work on that one. So far, Copenhagen Wolves have come up a little bit better in that regard, moving their way towards this dragon. A bunch of wards around the side for Meet Your Makers, but they're not going to be able to grab this, even with the grab control. That is going to be another dragon in the pockets of the Wolves. They pick up number 3.
And obviously, Nisbet has played Janna beforehand. It's not because he's not played it in the LCS, but in this case, we didn't get to see enough about that one. MYM still had a good start to the game. That's a positive thing for them. They've lost many, many games in a row. Only team they've beaten so far is Copenhagen Wolves, who they're facing now. They need to get a win on the board so they can get closer to Giants and get away from this number 10 spot that automatically relegates you to the Challenger Series. No chance of playing relegation. So for them, at least take some of the positive from the early game. Go back and look at it and say, okay, how could we push our lead? What did we do wrong? And use that next week. Because every week counts for them. And it's almost fun to call them a new team. But because they've made some roster changes with Horo, JWoww, and Nisbet, like all 3 fairly new players, 2 of them for this split, and obviously JWoww just for this week, they haven't really found the teamwork or the strategy yet. That's the thing they need to work on.
Well, they have found Youngbuck on a number of these occasions, to say the least. But you're right, they do seem to have some struggles moving together. This time they've got 4 members moving down the mid. Look to maybe take a quick tower. However, the Wolves are collapsing. You got to be careful there. Youngbuck, they're going to move on to him right now. He's got the Soul Shackles out. He does have the Zanya's Hourglass. Corey, they've caught him together, and Freeze coming up with a big kill, but they've lost Youngbuck. It's still a 4v4. Never mind, make that a 4v3. Nisbet takes down Airwalks. The Wolves might actually be going down in this case. That's going to be a double kill for Mr. Rales.
What a team fight. Again, Copenhagen was trying with the flank. They catch our Youngbuck first, force him just to ulti on the tanks himself. Corey goes down like every other fight because he's going to be the main target. But there was so much AoE damage being returned from MYM, and they're trying for this Baron.
Yeah, they certainly are. Zoning out. Tibbers is already down. Freeze, he's not keen to get involved in this one. MYM, they might have been able to pull this off. JWoww frontlining as he gets ignited for his trouble. This Baron, though, it's still not
5K.
quite low enough. It's at about 5,000 health. As you said, the Maelstrom is on. Here comes JWoww. Gonna turn attention onto Freeze, and they shut him down. Nisbeth with the pick. They managed to find
Baron,
another.
yeah.
It's an ace for just a couple seconds. Right back to the Baron. Meet your makers. Here they go.
After losing every single team fight in the game, they managed to win the one in the mid game here from Copenhagen. It was such a nice setup from them with the tanks onto Youngbug to stop him from getting onto the backline itself and just to clean up. Let's see it again. So it's Copenhagen was trying to flank. Airwax and Youngbug from the top side here. Notice how Youngbug is forced to ulti on the tanks themselves. Corey's actually got it, but he walked out of it straight away. He goes down, but now Mr. Rallis, he's left completely untouched, and he's just running cleanup duty. So much damage from him coming in, and suddenly MYM actually winning a fight.
Yeah, they are the ones who took advantage of all that craziness. The Wolves thought they had the proper collapse. Didn't quite work. Airwalks went in a little bit ahead. It worked out the last couple times he's tried it, but they just blew him up too fast. Not quite as tanky as he thinks. Even though he's got the Thornmail and the Randuin's Omen, they were still able to take him down pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's doing what he should do. Always target out this Jace and just blow him up instantly. The Corki obviously can jump out of the ulti from Airwax, so I feel like that's fine if you trade mid laner for jungler. It was more the fact that Youngbug actually couldn't get off a good ulti for himself, and then Freeze and Soren didn't get in a good position because nobody really got locked down after Corey had died, and suddenly they were fairly easy targets for MOM to chase on and kill. So that was just a good setup, a good reaction from MOM as a team.
Indeed it was. Now taking a look across the map here, they have a chance to start pushing this one in. It's very difficult for the Wolves to straight up engage unless they get the catch on to Meet Your Makers. That poke is still very, very dangerous. And with the Baron, they bought themselves some more time, and Limited's gonna find out, yep, that's where Corey was.
In his face. They can go back to this 1-4 if they want to, but if they don't want to risk getting a hard engage and have to teleport down from JWoww, just run 5 together. Use your Baron buff, at least with 2 lanes, because you have the Rek'Sai ulti on the other side who can actually join in instantly. So at least pushing 2 lanes, but just use your poke once again.
Oh!
Not like that.
Well, talk about that kind of poke. That's going to be Freeze coming up with a quick 1-2, and they're looking for a little bit more. Airwalks locks up Corey. Thought he'd locked up Rallis, but they're able to take him down, however. The rest of the Wolves still roaming together. Meet Your Makers, that's a 1-for-1 trade. Support for jungle.
Still done. No reason for MOM to go into the jungle. Stay in the lanes where you can see everything. Watch your 2 flanks, and then Copenhagen will suddenly cannot engage onto you and just start pushing down. You got even the second dragon for 15% more damage on the Turch. You got the buffed up minions. There you go. Easy tower for you. Well played in the end for them with the tower and Horror. It was a mix of Horror and Huni, but just pushing it in.
Yep.
So MOM at least managed to get that 1 tower and trading 1-for-1.
They do manage to get a little bit more minion damage on that one. So Meet Your Makers making use of this Baron buff. Again, the gold's just about evened out, 500 separating these 2 teams. However, there's a slight dragon advantage for the Wolves. We'll see if that stays the same because there's about 30 seconds on that next one to spawn. A lot of wards and a lot of Rek'Sai tunnels in the backside of that pit, however, for Meet Your Makers.
You can see Corey going for the Infinity Edge on Jace here, simply because your W, when you activate it, will give you obviously 110% attack speed, like max out your attack speed to 2.5 seconds. And then at the same, then you just get like these 2 or 3 hits really, really fast, where you have the Infinity Edge for insane amount of burst. But it requires him to stay alive, at least for a few seconds in these fights. And once again, both jump him.
They zoomed into the back. Airwalks isolated from the team. Corey's going to pick him up, and they are going for more right now. They haven't lost well, they just lose JWoww, excuse me. I'm corrected. It's a double kill going over to Freeze. Copenhagen Wolves, they might have still find the outfight here. Soren in the middle. They're going to take down Corey. They're going to look for more. Freeze, a quadra kill. I don't believe it. He gets that one. However, they nearly lose that fight. Soren, the last man on the map.
Last man, well, Youngbug is there as well in this case.
Never mind, I got juked.
We see the same. Airwax, he goes in, he sacrificed himself just to try and get the backline, buy some time. Copenhagen was this time around managed to get a good jump onto MOM and actually win the fight.
Freeze just dancing around this team, and you know, it looked like it was bad for just a moment. Airwax jumps in, he's totally isolated from his team, but they really, really follow up. And as a result, they're gonna get this inhibitor. It's 10 seconds about till JWoww is gonna come back up. They can turn tail, move straight onto the Baron, or the Dragon rather, if they want, but they're actually just gonna back away. They've still got time on the board though.
We'll have some time. Let's see it again. So, MYM was setting up around the Dragon. Copenhagen will go for another engage. Airwax, he's killing himself by doing this, but he just buying time. The two carries are focusing on him now, while Copenhagen will take down JWoww, the big tank from MYM. And now, ulti from Youngbuck to zone them away. Freeze show is about to start. Full HP on his own, BT as well. Then he can go in, Soren as well with the caster in. This is the cleanup duty Copenhagen Wolves can always do.
And then that flash for the triple on the quad.
Then he dies, no penta.
But yeah, it's okay. Soren able to mop that one up at the end of it all. So yeah, the Wolves, again, they love these crazy fights. Now they're going to be able to get this dragon. This is number 4. It's really important, but Horo is still here. He doesn't want to go in for the steals. The rest of the team's not there, and they have to start covering their mid since they don't have that inhibitor anymore. Copenhagen Wolves are going to have that extra bit of damage thanks to Dragon buff numero 4.
And that pushing power at least, and obviously 6 minutes time, the 5th dragon for them. Let's start pushing. You have the super minions now coming in the mid lane. You know that MYM is not going to engage on you, but going to try and poke you out. So as long as Copenhagen Wolves don't go into a stupid base race here, which they won't, they're going to recall. And MYM realizing, okay, they're not falling for that one.
It's like you know the Copenhagen Wolves, Deficio.
Actually, not at all. I've never played with any of these guys except for Freeze. Back then, well, it was a different time. It was a lot easier playing League of Legends. You would make sure your mid laner, who was called Bjergsen at that time, or Nuke Dog if you were Lemon Dogs, would get a good start on an assassin, and then you would just sit back and watch him win the game for you.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
It was good fun.
Well, fast forwarding back into Season 5 right now. 30 seconds.
That's of course not what happened. Well, it did happen on NIP for us, but Lemon Dogs, all their players were actually absolutely fantastic at their role, and they were one of the most dominant teams we have seen in Europe in terms of just one split, until at least we reached the playoffs where they lost to Fnatic.
History lessons. Whoa, Airwax, he's just standing right on there. Guardian Angel's gonna get popped by Corey as they use the Wild Growth all the same. Horo's the one that gets caught on the Dark Binding Tormented Soil for a little bit extra damage, but this is all a distraction. Freeze was trying to take the secret mission on that bottom side tower, able to get it down to about half health.
So just trying to spread out MYM a little bit here, move the wave play around, apply some pressure, but honestly, it's tough to push in against Jay's Corky Poke. And Copenhagen Wolves, you don't really want to dive too deep, but in behind the tower near the fountain as well. So that is the risk for them. If they do manage to push up here, they might be forced into somewhat of a tower dive. And that's where MYM can still bite back and win it. So honestly, Copenhagen Wolves just going to wait it out. Have another dragon, have the Baron spawn, set up around the Baron instead. Try and bait MYM into a fight there instead of trying to push the base.
Well, they've got their work cut out for them. This game already lasted about 5 minutes longer than either of these teams faced down yesterday. We knew it was going to be an outlast battle where the Wolves win. When the Wolves win, they tend to have very, very long games. MYM just has the long games in general.
Yeah, for sure. Nisbet going for the full mobility any build. Righteous Glory, Talisman, so no Banner of Command, which actually would have been a good one in this comp for him if he had gotten it a lot earlier. And if they managed to use the Siege, then suddenly Banner of Command actually becomes very useful also for the MR.
Take a look at how the gold has swung back and forth over this game. It's definitely in the Copenhagen Wolves' favor, but you can see where MYM has been able to take advantage.
There's a few times for MYM. We had that start of the game where they got the early 4 kills. And then they didn't manage to use it because they didn't group as a team. And Copenhagen Wolves forced the team first. Now they're going to Corey again.
Yep, he's going to flash away from that collateral damage.
Die.
It'll clip him on the side, but Youngbuck is the one going down already. They're locked up. That is, Nisbet doing some serious work. And they are going to lose Corey, however. Soren coming up with a pick onto Oral as they push Freeze away from this fight. Unlimited still trying to help out Horo. He's by himself. He goes down. That's a double kill going to Soren. Youngbuck the only casualty for the Wolves. Nisbet is finally going to go down. And JWoww just hightailed it out of there.
Over a minute here for MYM. Copenhagen Wolves, they're pushing for the finish. Only JWoww alive. We did see the burst from Corey with the Infinity Edge. He actually destroyed Youngbuck. But then the 2 carries went down. Copenhagen Wolves are pushing for the win.
Yep, they're ahead of the minions right now. Have a mind to tank it all up. And speaking of tank, JWoww back on Fountain. Can he stop this one? It's going to be a long time before his teammates come. He's not even moving fast enough. They've already lost the Nexus turret. Make that 2. The Nexus is going down. 48-15 on the clock. And the Copenhagen Wolves are victorious over Meet Your Makers.
Managed to bounce back for from a, I wouldn't call it a weak early game for them, but they did fall slightly behind to MYM here in this case. Got all the right team fights, however, and managed to win the game.
Smiles on their faces, but this game was anything but certain.
Why did they stop the howls? Last year they would always howl if they were winning. Now it's gone. Copenhagen Wolves have lost its identity.
Now they didn't lose this game.
They didn't know.
Meet your makers. Shaking hands on that side. Now they do fall down to 1-9 on the score, but you know, they didn't look terrible in that game. They really did not. They had some very good moves, some very good rotations, some great fights against a team that prides itself on skirmishing. But the Wolves, you can hear that crowd cheer. They are the victors.
And honestly, for Copenhagen Wolves here, they were playing against a rather difficult comp because of that mid-game spike MYM would have. And if they had actually grouped up and sieged down, it could have been tough for the Wolves. But they just kept it really cool, kept looking for these team fights 5-on-5. They found them. Airwax, he would always sacrifice himself, jumping onto Corey, and just allowing his carries now in the back line to suddenly start cleaning up and obviously win the game for the Wolves. But MYM again, composition-wise, I would love to see a Janna instead of maybe the Annie for more disengaged, sorry. And while they show some good individual plays, as a team, knowing when to group up and how again to play in terms of teamwork, the synergy, it's not there for them, and that's really the thing they have to work on. Because again, we see Corey suddenly make a big play. We see Mr. Rales on the corky here having a good performance as well, but it's just not enough for them.
Well, it seemed like they were playing on the back foot even when they were ahead. It was very strange, afraid to take a head-to-head fight with Copenhagen Wolves, and that allowed them to roll back into the game. And after that, then they, for good reason, were afraid to fight them on their own terms. So still, they played quite well in trying to control objectives, control vision, push objectives, but then they fixated a little too much on getting picks and not straight up fighting, which seemed a little bit out of their element in that case. So a little bit odd in their regard. Now for a closer look at that win for the Copenhagen Wolves, we're going to go ahead to head on stage where Quickshot is standing by to talk to the top laner, Youngbuck.
Thank you very much, Pyroficio. I am joined by Youngbuck. Congratulations on the win. Before we get to the serious questions, why do the Wolves not howl anymore?
We decided that we wanted to keep the howl for the playoffs.
I like the confidence, aiming high. Yeah. We touched on it a moment ago just before on camera. Copenhagen Wolves are now in 3rd place. You guys have won 4 out of your last 5 games. Before we talk about how you've done that, in this particular game, were you ever scared? You guys lost that Baron, you guys fell behind early. How did the match play out in your mind?
I was a bit scared when we got behind, and especially knowing that we've already lost to MIM. And usually when you play a team lower on the rankings, you're a lot less nervous. And for whatever reason, when we are nervous, we actually play a lot better. That's why we've been beating a lot of the higher ranked teams and actually have lost against the bottom tier. However, when we got into team fights, and the first team fight was just perfect, and then we knew this was our game.
Youngbuck, it's great to see you giddy with excitement. I mean, it really feels like you're happy with your performance. The opening few weeks for you in particular was quite rough. The team wasn't at the same level they are now. What has changed and how did you do it?
Well, I had a bit of a mental block in the start where I wanted to really prove myself, especially in the 1v1 department. And in practice, it was just either I was dominating the lane or getting camped. And in LCS, I was getting camped, so I was really training to just tune it down a notch and just keep my lane even or not pressure as much. And in return, I wouldn't get ganked a lot. So, and also Airbox put a lot more resources into me, and I tried to use that to help elsewhere on the map by roaming or making TP plays.
Let's talk a little bit about some of your other teammates. Soren in particular. Deficio had a little bit of a joke on PTL saying Mini Bjergsen's got the capabilities. He's really stepping up. Cassio is a permanent ban. How has Soren found the capabilities to play at such a high level in contrast to last year?
He's a very surprising player, but he's ridiculously good mechanic-wise. You've seen his Cassiopeia. Every champion he plays, it's just jackpot. We got him from solo queue, didn't have high expectations, but wow, did he show up.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. One final thought here, Youngbuck. Talking about the future, you said you're saving the howl for playoffs. I've already mentioned you guys are 3rd on the ladder. How do you maintain this level of performance? You've won 4 out of your last 5 games. What is the strategy off the Rift to make sure you stay at this level?
Well, we have a sports psychologist who helps us a lot. We have a great coach, so all we have to do is just stay a bit humble. You know, I think I'm a bit humble every time I wake up and I'm like, how can we be 3rd place? How can we beat Rocket? How can we actually beat Fnatic? But it's starting to realize that we're actually a good team now.
Well, it's definitely showing. Congratulations once again. It's been fantastic watching the growth of the team over the split. For now, we're going to throw it over to Shocks and Tabs at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Buckshot. That's how those two names go together. It's actually pretty good. Really cool to hear from Youngbuck and how he's stepping up. And also mentioning that sports psychologist, I think they're only the second team in EU after SK to work with that, and it really shows.
Yeah, sports psychologist really helps you keep up the mental aspect of the game, even if things are not going that well. Players maybe having a bit of individual confidence problems or feel like they need to prove something, like Youngbuck said. Like a sports psychologist can really help with that, just keep you on the right track.
Yeah, a couple of things that were going really well for the Copenhagen Wolves coming into this week was that they discovered that when they're aggressive early, it works. In this one, they took the slow route, or were they just a victim of their composition?
I did like their composition. It's very strong for team fighting. There's a lot of chasing power. You see the Morgana-Jarvan combo working out really well, getting those ults in. I was, a bit afraid for the early game. Cassidy and Morgana both very passive picks in the early game. They can't really make that many plays until they get to those levels that they need. And I was a bit scared that they would get overrun.
Yeah, on the other side, of course, we had some picks that could make plays, and Corey on that Jace is something we like to see him on. We know he's mechanically adept.
Yeah, I know Corey is a very strong mechanical player. You could see last season he was really, really known for his Yasuo plays, just being able to carry those team fights, and I have very high regard for him mechanically. We even have a replay right here showing where he just really outplays in the bot lane. So right here, like Soren jumps on Corey, just almost bursts him down, but he's not scared. He just switches to his other form, activates the hypercharge here, knocks him back after the ulti so he can't get W'd, and then just kills him straight up. Really confident, even though he has very low health. He knows exactly how much damage he can take and deal, and that Kassadin still had his abilities on cooldown.
Yeah, as a, former mid laner, I guess you still play mid often. A lot of times when there's an outplay like that, do you know 100%, okay, I'm going to press Q, and now W, and now R, or is it sometimes like, I don't know what I'm doing?
No, but you really kind of know the amount of damage you deal. So in this situation, you're like, I can really burst down this Kassadin very fast, and he knows that the cooldowns are just not up yet. So as long as Kassadin can't get to him, it's really easy for him to just grab that kill.
Talking about the rest of the game a little bit, the Copenhagen Wolves then did find their lead also in the team fights. Let's actually get one of those replays up on the screen where the Copenhagen Wolves outlast MYM. Tab, take us through this one.
Yeah, so Wolves really going to punish this. Soren pokes Corey down to half before the fight even starts. Erax finds the engage here, but gets poked down, but it doesn't really matter. He dies, but it doesn't matter. Soren's in such a good position here to just chase. Meteor Makers really wanted to have a poke here before they fight. They commit to this, but they know they're gonna lose because Wolves has just got such a stronger team fight here, just cleaning up with Soren because he has so much mobility.
Yeah, actually, MYM not doing what they want to do with their comp, with that Corki and that Jace, just poke it out, but they just seem to commit too early.
Yeah, I do think they didn't really play to their winning conditions here. If you pick that Jace, pick that Corki, what you want to do is group up and get those pokes down before you initiate those fights. But here they tend to do a lot of just 5v5 fighting, committing to those fights, even though they're just going to lose them.
Another thing coming in for MYM was JWoww, the top laner here on Maokai, not really a playmaking champion. Earlier in the day, we also saw Huni going for that Maokai. When champions like Rumble and Aurelia are banned out of pick, it seems like playmaking top laners don't really have a fallback yet.
Yeah, Maokai seems to be kind of a fallback team play kind of champion. JWoww, I'm really used to seeing him on these outplay champions. I can remember his Riven, his J-stop, where he was just constantly making these plays, playing very aggressive. Maokai doesn't really fit in there. It's more of a passive champion that supports his team.
Yeah. Finally, the rise of the Copenhagen Wolves has been very impressive. What do you make of Freeze's re-entry into the LCS and absolutely doing work for the Wolves?
Definitely. Freeze is one of the best things about Wolves currently. He's such a strong AD carry. I would place him top 3 easily in Europe. And yeah, the way he's been performing really been very positive for Wolves, and he's finally being able to be in this LCS again. He's waited for so long to be able to prove himself. He's kept playing, kept grinding, like waiting for this day to be able to come back, and now he's showing it.
Yep, absolutely is. Fantastic performance again by the Copenhagen Wolves. It's time for us to step away for a minute, but when we return, Giants Gaming will face off against last week's MVP, Power of Evil, and his Unicorns of Love. Stay tuned.
You have a fan star, Joey.
I have 3 fans.
Yeah,
those are the Dutch guys.
I actually signed the banner.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're so cool.
I'm famous.
You're so cool.
Are you real LCS?
Mom, I'm on TV. Mom.
But they're going in.
Yep, they are now unlimited. Getting popped. JWoww coming up big, and Youngbuck forced to pop his Zanya's Hourglass.
Okay. I got yours.
Okay,
nice.
Gorky.
We got him.
Nice.
She's dead.
Okay, good job.
About 5,000 health, as you said. The Maelstrom is on. Here comes JWoww. Gonna turn attention onto Freeze, and they shut him down. Nisbeth with a pick. Copenhagen Wolves, they might have still find the outfight here. Soren in the middle. They're gonna take down Corey. They're gonna look for more. Freeze, a quadra kill. I don't believe it. And the Copenhagen Wolves are victorious over Meet Your Makers.
La verdad es que en Challenge nosotros no teníamos estrategia ni nada, nosotros íbamos full a por ellos, a divear, a súper agresivos y siempre nos salía todo muy bien, siempre matábamos, conseguíamos objetivos y ennubelábamos muy bien. Aquí no pasa lo mismo, aquí vas a por ellos y te revientan, o sea, tienes que jugar con mucha cabeza, con muchas guas, objetivos y tienes que pensarlo muy bien antes de hacer una cosa.
Welcome back. As you just heard from Frederick, it's time for Giants Gaming to step up as they prepare to face the Unicorns of Love. And even though both teams are new to the LCS Challenger level play, just isn't going to cut it in this matchup. Let's start by taking a look at the Giants lineup on the blue side in this one. Werlib, Frederick, Pepinero, Adri, Rydell, and Lozark. Now, the Giants, they're coming off a win yesterday versus Elements, but as we remember, they were surprised even themselves they were able to pull that off, Tabs.
Yeah, definitely. They came in here, they were really surprised, like, did we just win this. Like, they couldn't even believe it themselves. But still, a win is a win. And against Elements, for them, that was very needed. Like, they really had to start winning, and they did. So right now, they might take that as a big motivation coming into this match to play even better.
Yeah, for me, it'd be very interesting to see, Trevor, how we saw a team like Elements who crumbled under that loss in their back pocket. Giants, for this could be their sign to step up and use that as motivation.
I completely agree. You know, when you look at the two teams, for Elements, it should have been a guaranteed win. And if you looked at the game for the first 35 minutes, it was a guaranteed win. They had a lead, over 10K. Despite even losing Baron to Frederick, who stole that away, they still had a 10,000 gold lead. But it was the misplay. It was the miscommunication. Deficio was talking about it earlier. They disrespected where Giants could be on the map, and that's how they got caught out and lost.
Let's call out a little bit of the Giants' misplay in the game, because they were losing right up until the end. One of those things is Pepinero straight in lane versus Froggen. Froggen ending on a 10-0-8 on that Ahri, and his Xerath play didn't really cut it.
Yeah, Ahri is definitely pretty good against Xerath in lane, especially if you get ahead. Froggen is a very good player. He knows how to abuse this matchup, especially if he thinks he's got the upper hand. So he even managed to kill, like, I think 3 solo kills on Xerath, really putting his team so far ahead in terms of vision around the mid lane. He got all the towers, put around all the vision, had a really great game.
Yeah, one of the things you also have to add is you look at how Giants handled the loss of bans from Elements in contrast to today, how Rocket handled it.
Yeah.
And Rocket were like, yeah, we knew we could just target ban somebody. Giants need to figure out a pick and ban strategy that can take advantage of their opponent's weaknesses. And that's nearly impossible against Unicorns of Love because of how diverse they are. So for Giants, in this game, they need to actually look at what they can do for their comp to work better in their favor.
Yeah, one warning signal for them should be that Elements only had one ban. They used it on Jax, and we've seen Whirlip just whenever that Jax gets picked away, he doesn't seem to show up. That could be a key factor in him. And how long could it take for a top laner to kind of expand his champion pool?
Yeah, for me, that's a really big warning sign. Elements only really needing one ban in that game, you know, that's a really big red flag. So, as you said for the top laners earlier, Maokai being a fallback, and yeah, top laners really have to try and find those champions they're comfortable on.
What do you think the Giants have to do here to close it out versus the Unicorns of Love?
In this game, I feel the strengths of the teams are quite similar when it comes to where their strength lies on the map. I think both of them have quite weak bottom lanes and comparably strong top side of the map. So I feel whoever influences the bot lane into winning bot lane is going to win this game.
Let's take a look at the opponents for Giants in this one. The Unicorns of Love on the red side, Vizicachi, Kikis, Power of Evil, Vardags, Hillesang, and Sheepy. They have a lot of fans, we gotta give them that, and also very original fans. They always turn up here. And just as we were gonna say that they were consistent, they blew it yesterday.
I was very disappointed in them yesterday. Despite the love that they're getting from the crowd at the moment, they had this team comp, and the biggest problem they had is they hit Trinity Forces and sat on them. They didn't push, they didn't go aggressive. We saw from Rocket today what a difference it can make when you use those power spikes, and yesterday, that aggressive Unicorns was not there. They didn't play. They didn't take advantage of their team comp. So I do think they can learn from it. I do think they're a team that adapts, and we should see a more aggressive squad today.
Yeah, also looking back at the picks and bans for them, they gave up Gnar because they wanted Jarvan as a first pick. And Kikis, he was absolutely dominating on Nidalee before the changes the last couple of weeks, but it seems like he isn't playing that well on that Jarvan, also with Skirmisher Saber, and I would like to have seen another first pick.
Yeah, the Jarvan really didn't work out for him. Like you said, Nidalee still a very strong pick. You've seen Diamond do so good on it, and I would really like to see some other picks, yeah.
Yeah, looking in this one, Trevor, finally, normally the Unicorns of Love should take this one. What is the one mistake they can't make?
Don't get caught like Elements.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. In theory, I do actually agree with everything Tabs has said in terms of teams. They're very similar. They have similar weaknesses. I just feel that Unicorns are one step ahead of Giants. So even though, yes, they have a similar style, individually and as a team, as long as Unicorns play their game and actually play aggressive, they should be able to beat Giants. So standard for them, and they should take it.
Yeah, I'm just really looking for the UL to take the right fights at the right times. Like you said, the 24 power spikes, they really got to take advantage of those, and sometimes they just miss them, and then fight when they're not even in the advantage, and that causes them to lose.
We'll see how it plays out here. We're going to go over to Pyroficio to get us into that game.
Thank you, Shocks. We're going to get into picks and bans in just a moment. The Unicorns of Love fans representing. Very, very happy to be watching this team on the big stage yet again, but they have had a few wobbles in the last couple of weeks. As soon as we were ready to crown them the kings of consistency, they go ahead and take a trip.
it's really been the main problem for Unicorns. They have some fantastic players. Whenever they don't have to time as power spike to win, they seem to do just fine. And if they get to late game as well, they're doing fine. But when it comes to really knowing when to group up early on, let's say on the double Trinity Force, that's where we've seen them actually fall behind a few times.
We'll see if they correct those mistakes this time around. Picks and bans starting right now. Cassiopeia Nidalee taken off the board. Remember, Kikis has only one on that champion. And of course, the expected Jax ban.
Yeah, Jax ban as always against Giants. No real surprise here. 2 mid lane bans, or 2 flex pick bans we can actually say, and then the Nidalee against Kikis. So Jarvan for him would most likely be the option, depending on what Giants will first pick. Lissandra is open for them, and with 2 top lane bans, that's actually a top laner that Whirlip would be able to do some work on, but we haven't seen him played yet.
Yeah, I'm actually curious, and I think it's really, really interesting they banned out the Rek'Sai. Giants could have easily first picked this one, but remember if you think back all the way back to week 2.
I think Unicorns
when their last matchup happened. So that was that big Rek'Sai play for Kikis. So leaving the Jarvan open, of course, means a no-brainer for Giants. They're going to take that one. What did the Unicorns answer with? As the fans are loving the Terra cover. A little shout-out.
So this first pick here for Giants, because of the 2 jungle bans, is actually very good. Kikis obviously has a massive amount of other random picks in the jungle. Not going to be able to pull out the TF as we saw at IEM, sadly for him, after a few changes to the jungle camps, and obviously TF or this Devour itself. So I'm not really sure actually what Unicorns will respond with here. I don't think there's going to be any power picks. There's not too many of them left. Unless, again, they want to save the top lane pick here to see what Whirlip is picking. Ahri, again, has been slightly nerfed on this patch, so it didn't feel like they had to go for that one. I mean, you play Syndra in the mid lane for the likes of Power Weevil as well if you want to.
Yeah, for the Unicorns, I think they didn't want to reveal too much. Kikis goes back onto Lee Sin. Only played that one once so far this split. And the Thresh pickup as well. It's actually a denial from Rydal. Over on the other side, they take the Morgana. That's a counter. It could go top lane for Whirlip, but kind of doubting that one. Pepinero is going to get his Ahri.
Had this been like week 2 or week 3, I would say, yeah, you take that Thresh away from Rydal because he played it in nearly every single game, but he's not really gone back to it the last few weeks. So I actually feel like Unicorns didn't really gain anything by allowing Giants to first pick that Jarvan here with the 2 jungle picks, because Lee Sin and Thresh, not exactly picks you directly take away from them, and like highly contested picks in that or in this pick and ban phase.
On the other hand, speaking of takeaways, this would be a big one. This is a big one for the Unicorns of Love, as they deny Pepinero the Xerath. He did have some trouble on it yesterday, but he has certainly liked it. Well, yeah, he's already locked in the Ahri, so there's no point.
Yeah, and so now we get the situation for Unicorns again, where they actually rely on this mid-game spike through the Corki Trinity Force, Sorcerer's Boots into obviously Morel Nomicon from Xerath and let's say a large rod completed at that time. And then you group around this 15 to 20 minute point, and you really use your heavy siege comp, you use your early skirmish power of Lee Sin as well to get a goalie to poke down turrets and obviously see if you can create a few picks as well, because you have some good options here. Stun from a Xerath into a hook from a Thresh, suddenly you have a target down. But they gotta use that Trinity Force, which they didn't do yesterday, and that was the main reason they lost to H2K. So I want to see if they have learned from that and not have Vardax to sit and farm for 20 minutes in a lane.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit uncharacteristic of them. And I mean, it was almost Bizarro Unicorns yesterday rather. And I want to see what they change up this time around. Giants letting the timer tick down. Looks like they are favoring that Sivir pickup. And they do lock in the Renekton.
And we see Unicorns saving their last pick for the top lane after banning Jax and Gnar. So Whirlip on his side feel like he has to go for more of a safe choice and takes the Renekton, who we haven't seen too much from. People build full tank or maybe just a Tiamat on him. And again, if he doesn't really win early game and snowball from that, he just becomes a tank in the late game who doesn't provide the same amount of CC or utility as the likes of a Maokai, the likes of a Mundo. So I want to see if they actually gonna focus on Whirlip and try and snowball him through the Jarvan, their Renekton, because that's a good combo. Land a stun from a Renekton, easy knockup from a Jarvan, or force the flash, and then EQ combo from a Jarvan. So they can really apply a lot of pressure through those 2 picks. And then the other 2 lanes, I mean, Sivir is a fairly safe laner, especially into Corki. That's not a problem for her at all. So that they can do 2v2 lane in that case. And Ahri, of course, going to handle herself in the mid lane. So in this case, Giants can, if they get standard lanes, really try and snowball this Renekton from Whirlip.
Right, that matchup for Unicorns, it looks like it's going to be decided on the Maokai. I really do like the fact that Giants have a solid amount of chase built in. They have got some CC lockdown. They've got a fair amount of mobility. They've got the on the hunt. It's going to be tricky if Unicorns find themselves caught a little bit out, especially if you're Power of Evil or even Kikis. Vizichachi should be tanky enough once he gets up to a decent level.
Yeah.
But I want to see how the Giants do start out this game. If they go for lane swap, if they go for standard.
I really want to see standard lanes from Giants. They need it. You have your Jarvan, you go to the Renekton lane and you snowball that one. You try and shut down the Maokai so he doesn't become tanky going into the mid-game points, which means if Unicorns will off decide to group on their power spike through Corki Xerath to poke you down, then you can engage on them and your front line, because they've now got these few early kills to Jarvan and Renekton. It's going to be way better than the Lee Sin Maokai in that case, and you're going to win the fights from that. You can dive onto Xerath, you can and simply lock him down. He's immobile, he needs flash to get out of the Jarvan ulti, so that should be the go-to tactic for Giants, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Unicorn say, fair enough, we're going to swap it around, try and draw out the game a little bit onto weird our spike, and then the Renekton doesn't get to play strong laning phase. Just, I guess.
I think they might follow that advice, Deficio. The crowd settles down for just a moment, but you can't really keep them quiet for too long. Now, of course, it's your turn at home to make those predictions. Tweet us at LOL Esports with that hashtag GIA win or UOL win. Let us know who you think is going to reign victorious, either Giants or the Unicorns of Love. Looks like we're going up onto the Rift for this game. Can the Giants pull off another miracle, or will the Unicorns find their consistency? We're about to find out.
Yeah, we're going to get to learn a lot from this early game here. If you fall behind when you run the likes of Xerath Corki, this poke potential, then suddenly Giants will be able to force the fights on you. With the Jarvan engaged and followed with the Renekton, and obviously the mobility coming from the Sivir, the Ahri jumping in. So for Giants here, again, get standard lanes. Get Whirly Brawling, or in case Frederick want to focus on different lanes, that's fine too, but you need to be able to snowball one of your lanes here. So Unicorns can't just group up at 15, 16 minutes and uncontested start taking your towers.
Well, the Unicorns do seem to want to start something a little bit early. Vardag's Hylissang and Power of Evil now hanging out in this brush. Frederick not going to catch sight of him just yet, but they don't know exactly where he is. Oh, he's going to see Kikis, though. Start that one off. Land the Sonic Wave. See if he can bait it out. They're actually going to get the chase on it, and this is going to be a flank.
So
Giants are just in a whole heap of trouble, but they've got to change their attention. The hook is in, and Frederick is going to go down. They give it over to Vardags, and that's first blood. A minute 10.
Kick is walking in there and then running away like he's afraid of them when they move forward, and then they just collapse in from behind. Getting that first blood. No summoners used from Giants, but early kill for Vardax on this Corki here. Suddenly, you're getting closer and closer to a very early Trinity Force.
Yep, 400 gold ahead of his lane, and
got a long sword already.
Yeah, he's going to be just fine in this one. Looks like we will have the standard lane matchups. We're going to accompany Frederick for a little bit of buddy system jungling to start this one off.
So for Giants here, start golems, have your pool already. Morgana's very good at taking down these crooks, starting the golems early on, and then go into the lane itself, and you can fast push it down. You put the pool on the ranged minions, so they also will hit the enemy AD carry. So he's now forced to either stand in the pool and trade with you, or back away, and then he loses the early push, which means you get your level 2 on the Morgana Sivir lane, you step forward with the binding, and you try and force a summoner at level 1. That should be the tactic now for Giants coming in. There's of course a small XP bonus for Vardax with that first blood, and actually Giants took a while doing golems, so they didn't manage to get in and get a push going. They can still do it though. They lost only 1 melee minion, which means the last ranged one here is going to level them up to level 2, and then they can actually go for the engage.
Got to be careful, doesn't take too much poke off that Foss Bomb. Warlib and Vizichachi now going to butt a little bit ahead. We call this a wet noodle fight, but that noodle's got some thorns. Warlib is going to back off from Vizichachi. Meanwhile, Hylissang black shielded, but the hook connects all the same. A little bit more damage than he bargained for.
So Rydell must have gotten all the XP on the crooks here, because Archery is still only level 1 from him, so they misplayed the golems. The crooks. Name changing here. For Giant side, you obviously want to give that last to your AD carry, unless you play with the likes of a Leona. Maybe you can do a cheesy instant level 2, but now Hylissang, he's roaming. He likes to do this early on. One of the reasons they pick Corki, he can handle himself in a 1v2 and straight for Pip and Arrow.
Yeah, they didn't land the stun on Peppy. He's going to try to run away from that one. Has to burn his flash as Kikis was coming around as well. He successfully grabbed that one. Hylissang makes the roundabout.
That was a very early roam, however, and actually resulting in Vardax being zoned away a little bit. Minions will journey in for him, so he's going to stay even in farm at least. And obviously a flash blown from Pepinero. Which is going to be important for Power Vivo because he really wants to get very, very fast to his first item, especially when you know your Corki has gotten the first blood, so you can get early Trinity Force as well, so you can group even earlier than you normally would. And start sieging down when Giants is still a bit too squishy to really engage the fights.
Yeah, Bardock's still zoned a little bit back. This time it's only, well, now they've brought Rydal back. He went on a little bit of a roaming mission himself, but he stopped just short of this one. Hylissang now moving forward in lane. Back to the mid side, Pepinero going to take a little bit of abuse from Power of Evil.
It's going to be really fun to see the late game between these two teams here because it's a bit hard to say who's actually gonna win the late game fights because Sivir obviously will outskill a Corki, but Sivir has to kill a Maokai in the late game who's just gonna dive onto it every single time. Xerath is a monster late game, but Ari, especially after the changes here where she builds a lot more consistent damage and not just pure burst, is still a good pick as long as she lands the correct charm to really assassinate someone. But obviously Renekton is gonna fall off, but then suddenly the Jarvan is gonna outskill the Lee Sin. So it's gonna be tough to say what's gonna happen in these late game fights. That mobility from Giants is really going to allow them to get on to Power of Evil every single time from the Sivir. But then obviously you have Super Tank in a Maokai and the late game Xerath, who will be a complete monster.
Yeah, Power of Evil though, he did pick the Xerath knowing this. So he has to have something in mind for this situation. So far staying fairly safe in the farm gains. Not backed away yet. Now he's going to be starting up that recall animation. Visit Chachi up in the top. Just hits level 5 a little bit after Werlib, who is pushing him in quite well. That's what a lane bully will do for you. 9 CS ahead.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any action from Frederick early on, so they haven't really used this Renekton too well because Visit Chachi just keeping up in farm with no problems.
How about that fan vote though? Giants, after their big win yesterday, they definitely have seen a bit of a bump in the polls. Unicorns of Love still coming out ahead, but not by as much as we might have expected.
Giants always have a lot of fans.
That's very true.
After being their full Spanish team, the only Spanish players in the LCS.
Gotta represent.
For sure. We talked about it actually coming into the LCS itself, how there was some extra pressure because they want to perform for your country, but it was also just fantastic to see how many fans they had back home cheering for them and motivated them to really try and do better.
And we're able to pick up that win at the very end there over Elements yesterday. Gonna look to try to make it an even 2.
We're gonna see an old classic here from Werlib, the Blade of the Ruined King Renekton, and the reason it's good is because your W, when you use it, will apply on-hit effects. So when you get that one, if you get 2 hits, obviously if you don't have enough rage being built up, 3 hits if you do have, and then you get the on-hit effects from the blade every single time, the percent damage you do on the current HP. Power flashing and missing it here. So Werlib really building towards split pushing against Visichachi, but once you get some armor on him, then he won't die to this Renekton, even though there's a blade coming in.
Yep, when you can't get Jax, you might as well go for something a little bit comfortable. Anyways, Werlib gonna hit that level 6, he'll have Dominus available to him, but he is getting pushed in by Visichachi.
Yeah, Chachi just happy farming. Werlib is a guy who needs to create some plays on the Renekton itself, and this actually gonna make him fairly squishy for the mid-game fights with this blade first.
Oh, they're really focused on Pepinero. There is the flash hook. It's not gonna land. Unicorns have been having so much trouble trying to catch a fox here, and Peppy is just dodging away.
See Werlib is looking for the trades here with this Cutlass early. Chachi just backing away from it, no ulti being popped by anyone. Hylissang going for that flash, even after seeing the ulti being popped from Pepinero. I feel like he could just said, okay, fair enough, we got that ulti. Let's back away, go back down to this bot lane, because now Jarvan suddenly has a very easy lane to gank with this Thresh here from him. No level 6 yet for Frederick, and we haven't seen a single gank. Normally, he's so active on the map. Like, he's trying to snowball a lane. Every single game we see Giants play, and they often actually do really well in the early stages because of his ganks. But in this game, he's just been sitting back farming.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder. Giants have actually really been the team out of all the ones that we've seen in this LCS Spring split to really mix it up almost from game to game. It's really hard to know what to expect from them. They're trying quite a lot of different things. Rydal is going to get the black shield on himself, won't get pulled in by Hylissang. Kikis has been focusing quite a lot on this mid lane with that red buff now picked up. See what he can do. So far, all those efforts have been pretty much for a differential of CS of 1.
Yeah, and I think for Unicorns here going towards the late game points, You have magic damage on Maokai, you have obviously magic damage on Xerath, and you have half and half on the Corki. So it does mean for Giants they can invest heavily into MR and become pretty hard for Unicorns to take down. And now gank on to Kikis. Whirlip, sorry.
Yep, Whirlip, he's going to actually have to flash back away, but Kikis not trying to let him escape. He's going to be able to pull off the Insect. And Vizicachi coming up
it's not
with
over
that
yet.
kill. Pepanero looking for a little bit more. Kikis is going to dash to him, gets the charm, looking for a Vizicachi as well. Not quite enough. No, maybe he does have it. Twisted advance. He's going to fall all the way back. A double kill from Peppy, but he gets sniped at the end of the day. Power of Evil. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and it's 2 to 3.
Messing up the names a little bit. Yeah, a lot of action suddenly in this top lane here. First gank coming in from Kikis. We saw the kick flash onto Whirlip, and then suddenly the mid laners roaming up. Frederick, nowhere to be seen. Still, he's going down towards the bottom. They want to go for the dragon instead.
Yep. Knowing that they have a small timing window to make this happen, Frederick, Bridal, Audrey going to start up this Drake, but they're not going to get it for free. Hylissang actually going to walk right on by. There we go. Yeah, he does not.
No flash.
Vardags can't really get in here to try and make anything happen. He actually eats up Binding, so they might actually get something on top of it. Looking for some dessert. He flashes away with a sliver of health. But that could have been quite bad for Unicorns. Giants pick up a dragon.
Yeah, you saw Hylissang positioning himself here behind Vardags, so he had the lantern. Worst case, and he wasn't going to be targeted. But let's see the gank. So Kick is coming in first. He's basically waiting with his ult here. He wants Willip to use all his dashes and flashes, whatever it is. Kicks him back then. This again, remember, it's a kick flash. You start the animation first of your ulti, then you flash after, so there's no reaction time. Pepanero joining first. This is a nice setup. He's actually saving the charm here. And then in the very end, he gets it onto Chachi, finishing Kikis at the same time. Goes for the kill. Pepanero will obviously come in and manage to get a return kill for him and the Unicorns.
Bit of a weird animation there towards the end with the Twisted Advance. Power of Evil. Yeah, comes up with the kill, the double buffs, the cleanup duty on him. All said and done, it's still 3-2 to the Unicorns of Love, but the gold is bang even. There's a dragon in the pockets of Giants Gaming.
There's 2 kills for this Ahri here. That's going to be important because now with this Renekton building so much damage, it changes how Giants want to play the game, because they can no longer just look for straight up team fights the same way they could before, because this Renekton is going to die fairly easily. Instead, it's going to be the 1-3-1, where Pepanero is going to be the other guy to split push in a different lane than Whirlip. So it's very important he gets these 2 early kills, so he can actually become so strong that nobody can one-on-one him. And obviously you don't want to put a Xerath or Corki against an Iris. That's going to be the tactic for Giants moving late in. And now, more
Peppy,
fighting.
Yep, he's going to try the 2-step. He manages to get away. No, that was close. Okay, time to back to base.
I like this here. This game is fun to watch.
Oh, yes, it is indeed. Vizicachi World not tired of giving each other black eyes just yet. Going to back off for round 1. Vardags is caught. Can't really even pronounce the names as fast as the action is happening. Hylissang trying to zone for his AD carry.
And we see Morello from Power of Evil. No Athenes. He's a real man here. Don't need MR against an Ahri. And obviously you also want that healing reduction against the likes of Renekton, because remember, after the changes, Renekton does heal more in a team fight when he gets the Q onto champions. It's going to work wonders for him. And he wants again that earlier spike in power, and we just need Vardags to get his Trinity Force. Then Unicorn should group before Giants gets to the point where they can start spreading out and actually split pushing in, playing a bit of an SK style where you control all 3 lanes at once and you're so strong in every lane that the enemy team can't defend, other than sitting at their own turret, and then suddenly you lose all your map control to Giants.
Speaking of lane control, let's take a look at how Unicorns have done in this bottom side. A little bit of gold ahead from that first blood. That's really what's making the big difference for Vardags right now. And this is a pretty rough lane if you're a Thresh, just because of the double spell shields, or rather the double shields that can negate your hooks and your flays.
It's also why we've seen Hylissang actually move away from the lane, trying to create some place in the mid lane. Instead, while Vardags on this Corki, one of the AD carries who can again sit on his own and still get most of the CS. So allowing your support basically to roam around and not try and create any place against double shields in the bottom lane.
Looked like
he's doing it again.
Slightly
I like this move.
The Lantern Train. Yep, they're moving around. They're going to try to find something here. Pepanero's not quite at home, and he's going to realize Hylissang is there.
Just great timing by Hylissang. He has the early Moby boots, didn't go for Sidestone first, just buying the wards instead, allowing him to roam into the enemy jungle. As soon as Adri recalled, he moved in there, placed 2 deep wards to try and again spot out Frederick, get some more information. You can now start pre-planning, because Unicorns, they want to group very, very soon. So you need these wards here to see if Giants are trying to set up any kinds of flank on you.
Giants, meanwhile, continue to play this out a little bit standard here. Blue buff on Pepinero. And they're going to be pinging away as they see Rydell hanging out in that brush. Frederick trade places with him.
And still for Frederick, he hasn't really been part of too much. 0 assist for him. He wasn't there in the big top lane fight. Looking for Kikis. They want him to move in between the choke point here, or Pepinero to move over to try and ward into the bush. And then you're going to see a charm into a kill. Already set up this pink here, so the trap is ready, waiting for the mouse.
Well, they may have switched their attention to Power Vehicle. They've really spent some time sitting in here and actually...
He doesn't even have a ward ready to place, so he's obviously not going to move there.
Can't do much in that situation. Unicorns do not bite on the bait. Meanwhile, up at the top, Werlib and Chachi are going to continue to trade that one out. Still a bit of a farm advantage to Werlib for the time being. Audrey, Rydell pick up the bottom side turret.
And that's been the problem, and also why Giants really wanted the standard lanes, because your side lanes would be winning with the Sivir in the bottom lane and obviously the Renekton in the top lane. So they have managed to now get a tower there, and Renekton has got some damage on the top turret, meaning there's some very fast towers for Giants to get. And again, if you play this 1-3-1 setup, you need to get those outer turrets down so you can start pushing the lanes further in, and therefore allowing you to take the short route when you're running from a top lane to the mid lane. If you can go straight through the enemy jungle instead of having to run all the way down the river, then suddenly you can start out-rotating the other team. You play around their wave control very easily, and that's why getting these outer turrets are so important for Giants.
Well, they've got one, 2 more still up for grabs as another iteration of this fight happens in the top side. Werlib getting slightly better one in that case. Blue buff being picked up by the Unicorns of Love. Should go over to Power of Evil.
We're going to see Adri stay in the bottom lane for now because Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds, but once this Dragon is gone, he should just swap to the top lane, push that one in very easily, see how much is actually on. The tower is down to about 50% HP, so that's going to be a fast push for him to take with his support after this Dragon is gone. That's going to be the first focus. Kikis.
They're running right into the Sivir. Kikis takes a little more damage than he bargained for. Dragon is actually procced here, and he's going to harass Kikis on the way out. This could be a chance for Giants to start this one up. Gotta be careful, though. Ooh, Frederick, he's caught on a line. Can they take him out? That's the question. Not nearly enough damage. They're going to actually back away from that one. Another Dragon is going over to Giants as Frederick intercepts the big rocket.
Yeah, they have the better positioning, and there's no poke being landed by either the Corki or Zeref beforehand. So if Unicorns were walking in before guys to try and take the fight, instantly Frederick would have engaged like he's doing now onto Power of Evil.
Yep, jumps on in. Frederick goes in, eats another hook, and Vardex comes up with a kill of his own. Missiles fired ahead. Pepinero has bailed out, though.
And now suddenly you get this push for Unicorns. The Trinity Force is completed. We talked about it earlier. Now they're grouping up. They got a pick. That's going to be a free tower for them. Might even be able to push it even further down. They have to worry about Atri, though, in this bottom lane.
Who needs the Dragons? They've got...
They have teleport on Maokai, actually, so Vischachi can go and defend if he needs to.
He will if they start pushing this one up. Audrey actually took a little bit of damage from that tower before. Got a little bit hyphy trying to take that one out, but you see Werlib actually moving up topside, realizes there's 3 members there. Maybe that's not the safest place to be, but he might not have a choice. He's going to slice and dice his way out of relative danger. Kick is still there, the kickback. Werlib, a big croc. He's going to flash it. Vardex coming in.
Too.
Here is Rydell. The Crump is angry as well. Werlib is going to get out, but they needed everything to do it.
Still a very, very good rotation here from Unicorns. Notice how they're keeping Power of Evil in the mid lane to just wave clear. And then after they take a tower, already got the 1 pick. They know they have the numbers advantage. They move into the jungle of Unicorns, place a few wards, and then go straight to that top lane that was already pushed down. And meanwhile, Vishichachi, he recalled to base, sat and waited a little bit and saw, okay, they don't need my help. I can teleport down to defend the tower. And that was just very smart play by Unicorns, really using that 1 pick they created, and obviously the Zeref Corki at this point.
On the hunt is Pops. Frederick looking for visit. Shachi, no tower to fall back to. Can they skin the bark off the tree? Werlib is going to try to make that one happen. Visit Shachi really all by his lonesome here. His teammates rushing to get to him. Oh, the lantern save! After he flashed it, too.
Damn.
Wow, Visit Shachi. Talk about the skin of his teeth. Unicorns fans are fired up for that one.
Giants thought they had the kill here. Didn't really want to blow any ultis onto him. Cataclysm was ready for Frederick, and then the lantern comes in the end. Right now, everything is working for the Unicorns, at least the last minute. 2 Dragons for Giants, however. But the only thing to worry about for them.
Still 2,000 gold, 1,000 gold, 500 rather down against the Unicorns of Love. They want to look to push in this mid lane. They got a decent little minion wave, not much of one actually. That's going to get pushed away pretty quick. So Giants unable to find anything there. They have to deal with the top side too.
Yeah, they was pushing down, but that's going to be fairly easy for them to respond to. Unicorns at this point, you don't have your teleport ready, so you don't really want to split up in a 1-4 situation, but you still want to use this Corki Xerath to get down the last outer turret. It's in the bottom lane, also why Hylissang and Vizichachi is moving into the jungle, getting a few wards on the way to make sure Vardas can take this tower for himself, because the Sivir obviously in the top lane.
Yep, they're going to try to find Whirlup. He's got his Dominus on. Do they have the damage to take him out? The Rite of the Arcane going to whiz right by his head, and he's taken down by Vizichachi. A little bit of revenge for the big tree as he gets the fade away sapling. Audrey in the top lane takes the tower. Vardex is going to trade bot.
They have a big wave here. They have all 5 guys as well. They can take another turret. There's no wave clear from Giant's side. They're trying to respond by taking the top turret as well as the mid lane.
Should be able to do this one, but it started to turn into a bit of a tower race. Giants a little bit greedy, trying to get 2 for 1 right now. Do they have the damage to make it happen? Unicorns of Love, they're not keen in stopping this one anytime soon. We might have a base race on our hands. No, it's Frederick backing away. They're going to try to take this tower out, but they're taking a little bit of time about it. Unicorns are now backing off, though.
Managed to defend the top turret at least and got 2 in the bottom lane, while Adri got 1 for himself, and the mid lane went down. So trading 2 towers between, or well, 4 towers I guess in this case, between the teams. But again, Unicorns, they know as soon as they have a numbers advantage, as soon as they see Adri away from Giants, they go straight into the jungle every single time. They look for picks, to place a few deep wards, get more information than Giants have on their side, and that's what they're using really to get some of these towers down and have got a decent enough goal lead at 20 minutes. Next Dragon, 140 seconds. That's going to be their focus for Giants themselves, while again Unicorns, they still have the option to group up and just rely on your long range poke. You have teleport ready for Vizichachi soon, so they split up in that 1-4, go down towards the mid lane. Then you also control the dragon at the same time if you force Giants to sit at the turret in mid lane to defend, and then you make a quick rotation after.
Yeah, we wondered a little bit how Power Vivo was going to perform first time on the Xerath in the LCS. So far 103, not too shabby, looking close to picking up his Rabadon's death cap. Actually still only in the basic boots too, so he's really been able to rely on his team and his summoners, which he hasn't even had to use that often. There hasn't been too much pressure on him.
He's been relying on all these wards they've placed all game long to just know exactly where the Jarvan was and never get in a situation where you get caught out. That's what Deep Vision does for you, and why the wards will save your life. Notice how Unicorns upgraded 2 Trinket Totems already for them. So there's 2 discount side stones and another side stone on the Lee Sin. So there's so many ways for them to place down a lot of wards. Just gotta buy the pink wards for themselves.
A couple of their wards, normal guns getting placed away. Audrey's gonna take a bit of the damage there. Hylissang not quite connecting on the hook. They may have the ward control in the pit, but they've been chased out, and now that is going to evaporate. Pair of pinks cleared away by the Unicorns of Love. 20 seconds on the Drake.
Quite a large wave pushing on this top lane, and there's no teleport for Whirlup to go and defend it. So if Unicorns actually force Giants to stay here, they can have those minions do quite some damage on a tower. And again, they're going straight into this jungle every single time. But look what Giants are doing. They're trying to sneak the dragon behind them. There's a ward spotting it. So now Giants are completely split up.
Yep, they are actually going to have some second thoughts as they realize the Unicorns are going to counterflank this one. Kik is going to try to cut them off, but they can't get back to their own base. Spell Shield, Kikis a little bit forward of his team, and now they're going to try to take this 3v3, but it's about to change just a bit. Kikis caught in a dark binding. Looks like the Giants have managed to eke around the Unicorns of Love, but they're the ones starting the Drake.
And look at this mini-map here. There's so many wards for both teams just around this bot side map here, or bot side of the map and around the dragon itself. Giants tried to sneak it. Unicorns responded and came back, and now
he's going in. Oh, he does not quite get it. Gonna have to burn his flash to get out of that one. Was a valiant effort. However, Giants are denied that 3rd dragon buff, and the Unicorns pick up their first.
Important first dragon, yeah, the 6% for them. Look at this, we're gonna get Frozen Heart on Vizichachi and then Randin's Omen on Lee Sin. So we're gonna get that double attack speed reduction onto the likes of the Sivir, who's basically all about her auto attacks late game. It's going to be great for Unicorns to really try and shut Adri down, who's had a fairly quiet game. A bit more about him actually pushing the side lanes and not joining any fights, which is what we often see from these Sivir players because of their ability to really fast push the waves.
Yeah, Giants have been stretched a little bit across the map this time around. Not quite controlling the vision quite as well as Unicorns. You can see that river is just littered with the Unicorns wards.
That's what happens when you upgrade your trinkets so early. 3 of them now. Vardax even joined in as well. So everyone can add in a few wards. So whichever area Unicorns decide to move in. So when you play again also this like long range poke, having these trinket wards is just such a big buff for you because it allows you to always ward your flanks. And never be in a situation where you can't see one side of the enemy jungle if you're grouping on a tower. So you should always be able to see when Frederick is coming in for the engage. Simply by having so many wards. Do it in solo queue, guys. It is very gold efficient. Your team will be very happy.
Definitely Unicorns are pretty happy with their results so far.
Then again, wards don't really kill people, do they?
No, they don't. But you know, that's okay. Because wards
not in solo queue though. You need things that kill people.
I see. You need all the damage, even if you are the
damage. You need health potions.
Full damage. Now, the Giants looking to find a quick pick here, but it's not going to be given over to them. So far, Eastnet controlling their own jungle. Rydell's caught on the line. They don't want to commit to a fight. Peppy walks forward, but he eats a bit of damage from Power of Evil.
Yeah, Unicorn's not really knowing what they want to do at this point, except for getting a pick on Rydell.
Okay,
but
take them as they come, especially if they're served up on a silver platter. Kickus looking for a little bit more. Teleport. Yeah, Chachi had the deep ward out. Can they make the fight happen? Werlip, he's going to get advanced onto, but they don't quite have the damage to finish him. But maybe they do, because Kickus kicks him right back on in.
Have we seen that before?
Vardax, yeah, I think we have. Deja vu Deficio. 25 minutes in, Unicorns of Love looking to push down this mid turret, and the Giants are 2-man short to try and stop it.
So instead of grouping for Unicorns and trying to push down a tower here, they just stayed around the Baron, played around the vision here, wanted to create a pick first through a hook or the stun from Power of Evil. Once they got it, get 2 kills for it. Well, 15 seconds still. This tower should take a lot of damage now.
Is their front line. They're going to try to push the waves back on.
And
good job here. Yeah, they weren't able to get the damage that they really needed, and Frederick actually tries to move in, but he gets juked for just a second. That Lantern save. Unicorns, they could have had more there.
I guess they want to play it safe still. You got to respect the charm, the engage from the Jarvan as well. So not really feeling like they can move down too early. Again, the charm, the binding from Giants to try and catch them out will result in a lost team fight for the Unicorns, especially if they're standing around the tower of Giants. So that's why they're playing it very careful. Now Kickus, there's the charm.
That's exactly what they needed. The reversal on that one. Audrey's going to pick up a kill, his first of the game. Unicorns could not react in time.
Well, that's going to be a problem for the Unicorns. If they don't feel like they can really push up and use this siege comp they have, and they always respect the charm, the binding, or whatever it is from Giants to land onto one of them, then they're going to have a very hard time actually doing anything with their comp at all. Remember, Giants are going to get a lot of magic resist going into the later stages of the game. Obviously, the same can be said for Unicorns in terms of armor against the Sivir, the Renekton. So we're gonna have some fairly long team fight later on when everyone has a lot of defensive stats.
That's very true. I feel like the ace in the hole here for Unicorns, though, is going to be Power of Evil and how much damage he can pump out onto this team. So far, his positioning has been impeccable. He's participated in 6 out of the 7 kills Unicorns have had. But there's no way he can push this one back by himself. Kick is going to tag in, but it's already gone. Giants with a quick rotation grab themselves the polish off that tower.
They're looking for more here. Pepe, no. Oh, he might as face check in.
Oh, and he does. Right into the hook. Do they find the catch? They don't land the rocket, but they land enough damage anyways. Right to the arcane. 2-shot, 3-shot. Maybe they can do it. No, and the black shield for the insurance and the crowd. A bit disappointed.
Yeah, just a little bit excited. He was trying to predict the spirit rushes.
It was a nice try, though.
Almost got it 2 times there. Did manage to pick up the kill in the end, but they forced Giants to go back after losing a tower. Dragon is spawning in a minute. Mid lane is open for Unicorns to push down, but they have been afraid to do it beforehand. Playing a few wards on the way. Let's see if they can get some damage. Audrey's already here to wave clear.
Yeah, Audrey's been really great at this wave clear, though. I mean, to push back the Unicorns for the most part, they don't have too many minions to rely on at this point, and they're not going to polish off the tower.
No, I don't want to stay and take too much damage when the Dragon is spawning in about 40 seconds. Power of Evil already has to go back to base first, so you couldn't really afford everyone tanking up a tower and dropping really, really low for them. And obviously Locket coming in, I like it, from Rydell. Against all this magic damage from Unicorn, that'll be very important for him.
Absolutely, so he won't be able to pull off the flash ult combo with Zhonya's anytime
Very
soon.
true.
However, I agree. I think this is better for the team because they delayed the tank stats on Werlib. He's obviously now he's a little bit bigger in that regard because he had the Warmog's armor completed as well and the Hex Drinker, but for the interim, to deal with this magic damage that's thrown out by Power of Evil, that's thrown out by Vardags, it's definitely important. Now, Giants, they don't have the Scuttle Crab Shrine, but they do have the positioning on this Drake that's right about to spawn. But Vizichachi marching on forward. Unicorns, can they chase out Giants? Looks like they've made him back off for now.
Forcing them down to the bottom side of the map here. So mid lane is also open for Unicorns if they start pushing in. Remember that tier 2 turret is very low. But we're going to have a big fight. Notice how Unicorns are positioned so they can actually try and poke on Giants, and there's no risk of a flank because they're all stuck in this river here. Frederick has to move around the wall if he wants to go for the engage, but he's going in anyway.
Yep.
There was the TP actually.
Werlib, he gets kicked away from this. Frederick, they committed to the fight. So chaotic. Vardags picks up a quick kill in that one. And the Unicorns trying to back away, but Vizichachi right in the front, turning them all away. They've caught Rydal as well. And they should. No, they can't take him down. Yes, they finally do it. A double kill. Going over to Vardags. Audrey, Werlib trying to salvage something. They pick a tree. They've also got Hila saying it's a 2 for 2. The Dragon still live. Respawn. Flash forward. Power of Evil doesn't have the damage, but can they find Werlib? It's so low. And Pepinero comes to the rescue. It's a 3 for 2 for Giants.
So Giants here, they were stuck in the river. We were saying they couldn't get a flank, and then suddenly Werlib, he teleports behind Unicorns here to start the fight together with Frederick. Kikis, he's trying to go for steal. And actually that forces Giants to go back. They have no smite. See if Kikis, he's actually recalling on a wall.
Oh, danger zone, danger zone. Oh! And Pepinero.
You can charm the Unicorns of love.
Let's take a look at that fight again, because it was all over the place.
Yeah, so again, they need that flank here from Giants to be started, so not walking straight into the poke, into the hook, and stuns and everything from Giants. So TP behind and a good engage from Frederick onto the fight itself. So remember, Rydal, he has that locket, no hourglass for him, and actually we go straight back to life instead.
Yeah, well,
Dragon is dead, so
all
is Frederick.
that happened.
Frederick managed to steal it.
Yeah.
And then ends up dying.
They picked that one up, so I mean, you got to think though, if you're Giants, that's the third one that's very important. Hashtag work.
We didn't see what happened, but normally when you have a Lee Sin, you just time your Q with the smite, and then Jarvan shouldn't be able to get it. Kikis didn't even get to use his smite unless he had 2 charges ready.
Yeah, I'd like to see that one again, but for the time being, Giants gonna have that third dragon in the pocket.
How do we get the tower?
Gonna lose this tower though, dodge out the charm. Pepe's really been all over the place with those, but give up that tower. 5-4 Unicorns, boys. They are able to take that one down and back it out.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
So while they lost the dragon, they got a tower at least. But again, Giants actually managed to trade it 1-for-1 due to the minions in the bottom lane. Unicorns keep putting focus on the mid lane only. Nothing else. And Kikis, he might be caught out.
Yep, it looks like he is. He's got his flash available. Thinks he might want to take a fight for just a second. If you're going down, well, no one's going down with you. They managed to pick him up.
Even flashed in the end when he actually ended up dying. So another win for Giants. They can go into Baron here and actually start setting it up. They don't have any pings, however. They only have 1 Oracle Lens, so can't really deny any vision, but they can go for another fight.
Yep, Hylissang caught a little bit apart from his team, dodges the charm, but he goes down anyways. Pepinero with another clutch kill. Now they're looking for Vizichachi. The Unicorns are starting to look a little bit scattered.
Yeah, very split up, and again, not really looking at the side lanes, just putting full focus on that mid lane. They tried 3 or 4 times to take it down. They managed to get it, but lost obviously a tower, and then Kikis dying after, really delaying his flash. And now this Baron we mentioned beforehand, started by Giants. Unicorns have to go in and they gotta land some poke first if they want to force Giants back from this.
They certainly do. If there's one thing the Giants are, it is decisive, for better or worse. They've started up this Baron. Chachi coming in. The Baron goes down. He's gonna try to make him pay for it. Let's see if they can find the fight. Vardags getting shut down. That's Rydal coming up with a kill, and they take Vizichachi as well. No casualties on the side of Giants Gaming.
Giants really stepping up again. They won yesterday despite being so far behind. 2 elements. They came back in the game with one of the most insane comebacks I've seen in a long time. Clearly giving them some confidence, because in this game here, they've not been afraid to pull the trigger and go for the Unicorns, go for the Baron as well, where normally we would see them kind of hesitate, sit back a little bit, and always wait for the other team to make a move. This game though, Giants looking stronger and stronger.
And they may be playing against the Unicorns, but they're playing like a pair of honey badgers or at least 5. Werlip, he's the one who gets hooked up, but he doesn't really care too much. This tower is starting to get fired down. They've got a naked inhibitor. Kickus not sure of what to do here. The hook, it's only going to land on a minion, and this time he's going to try to get something on the way out, but they don't have the follow-up damage. First inhibit of the game goes to Giants.
Yeah, and again, Giants now with this Baron buff can just split it up. Tailbot is going to be ready for Werlip, so once they go back and actually buy, you just set 4 guys to the bottom lane and you send your Renekton to the top lane. You have super minions already doing work in the mid lane, and you just push in every single lane at once. And as long as Power Viva is not sitting there to wave clear, if, let's say he's sitting bot lane, then suddenly top lane is open for Werlip to get a few hits on, and then you can quickly move from the bottom lane while Unicorns are clearing it. You can move between the lanes, in with the super minions to the mid lane as well. Many, many options now for Giants.
Yeah, now that they have that 4,000 gold leader, so they can move around.
Oh, the Death Bush.
Plays, but yes,
by the Unicorns.
If they do wander into this one, the Giants could be in a bit of trouble. Kick is going to move a little bit farther forward. Pepinero is going to spot that one out. Fox senses tingling, actually runs in with the Foxfire, has Frederick at his back. The rest of the team coming up behind. I think they might be able to fight this one out. Okay.
They're actually just going to see them push up. They're just going to focus in 2 lanes instead of all 3 at once. So they have super minions in the mid lane and just go 5 together on this top side here, pushing it in. So that does mean that Unicorns should be able to wave clear some of it. But still with these buffed up minions and a lot of damage, especially from the likes of Adrian to a tower, I think this actually is a good call from Giants.
You know, the Unicorns have loved, despite the fact that they had a quick first blood, despite the fact that Vardags has done very well on this. They've been out-rotated a couple of angles now with these Baron and Power minions. Giants feeling like they can run in on the hunt. They're going in the back. Power of Evil, he's gonna be able to lantern his way to safety, or so it looked right there. Tower, they're gonna find it as an afterthought. They've lost Frederick, however. It is a 4v5. Can they turn it back around? The fountain was not so far. A trip away. Chachi going down. Inhibitor at half its health. Giants gaming with a 1-for-1, and they get half the inhibitor down. Trying to get out safely. Charm on Hillisang going in for round number 2. Looks like Werlip is going to get stunned up for just a second. They'll rethink that plan.
So power play by Giants, going 5 to the top lane. Just pop the ulti instantly as they get to the tower. Go for the dive while Adri took down the turret behind the whole fight. Inhibitor is open. Dragon is spawning in 45 seconds, where we have 3 of them for Giants.
Very
this is still a 4 vs 4.
Oh, teleport.
Back in.
Yeah, Werlip wants another piece of the action. They don't have the Baron buff anymore. Actually going to turn his attention away. They should be able to muscle down the inhibitor. No problem. They've got 2. Although Werlip, he's going to get caught up. Dashes away. Slice and dice coming in handy. Kickus can't quite get involved on the backside of that one. Frederick, meanwhile, has been sent to the bottom lane. This should be a textbook 4th Dragon attempt for Giants, but Pepinero's not done with the base just yet. Going forward for Kickus. Does he have the damage? Charm's gonna connect. Pepinero coming up with kill number 5, and we're still going. Rydell now turned on to visit Chachi, and he's gonna back it away. It's another kill going over to Peppy. He was not done. Power of Evil finds Rydell finally, but this game so bloodthirsty. Audrey, he's taking the tower laser. Division, what the hell is happening?
People are killing each other, Pyra. That's happening right now.
Welcome to the European LCS.
Today has been a very action-packed day. Very, very good games today. A lot of kills back and forth. Giants, Unicorns doing the same thing. Pepinero.
Who needs a dragon?
Not even the guy. Keep messing up Pepinero and Power Viva. Almost the same name.
Well, different results this time around. You got to switch a couple of those numbers. 2-1-6 versus 6-1-5. I don't know about you. I know who I'd rather be. Dragon's going to get started up right now for Giants Gaming. This should be an easy number 4 for them. They take it in style. 37 minutes into the game, and who'd have thunk it? Giants Gaming are looking to make this a 2-0 week, Deficio.
I wouldn't have expected that coming into the week, looking at Elements and Unicorns of love for them. So they can, of course, be very happy. The game is not over yet. For Giants, are definitely looking strong, and honestly, the way they've been playing, especially towards this late game, well, we can say early game and late game, have been great from Giants.
Yeah, they see a chance to go in. They see champion, kill champion. They don't care about towers. They don't care about risky fights. They just make a decision so fast that there isn't much reaction time. The Unicorns have been strung around the map. It looked great for them to begin this game, but the Giants have thundered back into this one. 4 Dragons to 1, 14 kills to 12. It's not quite yet 38 minutes, and they are looking to control the last lane that they've yet to dominate.
Again, with all the super minions coming in, this should not be a problem for Giants. They can do the exact same thing. Pop your Sivir ulti as soon as you get to that tower. Kikis is gonna try and see if he can flank on to Adri maybe and kick him back into the rest of his team.
They don't know where Pepanero is, unfortunately, and this has been to their doom so far.
It's a massive black shield.
He is a big croc. He's just using it to clear out these wards. Not too afraid of this team. Vizichachi gonna run in. Pepanero caught on a line. Can they blow him up? Yes, they can. A big shutdown going over to Vardags. 1, 2, 3. Here comes the rest of the Unicorns. Is it going to be yet? Kikis gets out alive. Werlip, he is triple, quadruple, and well, Penta team, that's a double kill for Vardags as they turn them away. And just when it looked like the Giants might be ready to lock this one up, they get turned back.
Exactly. We didn't really get the flank, but Pepanero, he just died instantly. No defensive items from him. No Mikhail's either to cleanse his stun. So as soon as he was locked down, Unicorns won the fight, defended their base. Giants trying to set up a trap on their own now.
See that gold graph. It looked like Unicorns were holding on to an even lead.
Higher mid-game, yeah.
Giants have really, really made the difference despite that lost fight right there. They still hold a decent gold edge. Although Unicorns of Love are really looking to try to clear out the vision on their side of the map and get back into this game. One inhibitor's respawn.
And they know they can't give up this Baron here, and with still super minions pushing into the top lane, they had to move out of the base. There's still a few seconds on Werlip and Pepanero. They just spawned now, no teleport. Unicorns, they're starting this Baron. It's only against 3 guys from Giants.
How do you fight decisiveness? By making a quicker decision, it would seem. Baron, about 9,000 health, but Frederick moving on a scouting mission around the backside. They've got the ward on it. Can they get the pickup here? They know Frederick is here. They've got a hook on him, but he's still got a chance to come on in. A really, really early one. Gonna flag and drag in. This could be some trouble. It's going. It's stolen. Frederick comes up with it. The Giants are cleaning up. 4 kills. Pepanero was trying to get away from this one, but he's on a ward. Can they get the clean ace? Right of the arcane. Just gonna buy some time. Pepanero at half his health, but power of evil. I don't believe it, Deficio. Can they do it?
Calm down, D-Man here. Giants got the Baron and cleaning almost power wheel just staying out. They're gonna win this. Honestly, the late game for them have been fantastic. They deserve this win.
They absolutely do. 40 minutes into the game, Giants Gaming, they were not able to find a win since week 1. Jack's target banned against Werlip. They seem to have found an answer in week number 5. 2 wins on the board for them. It's gonna be a 40.5-minute victory and an ace to top it off. Giants Gaming, how about a cherry on top?
Honestly, an impressive game from them. Early on, they got the standard lanes we talked about. They managed to win the 2 side lanes. We didn't see Frederick being too active early on, but they still managed to push down 2 fast turrets. Use that to kind of avoid Unicorns just grouping early on and not having any response. And that was always...
Unicorns.
The Unicorns, they were ahead in the mid game.
They were.
Never really managed to push it. They were always afraid of Giants engaging onto them, despite having so many wards down on the map from the Unicorns.
Seemed like
they're going to steal it too,
man. Yeah, name of the game. The Unicorns, again, they were looking so great coming into this week, but they fell flat. They looked better in this game, but they just didn't execute as much as they need to. And Giants, they can take advantage of risks. They can push in, and they can punish you. And the Unicorns of Love learned that the hard way today.
I really like also the way Giants adapted in the game itself. We saw Werlip go for the Cutlass first into Hexdrinker, so it looked like he was going to go for like a split pushing Renekton build, but then he actually didn't complete the blade. He just went full tank after, because he knew now they could actually start forcing some fights onto Unicorns, and he just became this mega tank in the front line with Frederick whenever the fights were on, and then Adri and Pepanero with all the damage from the back line. So for them, the way they adapted in terms of items and also how to actually get the right engages, because again, they were spotted nearly all the time. There were so many wards down, triple trinket upgrade, 2 side stones from the Unicorns, and yet, just by having that Sivir ulti being popped, it was enough to always make Unicorns afraid of grouping. They never got to really use that Zeref Corki combo, because there was a binding, there's charm, and then obviously the Sivir ulti to start the fights, which was enough for Unicorns to always back away, be passive, and not try and push the lead. And then Giants got to late game, where they started winning the fights.
Yeah, planting some seeds of doubt into them.
For sure.
I mean, Giants, they were the ones who made the quicker decisions. The Unicorns, that last Baron attempt, that was pretty much a carbon copy of what the Giants had done to them, but they actually they underestimated how much Frederick could get in there with the timing. The steal, they bought enough time by him dancing around, and it just wasn't a good enough execution. And now they've fallen down to 0-2, but Giants Gaming, 2-0 on the week after not winning for 3 straight. That's just absolutely massive for them. They wanted to stay in the LCS, but after that, you know, they've got a lot more on their minds.
It looks so good for them now, especially because MYM still haven't picked up more than 1 win. So now there's a big gap between those 2 teams, avoiding that number 10 spot again. So it means Giants, while they're still down at the bottom of the standings, it's looking better and better. This week has been great for them.
Yeah, puts you into a safety zone. Now for a closer look at that win, we're going to go ahead and head on stage, check in with QuickShot and see what he's got to say.
Thank you very much, guys. A fantastic game. Very exciting end to your week. Congratulations, Audrey, 2-0. Let's start with this particular game. How did you beat the Unicorns of Love? At what point did you know you were going to win the game?
Yeah, the point I think we were going to win was when I pressed tab and I saw I had 4 items and Pepe had, I don't know, 4 items and Maokai had only 3. And we were 10-10 and we were behind in turrets and probably in gold, but I was like, this game is over, we won. Because the advantage they had was like virtual, because both their top and bot tier 2 turrets were like 200 HP, so they were pretty much down. And yeah, that's it.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic to hear. My question is, how did you manage to do that today against the Unicorns of Love, but you've not really been able to do that against some of your other opponents? You know, what has changed over the few weeks of playing on stage?
I think practice matters a lot. Like, we are getting used to this LCS thing, and also like luck is also a thing in the LCS. Like, it's only best of 1. Anything can happen. So yeah, we can go 2-0 and we can go 0-2 pretty much.
Yeah, well, the luck side helping you out yesterday, taking advantage of the Elements mistake. Now that you guys have got 2 wins on the board, you're putting some distance from MYM, so you're safe from that auto relegation, but you've still got games to play. So what is the plan for Giants going forward? Do you just want to try make promotion? Do you want to try climb up to playoffs? What are your aims and aspirations?
Yeah, the EU LCS is pretty crazy right now. I don't think we can set up an objective because every team is winning against every team. So I don't think we can make any expectations.
Well, that's fair enough. Well, I wish you all the luck in the world. Congratulations again on your 2-0, a very decisive win from the Unicorns. For now, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk where they can break down that Giants victory.
Thank you very much, guys. And there, well, a very good read on the LCS just a couple of weeks in. Well, everyone's beating everyone. How are we supposed to set an objective for ourselves? I also like that he said, well, I pressed tab and I saw that I had 4 items, my mid had 4 items, and their top had 3 items, so we were ready to go. That is a very level-headed thing to do in a game like this.
Yeah, just pressing tab, seeing just how far ahead you are, because you don't have the spectator point of view. You don't know how much gold you're actually ahead until you press that tab and see like, whoa, we're actually so far ahead. You don't know you have that 10k gold advantage, but you do. And just, yeah, the Sivir here getting fed was a really big deal.
Yeah, for Giants indeed. Let's actually take a look at a team fight a little bit later in the game. The Unicorns of Love first had the advantage, but the Giants pulled it out in the team fights, and this was one of the turning points in that one, Tabs.
Yeah, see UL is trying to do the dragon here, but Giants coming in here. Frederick with a really good flash, just managing to flank. Like, Renek trying to flank in here. This is actually quite a good choke for UOL, because the Xerath can hit everyone here. But Ryle just going a bit too deep. Maybe he'll die really fast here.
But in the end, they waited
just trying to go in here. Like, everyone from UL just kind of gets picked off in the end because of the Sivir speed. Getting that speed was really important because that allows them to just like chase down the kills.
Yeah. And we actually see the same criticism that we gave to MYM. They had a Corki here, they had a Xerath, they had a very fed Corki in the Unicorns of Love, yet they decided to engage when they shouldn't have.
Yeah, I do think it was more of a pick-off or, yeah, like you said, poke-based composition. You could see Kikis trying to get into the enemy jungle with his Lee Sin, trying to go for the support of Xerath, trying to get some pick-offs, but every time he just got caught off and it just didn't work.
Yeah, a couple of things in there, like the Kikis with the Lee Sin, and then for me, Power of Evil on Xerath. Yesterday, Pepinero actually played as Xerath versus Ari, and it didn't go very well for him versus Froggen. I feel like picking the Xerath, a lot of times we've seen already in the LCS, picking it first or even picking it into things that can't work that well. It's a little bit too cocky because here we saw as well that didn't really play out.
Well, Power of Evil really didn't get denied too much here, I think. Like, he had a pretty good lane phase. Going even with the Ari is already good. Later in the game, though, I did feel Power of Evil did miss quite a few ultimates. You did see him not really being on point with his ultimates this game, and I think that's also what didn't really make the Xerath pick that effective.
Yeah, a little bit further in the game, then Unicorns were actually not out of the game, even with Giants winning the fights. And then Frederick, he comes up huge once again. Let's pull the replay up on the screen, because I thought, is he going to do it again? And it was a very, very clutch moment.
Yeah, he just mans up here. Like, goes in at 2k already, so it's quite high health still.
Yeah, he actually went in too early for my read, and then he just man modes it and gets a double kill.
Yeah, he's so tanky that it doesn't really matter anyway. So he could just stays in there until he can get the steal.
Yeah. Also for the Unicorns of Love, yeah, they felt that they had to go for that Baron, but in the rest of the game, I also felt like they had the advantage, and all they defaulted to was running mid.
Yeah, they definitely should have tried to do something else, but they really didn't. And on the contrary, I think Giants did really good when they did have the advantage. Like, when they do get a kill, they do get all those dragons. They had a lot of dragons this game. When they get that Baron, they just go mid and they push down that inhibitor. Just like yesterday against Elements, you know, they get that Baron, and they just go ham and they end the game.
Yeah, a 2-0 week for them, and they can certainly thank Frederick for a lot of that in that one. The Giants' fantastic performance. Coming up next is the last match of the day between SK Gaming and H2K. This split. Can the LCS newcomers stand up to the first place SK? Stick around and find out.
Can the Giants pull off another miracle, or will the Unicorns find their consistency? We're about to find out. Kikis is going to dash to him, gets the charm, looking for a visit. Shachi as well, not quite enough. No, maybe he does have it. Twisted advance, he's going to follow all the way back. A double kill from Peppy, but they don't quite have the damage to finish him, but maybe they do, because Kikis kicks him right back on in.
Have we seen that before?
Mardex, yeah, I think we have. And the Unicorns trying to back away, but Visit Shachi right in the front, turning them all away. They've caught Rydell as well, and they should. No, they can't take him down. Yes, really, really early one. Gonna flag and drag in. This could be some trouble. It's going. It's stolen. Frederick comes up with it. The Giants are cleaning up. 4 kills. They seem to have found an answer. Giants Gaming, how about a cherry on top?
Welcome back to the European League Championship Series. Up next is our last game of the week between SK Gaming and H2K. H2K, they lost to SK when they met back in week 3, and SK will be looking to lock up the series after their first loss handed to them by Fnatic yesterday. Let's start by taking a look at the table-topping SK Gaming lineup. Freddy122, Svenskeren, Fox, Forgiven, and Rated, and they are coached by Interflame. Now, yesterday, they just got outplayed on an individual level in their very first loss versus Fnatic Tabs.
Yeah, I do think they got outplayed individually. If you saw what happened in mid, Fabifin just coming up huge, and Reignover and Hunia also just making these really crazy individual plays, but also coordinating with them very well.
Let's actually take a look at how SK lost by the numbers, how they prevented their very first loss, and a couple of the different factors that they didn't do that well in that one. The first one we see here is a gold deficit of 1.6k at 10 minutes and 2.7 at 20, which actually isn't that huge.
It's not huge, but the one thing is it's the first time SK's been down. Traditionally, SK have had such a strong laning phase and they haven't been punished this hard, so this was against the norm.
Yeah, and secondly, taking a look at some of the individual performances in that team. Freddy122 choosing for that Renekton, of course, Azir nerfed in this one, and 1.13 KDA is not to the standards that we've seen him in previous games.
No, Renekton has been a bit of a comfort pick. He's actually been very good on it in the past, managing to bring it out in even the unusual situation where you wouldn't expect him to play Renekton. This game didn't really work out though.
All right, another individual performance was the one of Svenskeren, someone we also are looking at, especially to be a counterweight for Reignover in that one, but he just couldn't bring that counterweight.
He really could not perform. Going into that game when he picked Jarvan, I thought Svenskeren had the champion that he needed to get SK ahead, and he simply was outplayed by his opposite number. Another big problem for SK, and I really hate saying this, but if you look at the wards that they placed, it was their second lowest number of wards in any game they've played this year. So they simply did not have the vision, and that's why Fnatic were able to punish them. Just one last thing to note. In the game, SK had no control over Dragon. Going into the game, they had 30 Dragons to Fnatic's 17. By the end of it, they had secured 2 of the 6. Fnatic had complete control of that objective.
And Eric, one of the things you were calling out before that game was you can't give SK Dragon control or Dragons. They only got the first one very convincingly, and that's one of the keys to taking SK down.
Yeah, I think if SK is allowed to have that Dragon control, you really can't beat them because they set it up so well. Fnatic really managing to break through that very well. They managed to just keep on getting these Dragons, even after SK getting the first one. They didn't get the timer maybe, and yeah, they still managed to get it.
Yeah, one thing that stood out for me, last week when we watched Fnatic lose, there was like a playbook that the Copenhagen Wolves were playing from, is they picked apart the weaknesses. Fnatic may have been inspired by that loss because they looked at the weaknesses of SK, the early greedy play, the 1-3-1, the lack of vision, and Fnatic exploited every weakness. We need to see whether or not H2K can do the same thing because they are equally as smart as Fnatic as they've demonstrated in the last few weeks.
It might seem a little harsh from us to put these, the weaknesses of SK yesterday on Veteran on the stat book, but if you're a team that is #1 and undefeated, that's the first time, and you have to learn from those mistakes. See if they can in this one. Their opponents are, as said, H2K on the red side, Odoamne, Lulex, Ryu, Yarnan, Kasing, and their coach, of course, Prolly. Yesterday, the Unicorns of Love, a battle of the two newly added teams to the LCS, and they just continued on the good pace that they did last week. One of those things were contesting Dragons and just team fighting and making sure they could take those objectives afterwards.
Yeah, the thing that stands out for me about the game is actually Odoamne's Gnar. I really felt like Ryu did not have the strongest of performances on his Orianna. He had a few ultimates that caused his opponents to flash away, but I never once felt like that Orianna was the reason they won the game. I felt the reason they won the game is because as a team, they made good plays around Dragon. As a team, Odoamne was the front line that was peeling Unicorns of Love around, and I just think the decisions and the map play was more important than individual.
Yeah, this game was basically just the Gnar show. I felt like Odoamne had so much map pressure. He could just go anywhere and the enemies would have to respect it.
Yeah, very impressive as well, because he got solo killed by Vizichachi's Aurelia there early. He kept a level head, and he still managed to go on. And well, H2K, what they need to do in this one, because great, they beat the Unicorns of Love. They went 2-0 last week. This time, SK Gaming, top of the table.
Yeah, SK Gaming, they lost yesterday, so I really hope that H2K did look at the replay, just try to identify some of the things Fnatic did right and what they did wrong, and improve even more on the strategy that Fnatic used to beat them.
I think H2K, if they play like they did last week when they beat Elements, can win this game. What they need to do, though, is they need to find a crack in the armor, exploit it, and then once they get control, they are smart enough and capable enough to actually control the game. But the trick is to find one weak point. If they don't get that, foot in the door, I don't think they can.
Yeah, they have that replay to learn from. We'll see what they come up with. And H2K have really turned it on with the addition of their new support, Kasing. And as you'll hear, an injection of positive vibes in sometimes exactly what a squad needs.
I pretty much got kicked out from my last team, and it felt undeserved because I didn't get kicked out for my own fault. It was more because of the internal problems. But now in H2K, it's like everything's fine, and I really enjoy the team. I mean, it's gone really well so far, but the thing is, I've never played with him before. I mean, playing with him is different. It's a different approach, and I quite like it.
Some positivity can be what you need sometimes, Officio. Now, we're about to get into Champ Select for that last match of the week. I think it'll be really interesting to see if SK can take something from that loss, because that was the first time they really were challenged.
Yeah, they, again, as the analyst has said, and as everyone has talked about, Fnatic's early game, Reignover was running rings around Svensson. Basically, he was camping Freddy, who we know always plays very aggressive, especially when he picks a lane bully like Renekton, and there was no wards placed at all to try and spot Reignover coming in. So I feel like SK hopefully have been looking at that game and said, okay, we need to put more focus on our vision early on and not disrespecting, I'm going to use that very lightly, whoever we're playing, and not just play over-aggressive and not knowing what's going on, because that's what Fnatic used to get the lead. Also that 2-2 fight in the mid lane, where Febreven got 2 kills.
Right, exactly. We'll see if they can do that this time, do a little bit more of that vision control, and we're going to see what they end up picking here. Picks and bans, SK Gaming, H2K, Zed is off the board almost immediately.
Yeah, no surprise against Ryu. And obviously also with SK actually losing to Zed yesterday from Febreven, and it is a champion actually good against them, because SK loves to play a lot of individual play, like 1-3-1 focus for them, and that's where Zed can be a real pain. Also Aurelia actually in this case, to kind of one-on-one you and shut you down in these split pushes they like to do.
See what H2K answer with. So far ban the Kassadin out. And for H2K too, it seemed like their win yesterday, they were just better at playing the standard game than the Unicorns in that situation. They've got to be riding high going into this and knowing that SK is fallible. It's really, see if they can take advantage of the same holes that Fnatic found.
It's really been a big thing for H2K. The timing they use on their comps of when you can fight and when you can push, they use it really, really well. 2 wins last week, and also against Unicorns, how they managed to avoid that mid-game siege the Unicorns could have pulled onto them. Actually waited it out, just got 2-3 items on Orianna. Then they looked really team fighting. That was just, again, great timing by them and knowing exactly when you can use your champions and the power spikes you do have to your advantage.
Right. Nidalee off the board was taken away for Svensson, who had that monster game on it a few weeks ago. Lissandra also taken away. Now H2K thinking long and hard about this last ban, because there's a lot of powerful picks available. The Narvin combo, it looks like it's going to go through. They banned the Graves.
Yeah, so for SK, normally here they would take a Zir, but this again is on 5.3, where he has been nerfed quite a bit actually. So for them, is it going to be Gnar suddenly coming in? Will they try and get the Jarvan for Svensson despite him actually losing out yesterday? No, we're looking towards the mid lane instead. And oh, actually, just missed it here. With the Zed and Kassadin, again, you kind of ban out the counters to the LeBlanc. So it's a fairly free first pick for SK, where they don't have to worry too much about the lane matchup.
Right, they clearly had that plan. And remember, before this, Fox had not played the Ahri in the the LeBlanc in the LCS. He brings it in, and he just blows people up with a 10-0-3 on that one. However, this has left H2K with their pick of the jungle and the top lane.
Yeah, again, they can go for Gnar Jarvan if they want to, but we often see teams take Rek'Sai over Jarvan now, just because she's a bit stronger in the early game in terms of their dual potential. And also her ganks, fantastic with the fact that you can tunnel over so many of the big walls, where most of the other champions can actually go over their wall and also still gank after, because that's always the problem for Jarvan. If you use the EQ combo to jump the wall itself, he has to wait for those cooldowns before he can really go in. Where Rek'Sai, yes, you won't have your tunnel to close the gap, but you will still get that knock-up just by moving close to people and getting an auto attack range. So that's always a small advantage for her. Now instead H2K leaving that jungle open.
Yep, they grab the Gnar, they grab the Annie. SK Gaming now eyeballing the Rek'Sai themselves. And I think the Gnar is a pretty heavy priority pick, but they could have taken both it and the Rek'Sai. I think they're really prioritizing, though, this support Annie.
So they want to take Annie away from Enrated, despite it actually being his worst champion. We have seen him play. He's normally a lot better on disengage, focus supports, not the ones where he has to make the big plays. And they're basically telling SK, do you want Jarvan, do you want Rek'Sai? If you take the Jarvan, fair enough, we get a fine jungle pick for ourselves, which we're very happy about. If you don't, we get this Gnar Jarvan combo, which used to be the 5-0 one, now has lost quite a few games, but it's still so insanely strong in terms of team fighting, especially when you're against a team who rely a lot on their AD carry. When you have a Gnar and a Jarvan to jump him in the back line and you really try and shut him down, then you can somewhat eliminate him from fights.
Right, so they get to hedge their bets in that situation. SK are going to go ahead and grab that Rek'Sai. Also the Kennen. Freddy did, of course,
I've seen it before, yeah.
Yep, he did have that pretty solid game on it.
Was banned by Fnatic, and again, Kennen got a few buffs coming into this patch, especially the W1 now that allows you to max that one in the laning phase, making you a lot stronger in the early team fights compared to beforehand where you would max Q for the lane. And then that would obviously mean you only had single target damage outside of your ulti, but it wasn't that powerful now because you can use this W as soon as people are in your ulti itself, meaning you can max it and actually get good AoE damage. And it looks like H2K not going for that job and instead want even more peak potential with the Rengar and Sivir. It works the same way as we have seen Elements try and play against SK. If you want to split up in a 1-3-1, we're going to hard engage on you and never mind the Rengar for now.
Well, they go to the Lee Sin.
That's honestly, in my opinion, the worst jungle option they can take against SK.
They do have a lot of chase, but I agree. It's a little bit weird that they didn't go for the Jarvan, not just because of the Gnar combo, but because they have so much chase down here. They have the Sivir-Annie combination bot lane that was so deadly in the opening weeks of the LCS. They have a Gnar, can hop, close the gaps, and when you take a look at that, Forgiven's thinking about something a little bit different here. Goes for the Caitlyn. We haven't seen him play anything but Graves or Lucian.
Yeah, it's been an old pick for him. Back when he played for Copenhagen Wolves, it was one of his main picks. Always full focus on winning his lane, getting that early tower, and then he quickly rotates to the other lane, fast pushed him in. Lulu coming in from Enrated wouldn't be a surprise. Very, very strong early lane from them and a lot of fast pushing potential. These waves are going to die so quickly. And that's why SK now can play their typical style. You have the 1-3-1 setup with Kennen in one lane, LeBlanc in the other one, and you have this Caitlyn Lulu for wave clear. And also for the tower damage you can do if H2K suddenly falls behind, these towers are going to die very, very quickly.
SK Gaming in the comfort zone right now. Will H2K find an answer to be able to shut them down?
I really want to see what Ludix is going to do on Lee Sin, because normally into Rek'Sai as well, that's not even a very good matchup for the Lee Sin. Rek'Sai, if she's very good, can dodge, basically block his Q, so when he goes in for the second activate, you unborrow and you actually knock him up so you don't take that damage. But even without that, you have a fantastic ability to one-on-one him, and you lose out on that hard engage ability, which we normally see some teams at least trying to pull off against SK Gaming. So when they split up in the 1-3-1, you have that hard engage to just go on to Forgiven or whoever you want to, kill him, and then force SK to back off and suddenly go back and defend.
Ryu is going to pick up the Ahri. Had some mixed success with that one. I think probably you can see fairly happy with that one. No emotion really on the side of Inner Flame. He doesn't reveal much, that poker face.
A little bit of a tricky matchup though for Ryu in this mid lane. Also after the Ahri nerfs with more mana cost on her Q. So LeBlanc can really decide when to trade early on with her distortion. And obviously no Spirit Rush yet before 6 for the Ahri. It's a bit of a tricky matchup for him. Not the worst, it is a skill matchup. But SK Gaming are looking for some fantastic strong lanes, going back to what they normally love to do. Dominate the laning phase. Every single player gets an advantage, so he becomes so strong that the other team can one-on-one him or 2-2 them. And then again, you split up in this 1-3-1 and you push on every single wave. Lulex on Lee Sin is going to have to make some plays early if you want to do what Reynoa did for Fnatic against SK to try and shut them down.
Precisely. Although H2K Gaming were the ones coming up with the win yesterday. It's SK Gaming that aren't going to have quite as much pressure on them. And I really want to see what H2K are able to do early on, because they have the makings of what can be a good pick and chase composition. They can grab individual targets. We'll see if they can pull it off, though. Let us know what you guys think. Go ahead and tweet at LOL Esports with that hashtag SKWin or H2KWin. Let us know if you think H2K can make the difference this time around against Europe's best. We're going on to the Rift. The crowd is getting fired up. Our last game of the day, our last game of the week. SK Gaming versus H2K, and it starts right now.
And two very explosive comms here from both the teams. We're going to have a lot of action in this game, that's for sure.
I have my eye on that mid lane. Anytime you got the LeBlanc, Ari, Fox, and Ryu, it should mean some fireworks.
And again, this Lee Sin pick here, it's simply because Lulix want to make sure he can actually make some plays early on. He didn't want to Rengar, so he had to wait for level 6, and he would risk getting invaded by Svenskeren. And Jarvan, well, that again would, in my opinion, probably been the best pick for them, also in the comp as a whole. But we have seen the Rek'Sai Jarvan matchup a few times, and it is a bit tough for the Jarvan to really catch up.
Well, there are a lot of ways to escape from Jarvan on this side of SK, but all the same, I feel like, yeah, in general, unless you really want the Lee Sin kit to work in your favor for picking up quick kills like that, that's about the only thing I can see. And if your mechanics are going to be able to pull that one off, so it's definitely a risky choice for H2K.
And also, it does give him a kick for the Kennen. So when Kennen tries to go in for the engage, you kick him back, and you hopefully burn his ulti. Because Kennen has always been a champion who relies so much on his ulti in team fights. Once it's gone, he doesn't really offer too much after that. So if you can manage to kick him away from Lulix, then again, that explains the pick. But it does mean he needs to play near perfect in every team fight for it to really work, compared to, again, the Jarvan, the Rengar, whatever other options they had.
Looks like we might have some standard lanes around here. Forgiven and Rated haven't shied away from this. Not going to be able to spot Hjarnan and Kasing moving on up through the river.
Yeah, and for SK in this case, they're fine actually doing both lane top and standard lane. They want to see Kasing and move in, get a good early trade. No jungle camp being taken. And some fast push from Yana here. But just look for SK to play really aggressive in the laning phase, both with the Kennen and, of course, the Kate Lulu here. Early pushing in. They want to get down these 2 outer turrets, like we normally see from them.
Going to attempt to do that one as the game begins. Forgiven. Really wanting to trade this one out early. The zoning pressure from an early Caitlyn is not to be denied, but in Rated's the one who's taken quite a lot of abuse across the rest of the side of the map. Top side jungle starts for both Lulex and Svenskeren.
And normally, or well, if we go back to like last year, they would tell us, okay, the early focus is going to be on the bottom lane, but now that the junglers do recall, often after getting the 2 buffs, we don't really know exactly where the focus is going to be. But we do see this Caitlyn Lulu taking control of the lane early. Lulu is, again, one of the best supports at level 1 and 2, just because of her passive coming in. You basically have to burn through her mana pool, and a support like Annie's not able to do it because she has no sustain to then kind of like out-sustain the Lulu itself. Right. And that's where it's often a bit of a tricky lane matchup for her, especially early on.
Oh, and it's so annoying to deal with, the harassment that you can throw out there. Up at the top lane, Oduwamne and Freddy are going to just grab themselves some of that sweet farm. Going back to the mini-Gnar form. It's going to be hard for Freddy to actually get a quick catch onto Oduwamne. He's been playing. Oduwamne has really actually leveled up in the last couple of weeks, I feel, as a player.
It's been very
seeing
solid.
his positioning rapidly improve.
He looked good in their expansion tournament and the Challenger Series, but he's just coming here to the LCS and clearly not been anything in terms of nerfs or adjusting to the scene. He's actually been good from week 1 for H2K. And you just have to wonder what this team, I mean, could have been. They were used to have Fabiven in the mid lane, now playing for Fnatic. Rio was the replacement, and while in terms of purely one-on-one, Rio has done a good job, we have still seen some problems between him and his teammates due to simply the lack of communication.
Right, H2K hopefully able to not let that worry them too much here. In the bottom lane, it is being shoved in, the typical SK bot lane dominance. The rest of the lane's actually not looking too great for H2K either right now. Farm advantage in the middle for Fox.
Yeah, I'm very surprised H2K actually took the standard lanes, even invaded in knowing SK was on the bottom side and didn't try and swap away from it, because Caitlyn is a hard counter to Sivir in the laning phase. You outrange her completely and you outtrade her so easily, especially also with a Lulu on your side. So this bottom lane is going to go so heavily in favor of SK that they're going to take a tower, get a massive CS advantage, and then they're just going to swap Forgiven and Enrated to the top lane after, where Kennen is going to have basically a farm lane against the Gnar for now. And then they're going to push down a second turret, and suddenly you have these outer turrets gone, and it's always the risky thing. If you lose your outer turrets to SK, that's the way for SK to get information, because then suddenly they can push the minion waves further down to the tier 2 turrets. And again, they have that short route through the jungle to out-rotate you, and they suddenly don't need the wards on the map because they can see you sit in your tower defend every time because you're not strong enough to fight them. And that's why you cannot lose these auto turrets against SK so early on.
Yeah, you definitely can't lose the early game either. Lulex is going to try to make something happen, but Fox is going to be dashing away. And it's Ryu dashing back in. Slightly better trade for him, but he had some jungle help.
Yarnan had to get a long sword on his first
Svenskeren.
Svenskeren, yeah, he's waiting for Lulex.
Caught between a Raptor and a Void Burrower. Svenskeren is going to say thank you very much. I'll gobble up that camp.
No early ganks for him. Just been doing the standard Svenskeren style, getting a little bit of counter jungling in.
Both of them running the Trailblazer too, not particularly interested in that one. Forgiven is actually going to take quite a lot of damage as he gets stunned up. Yarnan gets turned around, the Peacemaker. Oh, the Ignite! Do they have enough damage? Not quite. That's a heal. And Forgiven protects his KDA again.
Both the AD carries here running away from the enemy support. Quite a trade and actually a good catch from H2K onto Forgiven. He was stuck there taking minion damage as well. It's a good trade from them. Force a heal, so a lot of summoners being blown down here, but none of the junglers looking to gank.
Oh, Svenskeren actually going to move onto Ryu, who's going to be able to dash to safety. As we say, here's the flash, Forgiven. Do they have the damage? It's First Blood. Yarnan coming up with a pick onto Forgiven in lane, looking for an N-rated as well, but they don't have enough in the tank.
Yeah, one of the summoners still available was that flash from Kesing. Forgiven stayed in the lane, low HP. Nice play here, really punishing him for a bad trade first, and then staying in the lane where the Annie could flash and stun him.
The lane synergy that Kesing has brought since he's come in.
Look at them on the player cam.
Really, yeah, they're just so happy. I mean, they talked about it in that video. Definitely a good impact in the first few games Kesing has had on this H2K squad.
And it's hard to describe how important that kill was. It actually meant that Yarnan could go back, get a pickaxe himself now, and start trading back with Forgiven a little bit, start wave clearing, at least against him. So this means suddenly this tower is not going to go down that fast just from getting that kill on Forgiven. So well played by H2K.
Well played
even guards can bleed, remember.
Oh yes. They can also out CS. You can still see those numbers pretty big there, but that kill is going to help even the score a little bit for Yarnan in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, taking a trip up top. Double Doran start for Freddy. Still a bit of CS over Ottawamne. Kesing now taking a little bit of a run. Going to try to clear out that Rek'Sai tunnel. And Ryu will join him. While Fox is pushing the minions away from mid.
I like this early pink as well from H2K, and a lot of wards around this mid lane, because it's always been the weakness of SK. But look what they're doing. Changing up the styles. Double pink ward. One for your mid laner, one for your jungler. That's not something we normally see. So clearly SK have already learned something from the loss yesterday, and knowing that you can't just play to, or well, you can't just play by, or win by stomping your lane because you're better individually than whoever you're facing. You have to at least get some map control early on.
Right, very valuable lesson for them to learn. And they didn't seem too perturbed by it yesterday, to be honest. Even after that loss, you saw him on screen Forgiven. As he wraps up his mouse and keyboard, he was smiling. And you got to think that they were able to take that lesson quite quickly.
Yeah, the thing is, as a team, you're already 8-0 at that time, before the game, obviously, against Fnatic. So you know you're looking towards the playoffs and a good seed in the playoff itself. Getting a loss is not always a bad thing, because it makes you realize, okay, how exactly did we lose here? What weakness did the team exploit, and how can we fix it? So I actually think for SK overall, it was good for them to lose a game and realize that, hey, we're not unbeatable.
Absolutely. See if they can rectify that today. So far, still pushing in versus H2K. A little bit of a gold advantage. Not a huge one here, though. And they have invested more in those wards so far. H2K likewise have tried to control a bit of this vision. Dragon Pit is lit up like a Christmas tree, at least around it. Kesing dropping the Tibbers on Forgiven and Unrated. They also get the Boomerang Blade around there. Got to be careful, though. There is a Void Burrower hiding.
Oh, he's going to see Kesing walk straight towards...
Oh,
no, he's sending in a Tibbers
face
first.
check. Brilliant.
Smart. Good play.
Very brilliant. So they're going to be able to walk away from that one. Nice move by Kesing Yarnan. They even get the ward cleared away. And Tibbers gets smited for all his trouble.
Getting that 50 gold for Sven, but that was a nice little play by Kesing. Sending in
Much
Tibbers
cheaper
first.
than losing your life.
For sure. And again, this kill they got earlier has basically stopped Forgiven and Enrated from fast pushing that lane. So H2K is buying a lot of time for themselves here.
Yeah, still losing out on some of that sweet, sweet CS, but they haven't been able to dominate quite as hard as they normally would like to. Ryu pushing the wave into Fox. It's been a very quiet lane considering since the one gank attempt Svenskeren made earlier on. But it's not too bad for Fox as he finds himself up about 20 CS.
Yeah, this is what we normally see in this matchup, where again LeBlanc will get the early lead because she's the one deciding when to fight with Distortion, and Ari can only respond by really landing the charm or time the orb deception really well. But now again with these mana changes to her, it becomes a bit harder in the laning phase, we're more reliant on the blue buff suddenly. So this is pretty standard for that lane, and HTK knew that going into the game.
Right, and Ryu is a guy with a long-standing pedigree of performance. Definitely knows these matchups inside and out. Not too worried about being a little bit behind early on. The Morellonomicon completed by Fox as he backs away. Everything else settles out 11 minutes into this game. Yet to be some huge action. But in an SK game, it is only a matter of time.
And they are slightly ahead, but again, this is not this type of early game we typically see when SK win games. They already have a goal lead by now. On average, before the Fnatic game, they had like 1,400 goal lead at 10 minutes.
That's been cut down here to about
and now,
607.
Yeah,
oh, it could be
nice
a little
job.
bit less in a moment. Fox taking quite a lot of that, but Ryu nimbly steps away from the chains.
And Ryu not going all in here with his ulti. He didn't have vision on the top side because there's a ping wall being placed by SK, so he couldn't really go for the kill, not knowing where Svensson was. So instead, saves the ulti to just get a good trade for himself, and now he's going to place that ward. We'll also spot a pink. And he made the right call.
Too. Both junglers hanging out up in this top side, but Lulix in plain sight. Svensson sweeping in the tri-brush, not going to find anything. Kasing on a roam here too.
He knows he's not spotted. There was a ping ward on the way. Well, okay, there can be a ward here, but Fox is not
going to
find
flash Tibbers. They get the stun after the fact. He moves away. Mimic is popped. Ryu's not able to get the charm connecting, but it did cost Fox a summoner.
Good roam here by Kasing, forcing the LeBlanc back to base. Svensson is now in here to defend. Nothing happened in the top lane. Just a few early roams. Ryu getting a lot of damage on this tower as well.
H2K being very proactive though.
Yes.
Maybe not knows as much with Lulex, but the rest of the team has been really, really proactive in trying to punish SK for moving too far forward.
And every single hit on that mid turret is going to be a big deal for H2K because now with Yanan doing so well in his lane, despite being slightly behind with the kill, getting that BF sword as well, kind of surviving the early stages of the Caitlyn, he can actually push in his wave very, very often and slowly chip away in that tower once it's dead, because the mid lane is already down to 50%, and he can move in there after, fast push that one down, and suddenly you have two outer turrets for yourself. He's going to get this one now. Forgiven's not going to be able to get there in time. Next focus is the mid lane, get that one down, and suddenly you have a goal lead against SK.
Right, that's not something we see too often indeed. And H2K Gaming off to a great start. This one evened up the gold count. Got a little bit of vision around the side here too. SK, they have been investing more and more in wards than we've seen in previous games. However, H2K have still been able to get the jump on him a couple of these situations. 1 tower to none in favor of H2K.
Well, been all about Kasing, honestly. He was the guy to set up the first, but good roam in the mid lane as well.
Ooh, on the hunt.
Yanan.
Well, yeah. Ooh,
one for trade
there's
here.
the net. And really, you've got to be careful.
Oh, Duamne is coming behind them.
Yep, he's nearly in. Meganar, there's a flash for it. Forgiven is going to be able to get out of this one. Teleport now for Freddy, and they're going to even the score. It's going to make them think twice about full engaging. Lulex making moves into his own jungle. Might find Fox in just a moment, but Fox is going to find him. Takes down half his health bar and gets a flash for his trouble. Here comes Odoamne. Forgiven is into the wall. Wild Growth is on Freddy, though. Zoning Kasing and Yarnin away, and he's going to get polymorphed. Take quite a lot of damage on that, and H2K decide maybe they don't want to kill Forgiven that bad.
Nobody ends up dying here. H2K, not sure if they knew Freddy was still in the lane, if he had already recalled. Obviously a cannon with his ult, he can zone your way fairly easily. So no kills. Close attempts, but nobody dying. And SK putting a bit of focus here. Let's be careful. He's all alone.
Yep, chains Ryu. He could be in some trouble, but it's Fox who looks like he's about to be taken down. They give that one to Ryu. Good guy, Lulex.
That was a bit of a solo play, trying to clear pink ward in a very risky spot where everyone else from your team is already either back in base or very far away from you. This is going to be the mid tower as well. H2K off to such a good start, really punishing SK for being maybe a little bit too individually focused right now, especially that last kill was fairly simple for them.
Yep. Lulex now, he's going to try to find and raid it, but he's
another
got
one.
help from Kasing. Hello, you flash, but you still die. Kasing coming up with one for himself, and that's about Dragon time.
Exactly the same as before, though. A guy trying to clear ward on his own, catch him out. Kasing on this Annie here, really roaming around a lot. He's been such a good player for them. He's been here now for 2 weeks. And he's not lost yet in the LCS with the H2K.
So far, a pretty good record for them. They take Dragon #1 as well. SK Gaming falling a little bit flat here, and they can't really go in either of the jungles without having some trouble.
And now SK get the same problem they had yesterday, against Fnatic, where you fall behind in global gold. So suddenly you're not strong enough to split up in that 1-3-1. You actually have to sit back and defend against what H2K is doing, and then you're forced into 5-on-5 team fights, and that's not where SK normally shines. They shine on their map control, their individual ability to kill people one-on-one or pressure them down to a tower at least. That's gonna stop right now because H2K has played this early game so well.
Exactly, and this, since that's so crucial to their identity so far, we'll see how that affects their game going forward. Wild Growth onto Fox, but he's stunned up anyways. They're going to drop the Tibbers on his face, and both him and the clone, they tried to juke it. Kasing is going to pick up another kill.
I really like Annie against these mobile assassins in the mid lane because she just walks up to you, clicks Q on your face, and you will get stunned. Then you can tip us after, and you just single out a target like that. Another kill for H2K. Just missing that top lane turret, but they don't really need it at this point. Nar can just sit and farm against Kennen, and they might be able to just take over the bottom side of the map instead and push down this mid and bot lane for them.
And he has been so instrumental here. You gotta be careful not to get caught up. Svenskeren is able to clear the ward away, but they got a pink for that one. Reward that brush up. Oh wow, ward wars. Okay, Svenskeren's gonna back off from this one.
One by the H2K.
Oh, hey, it's crap time. Oh.
That's close.
Yes, it was. The rest of the team now, yeah, they've got to find an answer to H2K running them around the bend.
You have to remember with the Caitlyn, if she doesn't win her laning phase, then she has a very hard time for the next 10-20 minutes before she hits 3 items on her. Because the mid game is very poor, especially compared to Sivir with the utility she's going to bring. So SK looking for the room. Lulex, he's reading it. He's already sitting here. Gonna trade a bit with Svenskeren and just make sure they don't dive Odoamne.
Yeah, really, really nice to abuse SK's blindness in here. And Hjarnan actually going to push down the bottom side. Of all the AD carries to send split pushing, I feel like Sivir's probably a pretty good choice. They're going to get some serious damage on that one, although Forgiven is making moves down there to try to defend. He's taking a long path.
And it's so fun to see because this normally is SK doing what H2K doing now. You push every single lane at once, and now they're even going for Freddy.
Yep, they should be able to find him. He connects with the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike goes in. Freddy using his mobility, but the house! You can't escape. Hjarnan could be in some trouble, however. Gonna heal on the hunt at the same time. Big speed boost. He makes it out. H2K 5 kills to 0 versus SK Gaming.
And that's going to be the top lane going down as well now after that kill, while Hjarnan was buying time in the bottom, and even still, like with the ulti they're going for.
Oh, nope, Fox is out.
Jumping away.
Comes right on back in. They've got a little bit of minions here. Rio's not going to try to go too crazy. The charm won't connect. The chains will, however. Fox looking for some revenge. Here comes Svenskeren. Maybe they overstayed their welcome. A couple of knockups. Kasing, he's polymorph. SK Gaming find a double kill for Fox in the mid lane.
I think you said it right there, Pyra. Overstaying their welcome just a little bit. Adri had gone back to, Hjarnan got back to base. Adri, that was another game. And while you had the Lee Sin and Nar in the top lane as well, still going for that risky dive. And in the end, SK do manage to come in and actually get a few kills for themselves. Now, need to be careful. Odoamne and Nar, he's looking for kills.
And he's looking for Mega Nar at the very least. And rated Svenskeren. The range a little bit low. They're going to turn their attention to him. Here comes Forgiven. Odoamne going Mega Nar, throwing another house at Enrated. He seems to have Yordles on the menu. Can he get another? Yes, he can. A third one would do it, but it's Hjarnan who picks that one up with a nice boomerang blade. 2-6 is the score. H2K. Not much to take on the bottom side, but how about a side of crab?
Odoamne is going to be huge again. Warmock's already in. Went straight
and
to
a
more Mortis for him against the double AP from SK, knowing that the Caitlyn won't be able to take him down fast enough, won't be able to burst him down, so that more is going to pay off a lot for him with some extra AD whenever he drops low end. Freddy, my friend,
could be in some serious danger.
You are toast.
Looks like he's ran out of a charge. They triple team him, and they give that one. It looks like anytime now over to Ryu.
Come on, Kasing, you got to grab that one.
Yeah, he's already got 2 kills on the board. The kill, Kasing stands for kill secured, but not this time.
KSing for sure. Good old Kasing.
Odoamne looking to 1v1 Svenskeren. Got a little bit of time on that Nard charge, but he's actually going to hop up. 2-level advantage here. He's got to be careful because Fox was coming to the rescue, but H2K really seemed to have got SK's number so far.
And Freddy, he pushed up the lane, he had one ward in the river to try and see what was going on, and obviously he never got to spot H2K coming up to kill him. That's another tower for them. Yanin is trying to defend the bottom lane at this point, but H2K, they don't care. Yeah, you can lose one tower. You got 4-0 already. You have taken full control of the game, and we're hitting this mid-game point now where this Caitlyn needs a lot more time to scale up. And while she won't get that time because there's enough engaged on the side of H2K to just keep forcing picks and taking down towers.
Even more towers, so H2K
Locket
here.
completed.
Yep, they've got that locket. They've got that gold edge here, a really serious one. And SK Gaming, I wouldn't say they're scrambling, but even with that 2 picks on the board, which they were able to punish H2K for earlier, just individual outplays where they usually shine, H2K have really taken it to them.
Yeah, H2K have always managed to out-roam SK in this game here. Kasing has been roaming around on this Annie a lot. And Reddit is not a support who makes those kind of plays, especially not when he's playing the likes of Lulu. He's always sitting with his AD carry. And that's why H2K said, fair enough, we can have our Sivir on her own, while Kasing can move to the mid lane over and over. He's been part of so many early kills on this Annie. And then obviously with Lulix, kind of reading Svensson again, always being there for either counter gank or the gank beforehand. Dragon will go down.
That's stolen away. There's the teleport. Yeah, Lulex, he's going to try to run his way out of danger. Fox is going to get popped by Kasing again. Yarnin in a little bit of trouble himself as Forgiven slides his way to a kill in that one. However,
Meganar.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1. Meganar incoming. It looks like he's not quite got it. There we go. Nar against the wall. In comes Ryu. SK Gaming trying to answer back. They find Ryu as well. It is a 3-for-2 in favor of SK, but they've lost another dragon.
They lost another dragon. We saw H2K. They didn't really want to fight yet. They were waiting for Odo Amno to get closer to that Meganar. So he didn't actually join the fight before it was a little bit too late for him. And SK managed to get a few kills at least for themselves. 2 for Forgiven. That's going to be important. Let's see it again. So notice how Odo Amno here is trying to stack up his rage here, get towards that Meganar for the fight itself. The steal doesn't happen for SK. The fight is on. You don't see any Nar. He's not part of this fight at all. Good ulti from Freddy. Using that W now. Remember, people just got to be in range of your ulti and then you will get the W damage. Now Odo Amne can finally join, but they've already lost it and even get poked down quite a lot before Meganar comes in. Forgiven. He's not level 1, by the way. That's
yeah, that's a bit of a...
In case you were confused.
Of visual confusion. Nonetheless, note his positioning in that fight. Able to sit in the back, draw attention away from himself, and then he just slides into the pit when everyone's already evacuated from it. That's what he's done so great here. And it's actually very surprisingly had so much trouble in lane because his positioning has been so impeccable. Kasing now, ooh, that is a value ward.
So he actually deactivated the ward first and he didn't hit it. That's why SK couldn't see what was going on, and then he backed away and then they could clear it. Focusing here. 3 kills and 3 assists on Annie. So Odo Amne, had he just had a bit more rage and got that Meganar earlier than H2K, could have had a very different fight.
Yeah, it is definitely very timing based, but SK, if the fight happens on their own terms, they seem to have no trouble taking it. They've come back a little bit here. Still have to be careful, have to defend the siege from H2K.
And what H2K is doing, they're seeing Freddy. They know teleport is down from the last fight in the side lane. He always sits there and farm, and instantly they just go 5 mid lane, get a lot of damage on the tower, and force Freddy to recall. That's one way you can play against SK and make sure you eliminate that 1-3-1 split push they love to do.
Well, look at this. We have got a classic death rush here. The question is, will SK take the bait? Oh, the Tremor Sense. You can't move when there's a Rek'Sai on the board.
Spotted by SK. Still staying 5 together for them now. Trying to get a bit of control around this Baron area. And also, top lane is actually pushing in. Same for the bottom lane. So they can go and push it, but won't really be able to do it in time. And honestly, we're just going to get a lot of 5-on-5 team fights here between these two teams. Whoever gets the right engage or the proper vision down before the fight starts should be able to win it, especially because H2K side, when you have flash on Annie, pop the Sivir ulti, tapers onto the likes of Forgiven, the likes of even the cannon here, before he can then activate his Outlast, you can take him out.
Yes, indeed. They've been able to move around, try to separate away from Freddy, but if he does get those perfect zoned engages, H2K have been having some trouble. Let's see what they do going forward. Still the 2 dragon advantage to them. If they get this next one that's coming up in a little bit, they will have that extra move speed boost to move around SK. They've grabbed the tower already. It does seem to be all about that mobility, all about that quick in, quick out, guerrilla warfare style of play.
I actually think H2K here, they could split up themselves in their 1-3-1 and just pressuring down the lanes. Gnar into Kennen at this point with the Mortal Mortals and so much HP for Odo. I mean, that's a lane where he can at least keep it even. And then Ryu is actually going to be stronger than the LeBlanc at this point. So if you have them in the one-on-one, that's in favor of H2K, and suddenly they can actually push down at least 2 lanes at a time and start doing what SK normally would do, and then really spread out the map and use your early lead. And also that opens up for Kasing to then roam from the mid lane together with Lulex and then create a very, very quick pick on one of the side lanes. But they have stayed together, which has actually bought time for SK Gaming to get some farm in. Freddy's been in the side lanes. He's on 235 on the Kennen. And again, you see him there. He's not getting punished at this point for just sitting and farming.
No, right. They're roaming together too well, or too much rather. And SK Gaming, like, you know, that's fine. We're just going to keep putting pressure on the side lanes, try to dry you away. Now that Dragon's a minute away, however, it starts to get really frantic. You sent Odoamne up top. He's got the teleport available. Both top laners do, really. But you see Freddy actually making the slow way there. And while the vision's controlled by H2K for the time being, all it takes is for them to start backing off, and SK can move on in.
Yeah, exactly. And just by always pushing the lanes, you force H2K to always go back and defend those lanes from the minions. We see the LeBlanc doing exactly the same. Bot lane is pushing in. Freddy's going to go back to the top lane, push that one back. So basically now, H2K is allowing SK to sit and farm. I really want to see him play more aggressive in that 1-3-1 and just use Kasing and Lulex to roam between those lanes, because once you push them down to the tier 2 turrets, that's again where you get that situation where SK always have to run back to their own base and take the long route around to defend their lanes, while H2K can just walk straight through the jungle because they know where everyone is, because they push them down to the towers where they're sitting and defending. But just been waiting for Dragons. They have, I mean, they are 2-0 on that, so that maybe they're just saying we're gonna play the long game here and go for 5 Dragons.
It just seems a little uncharacteristic if you take a look at their performance yesterday. They punished the Unicorns, they forced them to fight on their own terms. Maybe they don't feel that they can do that against SK Gaming, but it just seems a little bit different from what we expected coming into this match. Now, Dragon's actually going to get procced by a Peacemaker from Forgiven, and H2K, they're making moves towards it, but both the top laners are off in their own island. Dragon actually going down very quickly. Can Svenskeren come in for the steal, though? He's certainly going to try.
TP
It's not going to go in teleport. Now coming in, they've zoned Kasing out Fox. The fight, though, is happening back at the pit. Svenskeren taken low. Freddy got 3 members caught up in the pit himself, but he should be in some serious trouble. They blow their spells a little early. Meanwhile, though, Odoamne zoning the rest of the team finally goes down. Fox is going to pick up a clean double. However, Svenskeren on the retreat path. Those tunnels saving his bacon right there. It is a 1-for-2, but H2K again come up with the Dragon.
Yeah, they get the Dragon, but they lose the fight itself. Meganar wasn't ready for Odoamne again when he teleported down, and Freddy, despite coming from the flank, didn't get the perfect ulti off by himself, but he did buy enough time for SK to get 2 kills.
How cool ahead do you have to be as Forgiven when you're being chased and you still have enough time to grab the Scuttle Crab? Oh, that's okay. I'll grab that. I'm on my way out.
Let's see the fight again as well, because it was a good TP timing, or good fight start from SK. No Meganar for Odoamne, and again the flank coming in from Freddy at this point. So while he doesn't get the perfect ulti, he's still zoning out Lulex, Yana, and Ryu, or keeping them at least in the Dragon Pit while Forgiven. And obviously the rest of the team in the backline, we don't actually get to see it now. Can get at least 1 kill.
Yeah.
2 kills now on Odoamne.
A little misplayed. They shoot the spells out too early. They didn't time the Zhonya's correctly for H2K, and I think they may have had a bit better timing. Had they been able, or if they had a bit better timing, they may have been able to salvage that, maybe make it a 2-for-2, 2-for-3 in their favor. Still, SK Gaming, they're not getting the objectives where they need, but they are able to outfight. And if it does come down to one of those big late game explosions, that is where we have seen them shine.
Yeah, and again, we have this Caitlyn who's been able to really farm up 2 items completed. It's going to be a last whisper soon for Forgiven, and he has that average play, which has given him currently 529 gold for himself, which obviously gets into the static shift later. So he's quickly going towards this 4-item spike on the Caitlyn, where she suddenly becomes one of the great hyper carries in the late game, and Kennen as well in late game team fights is fantastic. So they're fine. Finds him, yes, okay, you don't want to lose all these dragons here because now you have to worry about the 5th one. but they can fight for the next one and be a lot stronger, because then Forgiven should have his items completed. And H2K has not been able to use their lead for anything. So they're just playing that dragon game themselves, which we have seen a few times. And now Ryu actually going to the bottom lane, trying to set up a little trap. And if Freddy shows himself, could be Yordle on the menu.
Could be possibly. Now, Ryu trying to push this wave in. The rest of H2K in and around that jungle. See if they're confident enough to push in. They know Svenskeren and Narrated are there, so it won't be free. In the mid, Odo Omne is actually starting to shove this wave uncontested, but H2K aren't keen on taking this fight. Seem to be they don't want to until the dragons are up.
But this is a start here. You take 2 lanes and you start pushing them down at the same time. You know you can't really siege on SK because of this Caitlyn with the wave to go with the Lulu. So that's why, again, you're trying to split it up a little bit. At least get the minion waves pushing down, so you force SK to set their own turret, and then you move into the jungle. You deny full vision here. But it's just so hard for H2K to do because they're not that strong anymore.
And they're denying buffs, too. Importantly, Odo Omne is actually able to grab that red away. So the gold lead evened out a little bit. It's still 2,000 to H2K. It doesn't mean quite as much at 31 minutes as it did before. And the 3 dragon advantage, that's really pushing them in that edge right now, but they're still not confident that they can take the fight. Maybe get some picks. Ryu's waiting very patient.
Look at the minimap here. There's still some good wards from SK to see if H2K is actually moving around in the jungle. So that's why, again, Forgiven here can still take a fairly safe route despite Ryu waiting for him in the bottom lane here. So again, we're not really seeing H2K choke out SK. Bind them a bit more time. It's not over yet for them. 3 dragons still. It's the game they're playing, the long game, the 5th dragon one.
Well, as we saw yesterday, even the team with 4 dragons to none can end up losing. SK Gaming, I'm hoping that happens here. Still starting to even up that gold gap. A lot of waiting in brushes here to see if they can get picks. So again, nobody wants to take a straight up fight. They're playing a little dirty.
Ryu can look good. There's so many wards for SK, so they know where they can run in this jungle. They don't really have a reason to fish this one for Ryu.
There's the charge. Oh, it
just missed.
Looks like it hit, but by a pixel.
Very
Fox
close
is going
for
to
him.
be wiping the sweat off his brow there.
Static shift completed.
Gotta leave
for
more wave
Forgiven. And there is a lot of armor coming in for Lulix and Odo Omne, so not having that last whisper will hurt him in this next fight, because there's going to be a fight in about a minute's time for this dragon.
Yep, Sing's going to take an ace in the hole, has to back away. Tower's actually being pushed by SK here. I do like how they've controlled the vision a lot better this game, or at least pushed in a lot more wards than they usually do. Even if a lot of them have been in their own jungle. They grab that outer turret. They've now got the 3 outers themselves who can just set up control of the Drake Pit.
They already have a lot of wards, have a pink wall placed in a small bush in the middle of the river.
Oh! What just happened there? Because Sing, I just saw his health bar going down. I got to see that one again.
I think he caught the LeBlanc trying to jump the wall. I mean, this is going to be 4 dragons for H2K now. What a great pick for them.
Long enough death timer. They're looking for more, though. Odo Omne is about to go Mega Gnar. He can zone anyone away he wants. And they're actually going to start pushing in middle, even without the wave. Oh, the house. Svenskeren could be in some trouble. He's going to dodge out, bob and weave. He gets away from that one, but you're right. Dragon's about to be live.
And bot lane turret here, big wave already. Ryu's going to take it. So get a tower now. You got to kill, and you're going to get the 4th dragon. Suddenly, SK Gaming needs to start to worry.
Going to be able to clear some waves. Actually moving up towards the Baron right now, and this is being pinged out. H2K know this is happening. You're going to leave Lulex
no
on
mid
it.
laner, so H2K should be able to stop this one very easily.
They're just trying to draw pressure here.
Yeah. You see Odo Omne staying. SK Gaming were hoping for H2K to give up that dragon and now rush to the Baron itself, but obviously with Odo Omne staying and now the rest of the team joining in, no reason to leave it. Lulex will be able to finish this one.
Smart response for H2K.
Great response.
Great response. Yet again, 4 dragons to 0. 34.5 minutes in, and now they're in a great position to start pushing mid. SK have to back away here. They're using the blue pills, and there's a wave approaching.
Let's get some damage.
A lot of damage, it would look like.
Well, yeah, again.
No, not enough fast response, and now the inhibitor is bare.
Sven wants to flank on them. He's going in now. We're going to have a fight.
Yeah, we are going to have a fight. Svenskeren, here comes Freddy. They get the knockup, and H2K could be in some trouble, but the Mega Gnar comes in. Svenskeren getting low, taken down. It's a double kill over to Hjarnan, and they have turned it around. It looked dire for just a moment, but the flankers were flanked.
They can go Baron here. Odo Omne has teleport ready, so you can go and heal up, teleport down to a ward. This should be Baron for H2K as well. That was a very nice fight. It actually looked bad in the start with SK with the flank and the ulti from Freddy, but he didn't manage to outlast in time, so he ends up dying for it. Now teleport coming in from Odoamne.
Zoning Tibbers too, they knew exactly what they were going to do.
Should be bound for it.
They have studied the video, they know exactly what SK want to do, and they know how to beat it. It looks like Fox waiting in that brush, but that is not a safe place to be. The charm is going to land Fox. He's just gone.
So while we had like the last 10 minutes being fairly slow, it's just been H2K waiting for these dragons here, and then as soon as they get a pick on them, they get the 4th one, go straight down, push the mid lane, got a great team fight, got the Baron. They are looking really good now all of a sudden, turning on the power again.
I don't care what kind of wave clear you've got, Forgiven. You can't push against this team. Another charm lands on FLICKR, forces him to tunnel away from that one. Inhibitor tower going down once again. They've got the 4 dragons. They've got the Baron buff. Lulex going in. He's going to get turned around, but they find the inhibitor. They chase him around. They find and raided as well. They're going to back out. No, they're actually just going to
so many minions here.
They've got a big minion wave.
Still, 30 seconds on N-rated.
3 seconds on Fox. They're going to get a little more damage now. This is the safe. This is the safe path. This is still SK Gaming. However,
and you have 4 dragons to 0. You don't need to risk it.
Take a breather for just a moment, because H2K Gaming, they have just looked so good at countering this SK style of play.
It's really been from the early game for them. They were so well played. They got the early towers. They got the kill onto Forgiven as well, which simply meant SK could never get to play their game. 2 times we've seen them now being behind, and 2 times they look to be losing from them when they can split up in their 1-3-1. Suddenly, the other team can actually dictate the map, and H2K has just been a great story this season here. Coming in, so end up in the first week, getting that 0-2. Then they go 2-0 the next week. It's like, oh, H2K looking really good now. Then they replace Voidal, get Kasing in, get another 2-0 week for them. Might actually messed it up here. Might was 2-0 the first week, then 0-2. But the point is, they got Kasing in, and from there on and out, it's been some fantastic games from them. And they're sitting now as a top 3 team in Europe.
And if they up at the number 1,
SK as well.
Yeah, this could be a massive boost for them, not just in the standings, but the confidence. SK Gaming, though.
Gonna flank around them again here, or hoping for a face check.
Oh, that was close. Yep, Forgiven gonna run. Okay, that one's spotted. Ace in the hole coming out. They try to bail away from this one. Do they have it? FLICKR, he goes in way too early, and he gets taken out by Ryu. SK now in full retreat. Here comes Freddy. Got his Zanya's going, but it's only going to stall for some time. He's going down. Yarden with the unstoppable kill. Inhibitor tower number 3 now being poked down. The waves have been stopped temporarily, but SK Gaming, even when they have the flank, they just don't have the finish. Tower 1 down. Looks like inhibitor number 3 is about to go as well. SK, they're on the cusp of losing 2 in a row.
2 in a row. Nobody would have expected that coming into this week. H2K, they have all the super minions. They're going to buff them up as well. This should be game for them.
Yeah, H2K pushing on forward. They've got the mini waves all over the place. Fox can't do much to defend it. He's going back in to try. They're going to be able to zone him out. Lulex is still down in this one, but it doesn't matter. H2K, 38.5 minutes, pushing forward, and the League of Upsets continues. Big smiles on the faces of H2K. They have just upended the number 1, I suppose now number 2 team in the European LCS. After that, Fnatic actually owns a tiebreaker.
Didn't Fnatic lose earlier today?
Oh wait, never mind.
So
I am totally wrong. I got too excited.
Had they won, you would have been right. But for H2K, fantastic early game from them all around here. Played it really well, got the lead. And then because they had those 2 dragons to 0, they didn't feel like they had to make any aggressive plays, so they just sat back and waited. Got the 4th one after they suddenly created a few picks on SK, and then they used it to just go down and actually finish the game in the end. So just turned off the power, you know, gave it a little bit of time, and instantly turned it back on when they had to, finish out the game.
And for SK Gaming, you know, we're talking about what they could take away from that loss. What can they take away from this one? Because it just seemed that going into this, H2K had one thing on their minds, and that was beat what they knew they were going to get thrown at. Probably here's another big smile for him. He is very, very happy with his team's performance, and
Stage
who
manager
wouldn't
Kevin.
be? Yeah, and stage manager Kevin.
Being there, talking a little bit to the players.
Oh, yeah.
Not who we want to interview from H2K's side. But yeah, I mean, for them, 4-0 now with Kasing. Top 3 team. coming into this split, when Forbidden left and joined Fnatic, we didn't really know what to expect from them because he had actually been the star player, or at least one of them in the mid lane, and Rio had some problems here in Europe, not really performing too well for Rocket, for Millennium. But now it just really seems to work. Kesing has added some new spark to the team. Oduamne is always playing out of his mind. And obviously the laning phase itself, for all these members, are actually very solid. That's why they can stand up to SK Gaming in standard lanes, win that early game, and use it to take the game as well.
Absolutely, and you can't understate Kesing's impact on these games. And honestly, Voidal was not a bad support by any means for the team, but it just seems that this is a very different, a very fired up H2K squad.
Yeah.
And all those moves, all those roams on Annie, he enabled so much for them.
Exactly. I really love the way he was playing the early game, saying, I know Enrated is not a roaming support. He's going to stay on this Lulu with his AD carry. So I can now roam to mid lane and actually start creating some picks, or at least apply pressure onto SK Gaming. And it worked so well because he was 2-0 and 2 at some point, had gotten 2 towers as well for his team, while Yanin was just sitting and free farming on his own on Saber anyway.
Yeah, that was really about all you could say for that one. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Let's send it over to Quickshot. He's on site on the stage for a look at H2K's big win.
Thank you very much, guys. I am joined on stage by Kesing, aka Kaching for H2K, and their coach Prolly. First of all, the crowd is clapping, and deservedly so. Let's start by talking about the game. How do you feel considering you out 2v2'd the untouchable Forgiven and N-rated, and you made the pick on Fox that allowed you to get that whole push towards the end of the game? What's going through your mind at the moment?
Well, I can't believe I killed Forgiven in the early game. Like, that was crazy. I didn't expect it. I really respect him as a player. I think he's like really good. But I have to also say Hyanan also played really well. Like, without him, I don't think I could have killed Forgiven. So, props to Hyanan.
Well, congratulations. You were definitely finding picks all over the map. Probably as the coach, when I was watching this game backstage, it felt like all of your players individually played on a level that we haven't seen them do this year as often. It's about the best game individually. Would you agree? Would you disagree? How do you think the game went, watching from externally?
Yeah, I think most lanes were slightly behind in CS, but overall, like, performance is really, really strong. And SK has probably one of the best early games in EU LCS. So although they're like slightly far behind, they like kept up their aggression and kept up like kind of the map movements. So I was actually really, really happy with their performance, and the 2v2 kill was really good. Because before the game, I'm like, should we 2v1? And Kesing goes, no, let us 2v2, please. I was like, all right, you guys can 2v2.
Well, it worked out. I mean, you guys completely outplayed SK Gaming. From the early game, it felt like you were in control. 4-0, your debut in H2K, undefeated. Are you the magic ingredient that's made the team win?
Maybe I am. I don't know.
I tell you what, let's make it a little bit less intense. Why are you guys 4-0 since you've joined?
Well, basically, as soon as I joined H2K, like at this beginning, everyone respects me as a player. Like, they listen to when I call like what to do and stuff. So I guess it's a mix between me improving as a shockler, because I never was a shockler before. I was not so good at the game, but now I am pretty okay, I guess. But that's all.
I like you getting some nods here from Prolly. I've just got 2 more quick questions before we throw over to the analyst desk. And I want to know, what is it like for you rejoining the LCS? You played for Super Crew last year. I specifically want to know what it's like during picks and bans, knowing you've got an American import in your ears, and we hear Prolly talking often. So I want to get the player's perspective and then the coach's perspective, because again, you've both been on stage. How different is picks and bans now that you have this communication, extra communication?
Well, basically, Prolly pretty much always gives us a really good comp or clear plan on what to do in specific, like first ban, second ban, third ban, etc. And I think Prolly, like, because he understands the player's perspective, he also includes like a player's comfort champions, what they prefer playing, even though like this another champion might be better in one specific comp. Is ultimately the coach, like, Prolly is really good because he understands how a player would think. And I think coaches, they can be really good, but I think I'm going off topic.
That's fine. Prolly, what's it like arguing with the players, telling them how you think it should be done, and again, your perspective on picks and bans?
Well, for like my opinion on League is it's very much a like confidence game and comfort game. So even though I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, logically crunching the numbers, I think this champion's better. They sit there and they're like, no, give me this guy. I'm like, yeah, that's okay. Because, you know, if you're playing like towards your strengths when you're like comfortable, you can just play way better. So I kind of really, weigh their opinions in on stuff. Because I know they respect what I think. So I know when I'm like, oh no, this pick's better, they'll think about it and go, no, you're an idiot. Let me pick what I want. And I go, yeah, okay, you got it.
Well, congratulations. The guys in the crowd definitely love you. Kasing the King, probably 4-0 H2 Gaming. Congratulations on another flawless week. We're going to head back over to Shocks and Tabs to wrap up the week. And thank you to this incredible audience for their energy all week long.
Thank you so much as well, Quick Shot. I am incredibly impressed with the game and also what they just said and then saying, well, probably we want to take this 2 versus 2, even though this isn't the ideal matchup for us because we want to go up versus Forgiven and Rated. And you called it at the very beginning, they were suffering a little bit in that lane, but it's credit to them that they were able to turn it around.
Yeah, I definitely think that's very confident by them to just try and take this 2v2. If you saw the level 1, they got very far behind. They got pushed into their tower and poked down quite a lot. After the first base, Caitlyn had a pickaxe and Sivir only had a longsword. And at this point, I think Forgiven really dropped the ball, making 2 mistakes in a row. First off, getting very low and then just getting flashed on by Annie. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he was underestimating them a little bit. But yeah, definitely props for Kasing there, just making that flash play and getting that kill.
We also were caught a little bit off guard by the fact that Forgiven chose to go for Caitlyn in this one and not something like a Lucian. Maybe it would have even worked better in the comp as well because it was a little bit from a lot of ingredients in that comp, but not really something well rounded out.
I actually think Caitlyn is very comparable to Lucian. They both have very good poke in their ultimates. They have very good wave clear in their Qs. They can. It works well with the Forgiven and Rated playstyle of pushing very hard. Caitlyn is probably even slightly better than Lucian in lane, being able to poke down enemies from really great distance. So I don't think the pick was a problem at all.
All right, then, well, just H2K, testament to them. They are able to make off the picks as well. And Fox in this one, LeBlanc was the very first pick, but he got picked off a lot. Credit to Kasing there, a lot of time finding him, but his positioning was a little off.
Yeah, not only Kasing, but also Ari here, like just managing to get these pickoffs. Fox being in the wrong place at the wrong time so many times, leading up to H2K being able to take these dragons, being able to take these barons, and that was just sloppy really being the name of the game here for SK.
Yeah, and goodbye H2K picking people off. Let's actually take a look at a replay of one of those moments where Annie realized that she could just jump on the mispositioned Fox.
Yeah, Fox getting a bit too over-aggressive, jumping over the wall, but just getting instantly stunned by Annie. A very good mindset by Kasing to just instantly throw down that Tibber stun.
Yeah, if we look at the things that were helping, or that we looked at for SK in the losing game yesterday, we had FLICKR not being able to make his mark, Freddy not being able to make his mark. You thought that the cannon was a very good idea, but he just didn't get the flanks off as much as he'd like to.
Yeah, I do think Cannon was a very strong pick for the team fights here, because in the enemy team you have an Ahri, it's quite low range, you have a Sivir, very low range. It's very easy for Cannon. Once he gets to level 16, he can get so many stuns off in these team fights, especially in low range characters that need to get into that Maelstrom to deal damage. It's very high zoning ability.
At the end here, H2K, fantastic week once again for them. And SK Gaming, what do you make of this? It'll be their first week they come out of that. They have lost 2 times and having to regroup into next week.
Yeah, really surprising. Coming in 8-0 this week and then losing 0-2. Especially, okay, the first one against Fnatic, I can kind of see that one coming. But this one against SK, H2K, I didn't see that coming at all.
Yeah, let's see how they bounce back from that one with just 4 weeks left in the split. Let's take a look at the standings here in the European LCS. They're crazy. SK are still in first, but we know they're mortal after all after an 0-2 week. Fnatic are just 1 game behind them in second, while the Copenhagen Wolves and H2K are tied in the number 3 slot. And following an 0-5 start to the season, Gambit has done a complete 180 and climbed into 5th place, joining the Unicorns of Love. It's all crazy here.
Yeah, I'm really surprised just to see these Wolves so high, especially, like, I didn't really know what to make of them in the start, but they've really blown me away.
Yeah, and a big part of the Wolves' climb into the top 3 was their 80 carry Freeze, who, with 12 kills, 12 assists, and a quadra kill today, is a fantasy leader with 52 points.
Yeah, Freeze really showing his value here to the Wolves.
Yeah, we were kind of debating how he would contribute to the team coming into this, but he has definitely been pulling his weight. And Freeze wasn't the only one to make a splash today. Our expert team has picked 5 players that were without a doubt OP. So let's take a look at those. The first one, we have to mention him, Odoamne. His Gnar is fantastic, and he proved it again here today.
Yeah, his first game there, he definitely carried almost alone there, managing to get all of the map pressure. Second game, another Gnar pick. managing to even do just as good as in the first game, really, but in a different way.
Yeah, as we see there also yesterday with the Orianna combo, absolutely deadly. Our second OP player is Diamond Gambit on a 5-0 winning streak, and he's such a big part in that.
Yeah, Diamond's first game completely carried as well. Just like Onomana carried that first game, Diamond really on his game as well. Actually, in both games. First game, just really kind of carried it alone. Second game, he managed to set up so many opportunities for his team, even after his level 1 going very wrong.
The next person that we're keeping an eye on is Freeze. We mentioned him as the fantasy leader already, and just him coming back into the LCS, really making his mark.
Yeah, Freeze definitely again and again keeps on showing. Since he joined this LCS team, he has just been showing such good results.
Yep, great stats. And his Graves performance today, and in combination with that Soren, fantastic play from the Copenhagen Wolves. The next one we mentioned is Betsy for Gambit, coming in as a sub in the mid lane, and 15 KDA in his first 2 LCS games, especially the Ahri, very good today.
Yeah, first game he didn't really manage to make his mark in that game, kind of played passive and just waited for his team to make the plays. Second game though, that Ahri really got very strong, and I think he really found his comfort in this game and just brought it home.
Yeah. Those charms were instrumental as well in that Gambit win. And lastly, we gotta mention him, the Smite King here, Frederick, single-handedly winning game 1 for the Giants, and then the game today, also such a huge impact with that Baron steal as Jarvan.
Yeah, two Baron steals in 2 games, really, this guy is the Baron steal king of the week.
Going for that Cyanide crown, and well, 2 victories for the Giants in this week as well. And of those players, only 1 towered above the rest in his finest carry pants. Our week 5 MVP with 12 kills, 28 assists, and an 83 kill participation over 2 games. It's Gambit, Valiant leader and longtime jungler, Diamond. It was a hard choice, so the Wamna was also doing very well in this one, but in the end, Diamond on 2 different champions, proving that he can carry his team.
Yeah, Diamond is back, and it is showing. He is back in his groove, and the Diamond that is in his groove is a very scary Diamond.
Yeah, to quote Quick Shot, Diamond back is back. The Spring Split continues here in Berlin next Thursday with Giants Gaming versus Fnatic. The Unicorns of Love will try to topple SK Gaming, and Roccat will take on H2K. Eric, what game do you have your eyes on?
I really have my eyes on the next Elements game. Elements versus Meteor Makers, both teams. Elements, I really want to see if they can make this Kevin pick work out. They haven't really showed it yet. 1 week of extra practice, maybe they can make it work.
We will see. Of course, that all starts next Thursday at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. But week 5 isn't over yet. The North American LCS picks up tomorrow with a match between the tied Team Liquid and Winter Fox. Cloud9 will face Team Impulse, and Dignitas will face Hot Pink GG's Counter Logic Gaming. All that coverage begins Friday at 9 p.m. Central European Time. That is noon Pacific. Well, that does it for us here in Berlin. I'd like to extend a special thank you to our guest Tabs for lending us his expert analysis this week. And on behalf of myself, the entire European LCS team, thank you for tuning in. Until next time, we'll see you in solo queue.
They don't need vision when they can just engage. They've TP'd onto Fnatic. Eddie's going to be taken out by Featherfin, but is it enough? Gambit is back!
I go Rector stop. Nice! Nice!
Nice! And Roccat make Elements go 0-5.
Yeah, I have to carry. Okay? Please give me kill. You have a fan star, Joey.
I have 3 fans.
Yeah, those are the
Dutch guys. I actually signed the banner. Yeah.
Oh my god, you're so cool. Nice! She's dead.
Okay, good job. Copenhagen Wolves, they might have still find the outfight here. Soren in the middle. They're going to take down Corey. They're going to look for more Freeze. A quadra kill. And the Copenhagen Wolves are victorious. Will the Unicorns find their consistency? We're about to find out. Turning them all away. They've caught Rydell as well. And they should. No, they can't take him down. Yes. Gonna flag and drag in. This could be some trouble. It's going. It's stolen. Frederick comes up with it. Cleaning up. Giants Gaming. How about a cherry on top? And here comes Freddy, they get the knockup, and H2K could be in some trouble, but the Meganar comes in. Svenskeren getting low, taken down. H2K pushing forward, and the League of Upsets continues.